E. E. Test. Check, check. E. E. Test. E. E.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home.
Everyone is invited to come on in. We are beginning. Shalom everybody and welcome to the ARUTZ SHEVA Jerusalem Conference in New York. This is our 3rd annual conference, and of course this year we are here in wake of October 7th and in wake of the war. This year we are paying tribute to the brave and courageous who are acting for the sake of the Jewish people and the State of Israel. We will begin now with a special and moving ceremony of writing the letters of the Torah in memory of Major Yitzhar Hoffman, who fell in battle in Gaza. We will be writing the letters of his name in a Torah scroll, which is an initiative of the Ot Chaim project, which commemorates victims of the October 7th massacre and those who fell in the war. I'd like to call upon Rabbi Jonathan. Is he here? We'd like to begin the ceremony. We're going to begin the ceremony of writing the letters, first of all, the name Yitzhar in the Torah scroll. And the members of the Scarsdale community will be joining us also soon.
עד לפני שנה זה היה עוד תאריך רנדומלי בלוח השנה, והיום, זה 7 באוקטובר. שבת שמחת תורה הפכה בן רגע משמחה ליגון. שמאלנים, ימנים, דתיים, חילוניים. את מלאך המוות זה לא מעניין. נרצחנו על עצם היותנו יהודים. ואומר לך, בדמייך חיי, אף אחד לא ישבור אותנו. לקחו לנו את הכל, אבל לא את הרוח. בימים אלו, וכאות הזדהות, הוקם מיזם עוד חיים. כחלק מהמיזם, נכתב ספר תורה מהודר וייחודי לעילוי נשמתם של למעלה מ-1,500 הנרצחים בטבח והנופלים במלחמת חרבות ברזל. על הבית המפואר של ספר התורה העשוי מכסף טהור, חרוטים שמותיהם של הנספים, השם יקום דמם, ומעוטרים בשלהבת ממי זהב ואבן סברובסקי אדומה. במסגרת הפרויקט, אנו מגיעים לביתם של מאות משפחות שאיבדו את יקיריהם בעקבות הטבח הנורא, ובמעמד מרגש ומנחם, כותבים יחד איתם אותיות בספר התורה הקדוש, שמוקדש כולו להנצחת קרוביהם.
המיזם שלכם נפלא, והוא מאוד חימם לי את הלב.
David Dudi Finkler, CEO, manager of the Jerusalem Conference.
המיזם הזה מרגש מאוד.
כל מילה כזאת, זה עוד ראינו מכל בספר תורה.
רעיון אדיר.
תודה על הזכות של המיזם שהביא לנו נחמה, זה מיזם חשוב מאין כמותו.
רצון שזכות הספר תורה הזה לעילוי נשמת כל הנרצחים.
זה מאוד ריגש אותנו, זה מאוד שימח אותנו.
השם של אחי זה פה. השם של אחי זה אלישי ואליסף, חברו הטוב שנהרגו ביחד.
אנחנו בונים חיים ועם ישראל חי.
אנו מזמינים אתכם לזכות ולקחת חלק בערב נחמה למשפחה שכולה, הכולל הגעה לבית המשפחה, כתיבת אותיות בספר התורה לכל המשתתפים, שיבוץ האבן ליד שם היקיר על ידי נציג המשפחה, תעודת הוקרה למשפחה, סרטון תיעוד מרגש מהערב המיוחד, כיבוד ועוד. כל הזכויות של הערב המרגש יהיו להצלחת התורם ומשפחתו. קחו חלק בפרויקט האדיר שישאיר חותם לדורות ויעניק נחמה למשפחות. אנחנו צריכים אתכם. המשפחות צריכות אתכם. לתרומות תיכנסו לאתר עוד חיים או צרו איתנו קשר בוואטסאפ במספר שמופיע על המסך. יחד ננציח את
Finkler,
זכרם.
come and join us, בבקשה, ערוץ 7. Yaakov Harnik from the Beitel institutions, join us please. Yaron Lutz, please join us. Rabbi Matanya Yedid, please join us. Rabbi Moshe Auer, please join us. Now, as we commemorate the fallen of the war, I'd like to call upon the Hoffman family of Major Yitzhar Hoffman, who fell in battle in Gaza. We will be writing with the family the letters Yud, Tzadik, Hey, Reish, the letters of his name of Yitzhar of blessed memory, and the project of Ot Chaim will also commemorate with a special award to the family. So join us, please, at this special moment as the family writes the letters of the Torah in memory of their beloved son and brother.
Es השיר הזויס בהלמדו es bnei Yisrael ve'atu ohi ki yisvu lochem es השיר הזויס והלמדו es bnei Yisrael Oy toiro hakdoisho ischaneni bevakosho bnei tzur nahrotz bikidusho oy 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 toiro hakdoisho ischaneni bevakosho ischaneni oy bevakosho oy 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 toiro hakdoisho ischaneni bevakosho bnei tzur narotz bikidusho oy 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 toiro hakdoisho ischaneni bevakosho ischaneni oy bevakosho יסבו לכם es השיר הזויס ולמדו es בני ישראל ועתו אוי כי יסבו לכם es השיר הזויס ולמדו es בני ישראל אוי תויר הקדושו ישחמני בבקושו בני צור נערות בקדושו יוי 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 אוי תויר הקדושו ישחמני
Ketzale, Yaakov Katz, please join us for the writing of the letters. Yaakov Neubert, join us please.
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה.
Yaakov's son, Yaakov Neubert's son, who's going to come up now, he was wounded a few years ago. One of the heroes of our state, of our army.
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה.
Benny Dreyfus, join us please. Yaakov Noi, please join us. Yaakov, please join us for the writing of the letters. video. Okay, we're continuing now, and I'd like to invite to the stage David Dudu Sada, chairman of the B'Sheva Group and the Jerusalem Conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you to the Jerusalem Conference in New York. We are proud and happy to let the Jewish community in the United States know that we are all brothers. We are honored today to presence of Mr. David Friedman, who was the U.S. ambassador in Israel and now serves as the conference chairman. We are honored by the presence of Mr. Yaakov Katz, Ketzele, head of the ARUTZ SHEVA group. I would like to thank all the participants, ministers and speakers, including the Mayor of New York, Eric Adams, as well as the Mayor of Jerusalem, Moshe Leon. I would also like to thank all the people that worked hard for the success of this conference, especially Mr. Dudi Finkler, a manager of the Jerusalem Conference. I wish us all a successful and enjoyed day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David Dudu Sada. Benny Dreyfus is the CEO of Mifal Hapais, which is the National Lottery of Israel, but mainly one of the largest organizations that supports projects and initiatives throughout Israel. Benny will join us now to the stage. Bevakasha.
את הסיפור שלנו אי אפשר להפסיק. על כל סיפור שנגדע ב7 באוקטובר נכתבים אלפי סיפורים של תקווה. פרס ספיר לספרות למען ניצחון הרוח. מפעל הפיס, הכל חוזר לקהילה. את הסיפור שלנו אי אפשר להפסיק. על כל סיפור שנגדע ב7 באוקטובר נכתבים אלפי סיפורים של תקווה. פרס ספיר לספרות של מפעל הפיס למען ניצחון הרוח. מפעל הפיס, הכל חוזר לקהילה.
Hi. I have seen it many times, and every time it's shock me again. First of all, I would like to say that I am very honored to be here as the CEO of Mifal Hapais. Let me begin by introducing to you Mifal Hapais. Mifal Hapais is a national lottery of Israel. It is not a regular commercial company, but is a public benefit company operating under the permit of the Israeli Minister of Finance, which is a regulator of Mifal Hapais. Mifal Hapais is owned by the Israeli local municipal authorities all around the country, and 100% of all the lottery profits go back to the community in Israel to fund and to support society goals. On October 7, the state of Israel was caught unprepared for the brutal attack by the Hamas. During the initial stage of shock and chaos, it took the Israeli state authority some time to identify the needs and give precise answer to the citizens of the country. Because of its relationship with the mayor around the country, Mifal Hapais was able to offer immediately support to allow the local municipal authority to function and to ensure the well-being of their citizens during this national emergency. The management team of Mifal Hapais, led by the chairman, Mr. Avigdor Yitzhaki, toured the surrounding area near Gaza, Otef, and also in north of the country, which is also at a war with Hezbollah, and from where the residents need to be evacuated. We met the mayor and the heads of the relevant municipal authority. We listened to them and railed they provide an immediate response to the needs they defined. Since October 7, Mifal Hapais has undertaken several projects aimed at helping rehabilitate the country. We immediately transferred a total amount of approximately 15 million shekel that focus on essential and immediate needs required by the welfare department in the authority, such as evacuation of family recognized by welfare and an aid support program for residents in need that includes products necessary for daily management of the residents, food, medicines that are not sponsored, and so on. The lottery is committed to the local authority, and we will continue to stand by them at all times. Second, we have an army of thousands of students that receive scholarship from the lottery. We use them as an army of volunteers that can support the community and their needs. For example, in cooperation with the Minister of the Negev Galil, we awarded 800 scholarships totaling 4 million shekel to student volunteers in the field of agriculture. Third, it is impossible to talk about the rehabilitation without talking about the rehabilitation of the young people who survived the Nova and Sidak festival. The Nova survivors are from all over Israel, right and left, center and periphery, from scholar home, but also quite a few who came from religion home. They are a mosaic of the entire Israeli society. That's why we decided to provide aid to the survivor, to the Nova and Sidak Festival in collaboration with the Trauma Coalition, the Minister of Social Affairs, the Minister of Health, and other entities, and help to finance support activity for the survivor of the Nova and their family. Since the beginning of the war, about 75,000 Israelis, civilians and soldiers have been physically and mentally injured. It seemed that the total number will reach 100,000 by the end of the year. In the context, it is important to note that for last year we have supported people with disabilities on an ongoing basis, and of course we continue to do so even more in light of the recent events. As part of this important effort, we have joined with a number of organizations together we offer people with need and people who have been injured a variety of prestigious courses in order to help them integrate into the employment market. This is just brief look at many activities that Mifal Hapais has done since October 7. There are many challenges ahead of us. We need to rehabilitate the Otef and the north of Israel from the destruction and loss of that Black Shabbat. Out of this pain, we have the commitment to build those areas again. This needs to be done together, hand in hand. The government, the municipal areas, the mayor, the residents themselves, and the entire Israeli society. The spirit of the resident of the Otef and the north of Israel can make it possible, but it's not enough. The government needs to talk to the resident and the heads of the municipal authority. Everything needs to be coordinated with the municipal authority with a minimum timetable and overcoming bureaucrat barrier. In addition to providing answer to the needs of the people, the government must make an effort to win back the trust of the citizen and restart a sense of security. Mifal Hapais is willing to help and to provide support wherever it is needed, because Mifal Hapais is, always was, and always will be for the benefit of the Israeli society. Let me end by thanking all of you sitting here, our partners and friends who continue to support and contribute to the state of Israel in so many ways. I am sure you join me in praying for the return of all our hostages, for the safety of all our soldiers, both those fighting in Gaza and in the north, and for the recovery of our injured. I also pray that conditions will allow for the return of the evacuees to their homes and their field, where once again the agriculture will flourish. And finally, I extend big hug to all those bereaved family who have lost loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These days are challenging days for Jewish diaspora, and the Orthodox Union is out there at the forefront of these challenges. Mike Wagenheim of I-24 News will now join us on the stage with Rabbi Moshe Hauer, the Executive Vice President of the Orthodox Union.
Rabbi, welcome. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here.
The rising anti-Semitism has been a concern now for several years, going back to the COVID pandemic within the Jewish community, but certainly after October 7th, it's been magnified to another level. And of course, as the Orthodox Union, you have a unique perspective, being the most visibly Orthodox Jewish community here in the United States. Kind of take us through the experience about what it's been like since October 7th and how the OU has reacted and tried to protect the Orthodox community here.
Yes, so Mike, as you correctly say, the experience of anti-Semitism in the United States has unfortunately grown to levels that we haven't seen. We haven't seen since the 40s in this country. and October 7th took it to a dramatically new level, significant new level. It's a fascinating thing. It's hard to use the word fascinating, but it is when one notices the generational divide. Our experience, our work takes place both in the front lines on the campuses. We have many Orthodox students on the university campuses experiencing this in a way which is different. Every Jewish student on campus is experiencing it. Those walking around advertising their Jewishness, visibly Orthodox, especially so. Those who really make their home in the kosher spaces, in the dining halls, in the Jewish spaces, they're experiencing it that much more dramatically. And at the same time, so we have our need. We've said we have homes on campus. JLIC is our home on campus for Jewish students, and now it's not a home, it's a fortress. It's a place where students go to find security, to find strength, to find companionship. This is something that they have to do. Proactively, we've been very involved with partners across the Jewish community in trying to beat it back, and to beat it back on the level of leadership, of government, of governance of institutions, civil leadership, etc. And what we find is that there's an incredibly high level of appreciation for the problem. The leadership, elected leaders, law enforcement, they look at this and they say it's shameful. They say it does not reflect the country that they live in, the country that they were elected to serve, or that they took it upon themselves as their life's work to serve. If I would tell you the amount of rooms that I've been in with elected officials, and again, law enforcement, where there have been tears shed, not just by the Jews in the room, but by those who are there carrying the responsibility to respond to it. They want to. They go to sleep at night thinking about it. They wake up in the morning thinking about it, but they haven't figured out yet how to do it. And that's a huge problem, a huge challenge. It's our job, and a job which we're trying to do all the time, to encourage, to push, to say, Lo ya'aseh kein bimkomenu. This is not something that can happen here. There can be no place. The president said the other day, there's no place in America for this kind of hatred. That's unfortunately not a statement of fact. It's a wish, it's a hope, it's a prayer. There are too many places where it's there, and we are not resting, along with partners across the Jewish community, from just pushing and pushing and pushing for a more substantive response.
One of the themes I wanted to talk to you about, while the aftermath of October 7th has certainly caused fear, insecurity, it's also had the effect of bringing Jews back to Judaism that may have strayed, or rekindled maybe a childhood affection for Israel. We're seeing that as well in OU-affiliated programs at the high school levels, which have also been impacted. Tell us a little bit about the JSU, the Jewish student unions that the OUs run, and the impact that October 7th has had.
Thank you. So it's a striking point. It's a reality which is seen across the board of the American Jewish community. We are privileged through our youth movement, NCSY, to have a program called the Jewish Student Unions. These are clubs which are held in public schools an hour, a couple of times a week perhaps, where educator comes in, Jewish students get together, they have some pizza, they have some kosher pizza, they learn about Judaism, they learn about Jewish life, about their heritage. We had 300 plus such clubs on October 6th. Today the number is approximately 400. It's not a new program. It's a program which has increased dramatically. We have demand from places where we don't have physically educators. One of our wonderful creative educators has now empowered a whole group of teenagers to run their own Jewish student unions. And the reason is simple. When you went to school, Mike, so you go to school, school's like your home away from home. It's your home away from home. And when your home suddenly becomes like hostile, when it's difficult to manage, so you need to find a home within that home. And so many students who didn't take advantage of it before, and even the existing clubs in schools which already existed, the level of participation, of attendance has spiked. It's gone really, really high, because Jews understand that they have each other, that they need each other, that others are less reliable, are less understanding. And this is an opportunity. We speak about it. There's a bump in anti-Semitism. There's a bump in pro-Semitism. And this is a moment that we, as a Jewish community that wants to foster connection, it's a moment we have to take advantage of.
And we only have a moment left, but I wanted to ask you spoke earlier about the current administration and its reaction to anti-Semitism. The OU gathered thousands upon thousands of signatures to deliver to the White House showing support for Israel. What was your reaction? What is your ongoing reaction to the Biden administration's sometimes support for Israel, sometimes antagonism toward? Where do you want them to stand right now, and where do you feel they could do better?
Our advocacy is that the moral truth, the moral right, the moral power of Israel as a nation which is there advancing every good value, tzahal, with a sense of values of Torah, neshek, of purity of arms, there to defend. One has to be able to see the difference between the good and the evil. Our voice is a voice of pride in Israel and its values. Our voice is one which will continue every single day to go and to push the administration that recognizes this and knows this very, very well, and sometimes, however, gets caught between the various parties that it has to negotiate between, to raise their voice consistently and clearly about the difference between good and evil, with pride in Israel, with support in Israel, and we will be there supporting them, and we hope that all of us on all sides of the ocean will be worthy of that pride, continue to be worthy of that pride.
Rabbi Moshe Hauer from the Orthodox Union, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Hauer. Thank you very much, Mike. The Israeli Volunteer Association directs and accompanies national service volunteers in a variety of important roles and services. Please join me in welcoming the CEO of the Israeli Volunteer Association, Yaron Lutz.
השביעי באוקטובר טלטל את כל המדינה. יש חדירת מחבלים ושיש טילים שיורים לכל עבר.
התחלנו לקבל הודעות מהמחלקה שמגיעים המון פצועים, המון אנשים לא מזוהים.
יש לחץ במחלקות והרופאים באמת רוצים אותנו.
כל המשפחות רואים אותם בכל מקום, כל הפצועים רואים מיטות מובלות במסדרונות בבית חולים.
החניכים שלנו עברו את זה בצורה קשה. אם זה לסמים, ואם זה לשוטט ברחובות, ובאמת במוזיאון אין כל כך על מה לדבר, אבל הבנתי שאני בת שירות ושיש לי מה לעשות.
אתה מוכן למשימה, יש אנשים לטפל ויש אנשים להציל ויש המון כאלה לצערי בימים הראשונים.
בחרנו תפקיד מסוים בשירות לאומי, וקצת ככה שינו לנו אותו, אבל כמובן שהתגייסנו למשימה, להגיע למלונות או אכסניות, לפתוח בתי ספר.
אני נמצאת פה עם מפונים מעיבים, מרכז קליטה, עולים שהם עלו ממש לפני 3 חודשים, הם לא יודעים עברית, הם נכנסו פה למציאות הישראלית המאוד קשה. להיות הזאת שנותנת לו ככה את היד על הכתף, לשמוע מה שהוא עבר.
אני מרגישה שאני חלק ממדינת ישראל, ואני עוזרת להם במצב הזה. בגלל ככה אני הגעתי לבית חולים סורוקה.
הקמנו כאן בבית החולים גן לילדי ובצוות הרפואי, שיוכלו להיות כל כולם בעבודה. השילוט, כל הציוד לילדים, בין אם זה יצירות, בין אם זה טושים, בין אם זה דבקים.
הבנות שירות פה שומרות על השגרה בגנים, בבתי ספר, במועדוניות רווחה, מלונות של מפונים, בעזרה למשפחות שאבא במילואים, טלפונים לקשישים. אני כן שמחה להיות כאן דווקא עכשיו. המנהלים וכל הצוות הגברי במילואים, ולכן כזה החליטו שהבנות שירות ייקח תפקיד מרכזי בהובלת הכפר בתקופות האלה. ואנחנו איתם מ-8 בבוקר עד 10 בלילה, כל היום, בכל זמן, בכל רגע שהם ירצו.
מוכנים לכל מקרה, מוכנים, מוזנקים, שמים שכפ"ץ, שמים קסדות ויוצאים. ותופס אותך לירי טילים, המון פצועי ירי, ואתה כרגע כולך דרוך למשימה, להציל כמה שיותר חיי אדם.
זה הרגיש לי בדיוק המקום שפתאום אני יכולה להועיל ואני יכולה לתרום ולעזור ובעצם להציל חיים.
בנות שירות זה כוח אדיר בכפר. בתפקיד הזה מצאתי הרבה מאוד משמעות. אתה יושב עם חניך ואתה מדבר איתו ואתה מגלה עולם שלם שהוא סוחב עליו.
ההרגשה היא הרגשה מאוד מיוחדת, ההרגשה שאני באמת נותנת מעצמי.
אני מרגישה שהעבודה שאנחנו עושות כאן היא לא פחות משמעותית ממה שחברות שלי עושות בצה"ל.
אני מגיעה למקום שירות היום, כשאני נהנית בו, ואני יכולה להישאר יותר מ8 שעות, וזה לא מפריע לי, כי אני עושה את הדברים שאני אוהבת להציל חיים, ואני אוהבת לעזור לאנשים.
זה בדיוק הזמן שאפשר לראות בו את כל המשמעות באמת הגדולה מאוד 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 של השירות הלאומי.
ביחד ננצח.
יחד ננצח.
רק ביחד ננצח.
כי רק ביחד ננצח.
Friends, we gather today under Theodore Herzl's lasting vision. In 1902, he dreamt of a united Israel, a society built on service and inclusion. Herzl's vision was that after every youth finished high school, they would give 2 years of service to the state of Israel. He didn't say army or national service, but he understood that if you want to build a society with the highest moral standards, everyone must serve. רק אז ציון תהיה לציון, he said, which means only then is Zion truly Zion. The Israeli Volunteer Association founded national service in Israel over 50 years ago, and has since represented Herzl's dream. My name is Yaron Lutz, and I am honored to lead this remarkable organization. More than 4,000 Israelis join our national service every year, with over 200,000 alumni that make a big difference in the Israeli society. Our volunteers come from all walks of life: Jews, Arabs, Druze, religious, secular, people with disabilities, and even at-risk youth. Military service is mandatory in Israel, but more than half of the young people do not serve for different reasons. Friends, you must understand, for an Israeli who wants to serve, the day they find out they cannot serve in the IDF is the saddest day of their life. Our national service programs allow them to serve and ensure a strong society. History teaches us the basic truth. A nation's success depends not only on the military power, but on the combined strengths of its people. National service fosters a more just society where volunteers serve the elderly, Holocaust survivors, orphans, and those in need. Their service goes from big cities to remote communities. This service also exposes them to new places and ideas that help them to find their right path in the world and encourage social and financial opportunity. Following the recent conflict, the need for resilience became ever more crucial. Let me tell you a short story, please. A few weeks after the war started, the number of the soldiers and civilians with severe injuries and trauma was very high. So I asked Sheba Medical Center's director how we could help. And he said they needed support in the rehabilitation units. We agreed to form a special national service volunteers group. Sheba's manager told me that opening this group might be complex, since hospital's volunteers manager, Rachel, had recently lost her son in the Gaza war, so the issue was sensitive. I suggested naming the group after her son and honoring his memory. When we asked Rachel, Rom's mother, for permission, she was very emotional, and we all cried with her. This is how the Rom's rehabilitation program was created in memory of Rom Hecht, a testament to service and the enduring power of the human spirit. You can see the picture of Rom, Hashem Yikom Damo. He served in a special elite unit called 669. This is just one glimpse into the transformative work of our volunteers. We are currently raising money to help Jewish communities. This way, we can strengthen the bond between Jews all over the world. We're raising money to help displaced by war and those affected by the war in Israel. Your support strengthens the vital bridge between strong military and successful society. Herzl's vision made real. To close, thank you all again. Mr. Reuven Pinsky, a government official, our dear friend and partner, is here today. Thank you, Reuven, from the bottom of my heart. I also want to thank Dudu Saada, his deputy Dudi Finkler, and the Sheva staff for the privilege to speaking here today. I'm grateful to be able to share the work of the Israeli Volunteer Association with all of you, especially during this time when the State of Israel has been fighting for its future all over half a year. And one last thing. We are not whole. We are missing our best sons and daughters and elders. Let's keep praying together for their safe and quick return. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yaron. The Jerusalem Conference began more than 20 years ago in Jerusalem. But it's not just as a geographical location, rather as a statement and an inspiration. This is the third conference here in New York City. And that, welcome Mr. Mayor, welcome to the two mayors. That, having the conference here in New York is also a statement of connection and partnership. I have the honor now to invite to the stage Jerusalem's Mayor, Moshe Leon, to greet the conference and present the Jerusalem Award to New York City's Mayor, Eric Adams.
Hello, everybody. We are here today, many miles from Jerusalem, but we are among true friends. And one very special friend, Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Adams, from the first moment of this terrible war, after the terrible crimes of Hamas on October 7th, you stood in solidarity with Israel. And all the people of Jerusalem and Israel and the Jewish community here and around the world appreciate you very much. Toda Rabba. Thank you for being, you know, a mensch. I think that they can explain what is mensch. I want to also thank our host, the Sheva Media Group, especially CEO Uzi Baruch, and CEO of Besheva, Dudu Saada, and my good friend, Yaakov Katz, Ketzale, where is he? ARUTZ SHEVA is not just a news site. It is a community that helps build bridges between Israel and Jews and non-Jews, friends of Israel, all over the world, and I wish you many more years of success. Dear friends, what can I possibly say? Israel is still under the shadow of a terrible war. 125 of our brothers and sisters are being held hostages by a brutal enemy. We all call for their immediate release. We all pray for their immediate release. And the whole world must do everything it can to bring them home now. History, we look back at these days and remember many things, but above everything, it will remember the great resilience of the Jewish people. I'm so proud of the people of Jerusalem. In the last months, Jerusalem has welcomed about 35,000 Israelis from the north and south who have had to leave their homes because of terrorists on our borders firing missiles on their homes. We had to take care of their housing and welfare. Our schools created new classes for many new students. We also helped our sisters and brothers with clothes and baby food. Our own residents need help too, especially those in more difficult economic situations. Many families lost loved ones. More than 10% of the soldiers who have fallen are sons and daughters of our city. Thousands more husbands, sons, brothers, mothers, daughters, and sisters were called to reserve duty. The economic impact on the city has also been significant. Many businesses have had to change the way they work. There have been very few tourists. But as I said, we are resilient. Jerusalem is resilient and strong. In the face of all these challenges, we have stood up to the challenge. Dear friends, I have more good news. We are continuing to build Jerusalem across the whole city, for all the communities of the city, in academia, education, sport, music, culture, and more. Jerusalem is not waiting for the war to end. We know that victory is not just on the battlefield. Victory is choosing life. And as we have said many times, Am Israel Chai. Yes, we choose life. I wish you all wonderful conference, and I look forward to welcoming you all in Jerusalem with our hostages home, with our soldiers home, and as always, with our friends by our side. Thank you. I would like to invite my friend, the mayor of New York, Eric Adams.
Okay, a Kodak moment. I'd like to invite also Yaakov Ketzele Katz, chairman of the board of directors of ARUTZ SHEVA and B'Sheva. Dudi Finkler, Uzi Baruch. Okay, thank you very much. An Israeli chutzpah asked for a few words in honor of the award. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And many years ago, a quote was used to define the resiliency of the Jewish people. It was a quote that stated, "Never again." As I walked through Auschwitz and Krakow, Poland, I thought about that over and over and over again. Never again, never again. And never again can not only be a slogan, it must be a way of life. It must be a commitment, it must be a dedication. And never again would always be challenged. It doesn't matter if it's 1 year or if it's 50 years, with the thoughts of those who continue to have hatred in their hearts and a desire to destroy and to harm innocent people. Never again was materialized on October 7th. We saw innocent people that were devastated and murdered and raped and killed and kidnapped. We must take that slogan of many years ago and never again and match it with the slogan of today. Bring them home. Bring them home. Bring them home. It must be uncompromising. It must bring the same level of energy, because 50 years from now, our children and grandchildren are going to ask the question, what was the simple words that you said? Never again was a simple sentence, but it meant so much. Bring them home. It's a simple sentence, but it means so much. We have to be steadfast, unwavering, and committed to every hostage being brought home, and the destruction of Hamas, and to bring peace so that innocent children do not die anywhere on our global conflicts that we are witnessing. Thank you for this award. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. This event today will combine spirit, news, words, information, and also singing, because there's a lot of emotions that are in our hearts these days, in our souls. So I'd like to call upon singer, cantor Gad Elbaz to come to the stage for the prayer for the state of Israel. Bevakasha.
I'm going to ask everyone to please rise. יהי רצון מלפניך אדוני אלוהינו אלוהי אבותינו שתחזק ותשמור ותנצור את אחינו בית ישראל השבויים והשבויות בעבור שאנו מתפללים בעבורם הקדוש ברוך הוא ימלא רחמים עליהם ישמרם מכל צרה וצוקה מכל נגע ומחלה וישלח ברכה רווחה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם יוציאם מחושך וצמרת וישיבם מהרה לחיק משפחותיהם ונאמר אמן. אחינו כל בית ישראל אחינו כל בית ישראל הנתונים בצרה ובשביה העומדים בין בים ובין ביבשה המקום ירחם עליהם ויוציאם מצרה לרווחה ומאפלה לאורה משעבוד לגאולה שתה בגלה ובזמן קריב ואימרו amen. Now we're going to pray together for the safety of the IDF and the people of Israel in general in times like this. מי שברך אבותינו אברהם יצחק ויעקב הוא יברך את חיילי צבא הגנה לישראל הוא יברך את חיילינו צבא הגנה לישראל העומדים על משמר ארצנו והר אלוהינו מגבול הלבנון ועד מדבר מצרים ומן הים הגדול עד לבוא ערבה בכל מקום שם ביבשה באוויר ובים ייתן אדוני את אויבינו הקמים עלינו ניגפים לפניהם הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור, יצל את חיילינו מכל צרה וצוקה, ומכל נגע ומחלה, וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם. ידבר שונאינו תחתיהם, ויעטרם בכתר ישועה ועטרת ניצחון, ויקוים בהם הכתוב, כי אדוני אלוהיכם ההולך עמכם, להילחם לכם עם אויביכם להושיע אתכם, ונאמר אמן. תודה רבה.
Thank you very much, God. It means a lot for us. We just recently reported that Ambassador Gilad Erdan will end his term as UN envoy, and that he declined an offer to stay in U.S. as Washington ambassador. So he is now here to clarify and share his insights at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel's ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here with you.
Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you, Yoni.
You came here from the parade. The parade, the march, was beginning. They changed the name even because it's different this year. You were there with the hostage families. You were there with bereaved families. Tell us about that.
Well, it was even more moving than in any other year, because to march there with the bereaved families and the families of the hostages, and to see thousands and thousands of people cheering in support of Israel was extremely moving, and it's also, emboldened me to continue fighting for Israel and convey the clear message that we are not going to stop fighting until Hamas is eliminated. Until Hamas is eliminated.
Because you were there with bereaved families, right? Bereaved families who came with that message. That was very unique.
Yeah, they marched with me, people who sacrificed their loved ones, and they tell the truth. They say we did not lost our dear ones in order to stop this war and keep Hamas in power. So we will continue to fight for the release of the hostages, but also to make sure that Hamas will be eliminated, as I said.
Oh, so we all heard the big news that you're concluding your term as UN ambassador. What drove you to make that decision, and what are the plans for the future?
Honestly, I miss Israel. For someone like me who was involved for the last 28 years in almost everything that happened in Israel from within, to stay outside of Israel for 4 years, it's a long time. So I miss Israel. I felt that this is the time for me to return home and to be with the people of Israel during our difficult time. So that's why I made this choice. And I also have 2 kids who are about to, one of them already enlisted to the military. My daughter is supposed to enlist in the next few months. This is the right time for me to return home.
Return home back to politics?
I'm still an ambassador. But I can tell you in my own way that I learned a lot here. And I plan to utilize my skills and my experience to have the maximum impact, positive impact on the future of Israel, but I will do it when the time is right.
As children, they taught us that shmum, UN is nothing, they all hate us. After 4 years as Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, what's the single, biggest insight that you learned throughout these years?
You know what? We used to say, we used to call it shmum, like Joe Schmo, to express the ineffectiveness of the UN. But I think that maybe my biggest insight that today the UN poses a threat not only against Israel, but to the entire world. Why? Because the UN is so fundamentally distorted, because the political makeup of the UN has changed so dramatically since the year it was founded, back in 1945, with only 51 countries. Most of them shared, similar values to our time, when we have 193 countries that the political makeup is so distorted. Each one of them has exactly the same voting power in the General Assembly, but, vast majority of them are non-democratic. 1/3 of them are Muslim countries. They do not vote based on the bilateral relations they have with Israel. They vote only based on their political interest, and their political interest, sadly, many times is to whitewash their crimes. You see countries like, Russia, I can say it, when they lead the Security Council and they can veto any resolution against the war in Ukraine, or you see the representatives of Iran, regardless of Israel, a country that is responsible for the murdering of thousands of its own civilians, and when they come here to New York, to the UN, they receive the red carpet treatment. So I ask myself, what's the use of the existence of the UN? There's no use anymore, because the UN doesn't serve its original cause, the purpose, to defend human rights, to prevent wars. It cannot prevent wars. See what's happening in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Nigeria. Look what happened in Syria. Ignore Israel for a second. The UN today is destructive, is a threat to the entire world.
So maybe it's a lost cause. Why was it important for you to do what you did, and whoever will come instead of you as well?
Well, it's also a very good question, because sometimes I wake up and I ask myself, do we really need to be there? Do we really have to continue and stay as a member of the UN? But then I remember that I'm not there only, for the kavod, the honor. I'm there to fight for the truth, to expose the lies. We still have there many allies. Some of them marched with me an hour ago. But we need to maintain the legitimacy and the alliance that we have with so many countries. And if I'm not there, who's going to fight for the truth? So it's still important. But instead of leaving the UN, which many people are suggesting, maybe we should think of start convincing world leaders to defund the UN. Because, as I said, if we convince the President of the United States, Argentina, the Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, some countries that now have, leadership that might be able to listen to what we tell them, and they decide to defund the UN, and unless it goes through fundamental reforms, and if not, the Western world, like the late John McCain suggested in the past, we should create and establish our own club, what we call the League of Democracies. Because when you see dictators and rogue states whitewashing their crimes by exploiting the UN systems and getting elected to sit on the Security Council, on the Human Rights Council, who are the justices, the judges that sits in the International Court of Justice and tell us if we commit genocide or not? Judges from Lebanon, from Russia, from Somalia. It's insane. You can make these things up. So we have to campaign to erode the credibility and the legitimacy of the UN, and try to convince world leaders to establish a new international organization with only democracies, and whoever wants to join will have to play by our rules.
So the next ambassador will have lots of work, and you'll continue in this field, I believe. Ambassador Gilad Erdan, thank you very much for joining us and good luck. And
Thank you.
We hope to see you back in Israel soon.
Thank you to B'Sheva, to Dudu, and have a successful and fruitful conference like in every year. Thank you.
And now, the Jerusalem Conference will be honoring the brave and courageous Major in Reserve Yitzhak Hoffman of blessed memory, who heroically fell in battle in Gaza. Yitzhak was the beloved uncle of one of the National Service Bnot Shirut of the Jewish community of Scarsdale, Rotem Telman, and the community made sure to do whatever is possible to help her join the family during the days of mourning. In addition, we pay tribute to the community who gave the Israeli emissary in the community help to come to Israel to join the forces. We begin with the award for the Yitzhak Hoffman's family. We'll begin. And now I'll invite to the stage Elon Hoffman, Yitzhar's brother.
First, I want to thank Sheva Group Media. Thank you very much that you invite us. It's a big honor to be here and tell a little bit of my brother, Yitzhak, heroism. Yitzhak was born in Ofra village, but spent most of his life in Jerusalem. In the past year, he has been living in Ishchar in the Galilee, north of Israel. Yitzhak was a company commander in the Shaldag, the elite unit of the IDF Air Force. The generational legacy. Our grandfather Asher was a Holocaust survivor from Amsterdam who risked his life in 1942. Before going into hiding, he burned the list of Amsterdam Jews so the Nazis wouldn't get them before they came to Amsterdam. He then hid with a Dutch couple who saved him together with his wife, our grandma Lenny. Grandfather Khalfa. The Nazis arrived in Tunisia in 1943. Most Jews fled to Jerba Island. Grandfather Khalfa, a young man at that time, heard of an elderly disabled woman who couldn't escape. He managed to reach her and save her life, smuggling her with him to Jerba Island. Yitzhak, following the footsteps of his grandparents, Yitzhak also sacrificed himself to saving others. A day before he was killed in a combat in Gaza, after searching a school building where terrorists had hidden with many weapons, his unit found an elderly Palestinian woman in a wheelchair on the second floor. The elderly woman was left behind by her people, but Yitzhak, in his humanity, insisted on helping her before continuing to lead his mission. They brought her to safety and made sure she was cared by the Gazan civilians. This photo is the most recent one of the beautiful family of Yitzhak, taken by the last Sukkot. Yitzhak, a loving husband for Zohar, the best father any child could want. For him, spend time with Bereaved and Darrell was a holy time. Yitzhak, a wonderful son for our parents, the best brother around, and the hero uncle to our children. Yitzhak volunteered his time to many causes throughout his life. He was particularly focused on helping children with disabilities through the Joy of Children, Simcha Layeled organization. In this picture, we can see dedication right into Yitzhak by both kids and colleges who were with him on a cruise to Cyprus that he led for these children. Yitzhak, always in the center, always created happiness for all around him. At October 7, two significant events occurred for Israel and the entire Jewish people. One terrifying and dreadful, and one miraculous. On the one hand, catastrophe, hell, citizens trembling, abuse, rape, murder, death, disconnectedness, kidnappings. On the other hand, we witnessed something miraculous, the bravery of our people, the bravery of civilians and soldiers of the State of Israel. The bravery of citizens who don't wait for orders and with very few weapons and certainty are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend the country and save their brothers and sisters. On the morning of the October 7, Isar was at his home in Eshrar in the Israel north. He received a call from his unit commander, Lieutenant Colonel B, that a war has broken out. He took his car, sped to his base, and then by helicopter flew into Kibbutz Bereaved, where a massacre was taking place. He took command and fought with a soldier for a few straight days, saving dozens of residents. Although Itzhar and his unit saved many civilians of the kibbutz, Itzhar was broken-hearted because he couldn't save even more by robbing the kibbutz even earlier. After a few weeks, Itzhar took his soldiers to visit with survivors from Kibbutz Be'eri who were given housing at a hotel in the Dead Sea. He wanted to apologize and to ask for forgiveness for not saving them earlier and didn't save more people at the kibbutz. This meeting gave him and his soldier the strength to continue their mission and offer some measure of healing to the families of Be'eri. The statement, we will return to plow the fields of Be'eri, he later comforted his soldier and their wife, insistently says that. Itzhar concluded each speech to his company, don't forget, we have hundreds of citizens in captivity. We have a country in captivity. That's why we are here. That's what we are fighting for. A month before he was killed, Itzhar was injured during a battle where he, along with his warriors, rescued soldiers from other units who got trapped in a challenging situation. They were taken by surprise by 5 Hamas terrorists who killed several IDF soldiers and wounded others. Itzhar, with his leadership and determination, went to rescue the remaining soldiers and to evacuate the wounded and dead. He and the soldiers under his command eliminated all 5 terrorists, and during the battle, Itzhar was shot in his leg. But he continued to fight anyway, refusing a medical treatment until the mission was completed. After only 5 days of rest, Itzhar came back to the unit to take command of his soldiers' mission from the headquarters. And only 3 weeks later, he returned to the battlefield to command his warrior from the front. Unfortunately, 1 week later, at January 31, we lost our beloved Itzhar, only 36 years old. In his eulogy, the Shaldag unit commander, Lieutenant Colonel B, said, Itzhar, my comrades, my brother, you are for me a role model, the embodiment of Israeli commander, a values-driven leader who combines phenomenal abilities with unique charisma and uncompromising standards. The commander and warriors that you want by your side in combat. Unique operational capabilities that exist today in the IDF are thanks to you. Sharpness of mind and intelligence, together with that smile of yours that signals to all of us, everything is okay. Always in the front, at the forefront, always leading. The legacy he left us will serve a compass for many generations of fighters and commanders in the unit. On behalf of the Shaldag unit, the IDF, and the State of Israel, I salute you. One of the Itzhar character traits throughout his life was to always seek ways to improve, to look at past events, learn from them, and determine how to do things better the next time. Following his death, Itzhar friends compiled a list of lessons they learned from Itzhar. To the living creature, only few days seem certain. Thus in life's a vast period. Perhaps for this reason, we perceive that there is another world eternity of life. Man does not live forever. He must exploit the best of his ability, the period of his life. A sentence from that Itzar wrote to his soldier as a young officer. Itzar lived his life according to this statement, making sure that every moment counted. The movie now?
מבסוט מהחיים.
בוא ננגן בוא תשב כאן איתי, אתה יודע, רגע כזה שכולו אמיתי, אתה שומע, אחי אני כאן בשבילך לתמיד, ומי אנחנו? שבט אחים ממלא הפכים, אל תתייג אותנו. כל הקווה לטובה שתבוא, אחי תבקש זה עלינו יבוא. תראה הכל מוכן כאן בשבילנו, גם אם טיפה שורף זה יעבור, ואיך שאתה שר נדלק האור. אחי עזוב שטויות, תדליק אותנו. תגיד לי מי לא יבוא, תגיד לי מי לא יבוא, עכשיו לשיר איתנו. תגיד לי מי לא יבוא, תגיד לי מי לא יבוא, זאת השנה שלנו, שזה זורם אצלי בדם, שנינו מול כל העולם, ועוד לא התחיל הלילה. שזה זורם אצלי בדם, שנינו מול כל העולם, התחיל הלילה.
אבא אוהב אותך עד השמיים, אני איתך מרחוק, נשיקות, אוהב אותך מלא מלא.
כל הקווה לטובה שתבוא, אחי תבקש זה עלינו יבוא. תראה הכל מוכן כאן בשבילנו, גם אם טיפה שורף זה יעבור, ואיך שאתה שר נדלק האור. אחי עזוב שטויות, תדליק אותנו.
תעשו חיים, תהנו, תשמרו על עצמכם, ותהנו מלא.
הלאה!
חיבוק גדול, נשיקות.
May his memory be blessed. Together we will win. Thank you.
And now I'd like to call upon the Hoffman family, the mother and the family, to join us. And as we mentioned before, I also want to invite Rabbi Jonathan Morgenstern, Senior Rabbi of Young Israel of Scarsdale, because as we mentioned, Yitzhar was the beloved uncle of one of the national service Bnot Shirut of the Jewish community of Scarsdale, and the community decided to help her come to be with the family, and that's very important for us to show this connection. That is what it's all about. I want to invite Minister Amichai Shikli, Minister of Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism, to join us to the stage as we award the family with the Jerusalem Award. Of course, this award represents our feelings towards the fallen on October 7th and this war. I want to ask the Rav, Rabbi Morgenstern, to lead us with a prayer, Avinu Shebashamayim.
in the zechut of Yitzhar and all of Chayalei Tzahal. Hashem Yishmor Aleihim. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Barech, barech et Medinat Yisrael, Reshit Smichat Geulatenu, Hagen Alea v'yevrat chasdecha, Ufros Alea Sukat Shlomecha. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Ushalach orecha v'amitecha lirasheha sareha miyoatseha miyom atseha v'takneim b'etza tova milfanecha v'takneim b'etza tova milfanecha. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Avinu, Avinu, Sheba Shamayim, Tzur Yisrael v'goalo. Chazek et yidei megeneretz kadshenu, v'anchilei Eloheinu Yeshua v'atert nitzachon teatreim, v'natata shalom ba'aretz, v'simchat olam liyoshveha, v'etachenu kol beit Yisrael, pekadam b'chol artzot pezureihem, v'tolichei mehira komumiyut l'tzion irecha, v'liyerushalayim mishkan shemecha, kakatu b'torat Moshe avdecha, im yihiyeh nidachacha b'ktei hashamayim misham yikabetzcha Adonai Elohecha misham yikachecha, ve'aviyacha Adonai Elohecha la'aretz asher yarshu avotecha v'yirishta, ve'yitivcha v'yirbecha me'avotecha, ve'ached levavenu li'ahava li'yira et shemecha, ve'lishmor et kol divrei toratecha, u'shlach lanu meheira ben David Mashiach tzidkecha liftot mechakekei tzishuatecha, ve'ofa b'hadar ge'onuzecha al kol yoshvei tevel artzecha, ve'yomar kol asher nashama be'apo, Adonai Elohei Yisrael, Melech u'malchuto ba'kol mashallah. Amen. Selah.
אני מדברת בעברית והיא מתרגמת. שלום לכולם. אני עומדת כאן נרגשת. ראשית, אני רוצה להגיד תודה לדודו סעדה ולדודו פינקל על הזכות ועל ההזמנה. אני רוצה לומר שאני גאה בבני יצהר, אני גאה במשפחה שלי, אני גאה בעמי, אני גאה בארצי. אין לנו ארץ אחרת, אין לנו עם אחר, כולנו צריכים להיות מאוחדים. עם ישראל חי.
I will translate my grandmother's words. So first of all, thank you for Dudu Saada for the opportunity, the amazing opportunity. My grandmother, all of us, the family, are very proud of my uncle. He's an amazing example for all of us. She also wants to say that she's very proud of Am Yisrael, of her family, that we have no other land and Am Yisrael Chai.
Toda rabba. Thank you very much. We are here, first of all, to express connection. Our connection is one nation, no matter where anyone is on the globe. The Israeli Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism is the ministry that is in charge of dealing with one of the most complex challenges that we are facing today. Joining us now to the stage is Minister of Diaspora, Diaspora Affairs, and for Combating Anti-Semitism, Amichai Shikli. Thank you very much for joining us. You were out there in the parade as well.
Okay.
Very moving, right?
Achen. Yes.
First of all, one question about the war. You know, where do we stand at this stage? The world is pressing, including the United States. We're hearing the reports of a deal, a deal which may include the release of terrorists and the withdrawal of forces from Gaza.
So where are we standing in the war? First of all, I really want to thank Sheva for commemorating Commander Itzhak Hoffman and bringing his family. I think that it puts us in the right proportion about the heavy prices that we are paying as a society, and obviously the heaviest of heaviest prices for the families. The loss of the potential of life is very difficult for all of us. But as Leah said, Am Yisrael Chai, and we don't have any other choice but to continue the war and to annihilate Hamas. There is no option to stop. There is no option to accept a ceasefire while Hamas is still in power. There is no option to surrender. And yes, we need, I think that this kind of calls that we had here last year is part of the weakness that invited our enemies and encouraged them. Wrong message. And therefore, and I don't think that we need to mix in between the different goals. There is tension, but these are goals that can live together. Yes, we need to bring them all back home. Yes, this is a moral obligation that we have as a Jewish people and as a sovereign state. These are people who were in a party, who were at their home, not soldiers that it might happen still, even a soldier, you need to bring him back. But Al achat kama vekama when it comes to innocent civilians. So I totally agree about the message of bringing them all back home.
Will you oppose this deal? Will you oppose this deal?
But we must look to our children, to the future generation, and there are certain conditions that we cannot accept. Ending the war when Hamas is a functioning military and political organization is a no-go. We cannot do it.
So according
we
to
must not do it.
So if the deal is what we're seeing in the reports, you'll oppose the deal?
This is a war, and in this war, the primary goal is to win and defeat Hamas. The primary goal is to win and defeat Hamas. This is for the sake of future generations. Because if we will blink, and if the victory will not be clear, we will invite more events like October 7, and more hostages, and more suffer. We need to be tough as a nation, tougher than Sinwar, tougher than Muhammad Def, tougher than Nasrallah. We need to be now solid as a rock.
Even if Biden is pressuring?
No surrender. Not to American pressure, not to anything. Anything. This is the life of our children and grandchildren that is at stake. This is not about us. This is about the future of the Jewish people. Nekuda.
So you say, even if there's a deal on the table, you know the pressures that are going to be now in Israel and around the world.
The current deal, as far as I get it, speaks that Hamas will give, we don't know if live hostages or dead hostages or how many hostages, and we need to stop the war for 6 weeks and then to withdraw in order to bring the other people. This is not a deal. This is a joke. This is the joke. In the faces of the casualties, of the victims, I look at war from the perspective of history. We saw greater power than Hamas surrendering. We saw Nazi Germany surrender. We saw Japan, Caesar Japan surrender. We saw the PLO fleeing from Lebanon in 1982. We can bring Hamas down on their knees. That is our goal, and we need to make sure we have a clear victory. And Sinewar is dead, and Def is dead, and also the leaders in the jacuzzis in Doha.
Okay. Now you're the Minister of Diaspora Affairs and the Minister of Combating Anti-Semitism. During this period, is there any way to change the direction, or maybe we just have to, keep our heads down until it passes?
I see a huge opportunity in this specific era. First and foremost, looking at the polls, we see a clear support, and I'm speaking about Harvard-Harris polls, not polls were made by organizations with a certain agenda. We see positive opinion of the public in the US. I think that in one of the research, there was a question about Rafah, and 72% of the American people said that they are supporting a ground operation in Rafah. And the vast majority supports the war against Hamas and favors the state of Israel on top of Hamas. Yes, we have a challenge when it comes to the younger generation, especially in US campuses. Yes, it is a serious challenge. When you go down in the ages, the support toward Israel is weaker. So looking at the future, we do have a challenge, but we also have an opportunity. And what is the opportunity? Now everything is on the table. We saw that it's not just the Israeli flag that is being removed And it's not just the call from the river to the sea, in which most of the students have no idea about what river and what sea are we talking. But you see the American flag brought down once again and again and again. And the people here, they get it. It's not just against the state of Israel. It is against America. It is against American values. It is against Western civilization. It is against Judeo-Christian civilization. This story is far bigger than the fight of Israel and Hamas. This is the fight of the free world, of Western civilization, against imperialist, jihadist motivations, and also the woke, radical, progressive, neo-Marxist, imperialist vision. And they are working together. And we know this alliance also from 1979 in Iran. They were working together. Communists and the radical who were supporting the Ayatollah. So this, we call this alliance the Green and Red Alliance. I think that this alliance is now on the table. It's clear. People can get it, can see it. And we need to make more effort on the younger generation, and first and foremost, the Jewish younger generation. And I think that here we have a second opportunity. You cannot escape Jewish identity in 2024 in America. If you will escape, it will chase you. Wow. And you need to give yourself answers. And we are seeing many, many students who are now asking themselves, what does it mean to be a Jew? What does it mean to be a Zionist? We want to know more. We want to learn more. We want to fight back. And I am proud of the Jewish students in America. And I think that we are seeing a movement. And we are seeing more vibrant and new forces of young Jews all across the world, especially here in America. And I'm optimistic about it.
So these Jews deserve an applause, no?
Absolutely.
Okay, Minister of Diaspora Affairs, just I want to ask you a last quick question. You know, we want the Jews to come home to Israel, Aliyah, but we also have to strengthen the communities. As Diaspora Affairs, how do we balance between those two values?
If you can repeat, please.
We want people, the Jews, to come home, but we also need to strengthen diaspora. How do we balance between those two values?
So look, as Zionists, we believe in the words of the Siddur. את שיבת ציון היינו כחולמים. Period. ארץ ישראל is ארץ ישראל. We have one home as a Jewish people. But we don't decide for anyone where to live. You want to live in New York? בהצלחה. You want to live in Miami? בהצלחה. We don't judge, and it's not our role to judge anyone. So we need to make an effort to strengthen Jewish education, Jewish communities, wherever they are, in Madrid, in Mexico, or in Miami. And at the same time, to encourage every Jew who want to come and make Aliyah, to encourage him to come to Eretz Israel. We don't need to be shy about supporting the Siddur, about supporting the Zionist movement. And I think that it was a mistake in the past 2 decades to say, okay, we're not speaking about Aliyah anymore because it's not politically correct. I think Aliyah is perfectly correct. But also, we're not judgmental about people who choose to live anywhere else.
Not judgmental and strengthening the communities. Okay, Minister of Diaspora Affairs and Minister of Combating Anti-Semitism, Amichai Shikli, thank you very much and good luck.
Thanks so much, Yoni. תודה רבה לכולם.
את המדינה הזאת אי אפשר להפסיק. תודה רבה.
תנו להם חברים! תודה רבה אלעל.
Thank you to Elal. NYPD Deputy Chief Richie Taylor is the commanding officer of community affairs for the New York Police Department. He's dealing with many challenges of the New York police forces and is an observant Jew. Inbal Anabuskila will join us now on the stage for an interview with Deputy Chief Richie Taylor.
Good evening, everyone, and good evening, Richie Taylor, NYPD Deputy Chief. And this is a great honor to have you here tonight.
It's my honor. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. I know this is a very special day today with the parade, and it is so important what we're doing here today, and especially this parade, which is, we are dealing with a lot of anti-Semitic in Israel and all around the world. And for us to have you here on this very important day and how busy you are, it's a very great honor for us.
Thank you. That's why just in my uniform, usually I would wear the dress uniform to come to a beautiful, prestigious event like this. But I'm in the short sleeve shirt because we're operating, with the parade today. But yes, thank you so much for the warm welcome in Bao.
The Jewish world is so lucky, especially the ones living in the United States and New York, to have a Jewish chief in the NYPD. And as a proud Jewish man, I'm sure this affects a lot of your work. How does it challenge you? What's the challenges you're dealing with?
So it's a great question. And yes, we're living in tough times. Anti-Semitism is not new. Anti-Semitism has been around since the beginning of the Jewish nation, as we all know. But we're very fortunate, especially here in New York City, very fortunate to have a leader who is just on the stage, Mayor Eric Adams. On October 10th, on October 10th, in the shadow of the United Nations, Mayor Eric Adams said it. He said, "We are not all right. We are not all right when we have hostages who have still not come home to their families. We are not all right." And the mayor said it. He said, "We need peace in the Middle East, and that peace starts with the release of the hostages." He was on the stage just before speaking about the same. A lot of people asked the mayor, a lot of people asked myself, just want to acknowledge the senior advisor to the mayor, Joel Eisdorfer, who's here. A lot of people have asked him. They said, "How could you hold this parade with everything going on, the protests, the discord?" They said, "How can you secure a parade and how can you hold a parade in New York City even after October 7th? And anyone who asked, "How can you hold that parade?" we answered, said, "How could we not? How could we not have the Jewish people come out and celebrate the only Jewish state in the world?" My own kids were here, marching in the parade proudly. I've marched in this parade when I was a young yeshiva student, when I was very young, before bar mitzvah, and it's just beautiful. But to sum up and answer your question, we have a great leader in Mayor Eric Adams and his great staff and the great tone set to the police department. Police Commissioner Caban will also march in the parade. Deputy Commissioner Mark Stewart marched in the parade. So we have a tremendous leadership in the city, in the police department, which thank God we have that, especially now more than ever, we need it.
Thank you. And I'm sure this was a very hard mission for the NYPD to secure this event today because of all the anti-Semitism and all these people that are trying to harm the harmony of Jewish people. I want to ask you, what are the plans for the NYPD? How are you guys planning on fighting anti-Semitism?
It's a great question as well. Anti-Semitic attacks that we see are on the rise after October 7th. However, the vast majority of anti-Semitic attacks are not violent. They're graffiti, they are swastika, and they're generally done by either a person who's under 18, even under 17, or someone older who's emotionally unstable, is the vast majority. Now, that doesn't diminish it at all. If a person does a swastika, if a person does something to indicate that Jews are not welcome somewhere. It's hurtful to a Holocaust survivor, hurtful to anyone, even if someone's not Jewish. It should be hurtful. You know, they say that an attack on one is an attack on all. But we're taking tremendous steps to combat anti-Semitism. One, with our youth. Under the leadership of the mayor and the school chancellor, David Banks, the vast majority of public school students are either going to the Holocaust Museum right here in Lower Manhattan as part of their curriculum. I believe that's all 8th graders and many more thousands and thousands of students. In addition to that, the Jewish Children's Museum in Crown Heights, which was founded by Devorah Halberstam, whose son was killed on the Brooklyn Bridge in 1994, the terrorist attack, Ari Halberstam. The same idea there, that classes and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of public school students going through these museums, seeing what it means to be Jewish and the challenges, and showing them that a swastika is not just fun and games to draw something, because that's the vast majority of people who do it. They just do it because they feel that it's cute. They don't really mean that harm by it, actually. They feel that they'll maybe get some attention by it, but they learn just the hurtful, detrimental signal that it sends. And hopefully with that teamwork, that unity, marching with black leaders, with Muslim leaders, going to the mosques, going to black churches, and working together, and the leadership there in the black community and the Muslim community and other communities in the city, that tone gets sent down to the kids in that area, to other people in that area, working together as one community. And that's what we're doing as much as we can from community affairs, from the Department of Education, and then above all, if someone does commit a hate crime, our NYPD Hate Crime Task Force investigates hate crimes and makes arrests on pretty much every hate crime committed in New York City. So that's how we're combating it.
That's amazing. I want to award you tonight. There's a very special award we want to give you. It's a shofar, which symbols unity and Judaism. And I think you've been fighting so much for the Jewish world, all around the world, and especially New York. And you deserve this award. Seriously, it's amazing for us to give it to you. We are honored by Sheva to give you this award, and maybe you want to call all your friends from the NYPD?
Absolutely, I'll call, we have, like I mentioned, we have the mayor, the senior advisor to the mayor, Joe Lieberman. We have the deputy chief of staff to the mayor, Menashe Shapiro, and we have your police officers here, NYPD Community Affairs, led by Lieutenant Anthony Miolin. I'll ask everyone to come up, because it's not just my award, it's the award from everyone's hard work, so thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Come on. What a great honor.
השביעי באוקטובר טלטל את כל המדינה. יש חדירת מחבלים ושיש טילים שיורים לכל עבר.
התחלנו לקבל הודעות מהמחלקה שמגיעים המון פצועים, המון אנשים לא מזוהים.
יש לחץ במחלקות והרופאים באמת רוצים אותנו.
כל המשפחות רואים אותם בכל מקום, כל הפצועים רואים מיטות מובלות במסדרונות בבית חולים.
החניכים שלנו עברו את זה בצורה קשה, אם זה לסמים ואם זה לשוטט ברחובות, ובאמת במוזיאון אין כל כך על מה לדבר, אבל הבנתי שאני בת שירות ושיש לי מה לעשות. אתה מוכן למשימה?
And now, we are privileged to have with us today a leader whose efforts have significantly shaped the landscape of national civic service in Israel. His vision and dedication have been instrumental in empowering countless individuals to contribute meaningfully to our society. We are honored to have General Director of the National Civic Service, Reuven Pinsky, with us today to share his insights and experiences.
Thank you. It's October 7th in the evening, Motzei Shabbat. My country is on fire. My beloved homeland is in a situation we couldn't even imagine. Welfare, health, national security, the Foreign Ministry, and other governmental agencies. I understand that evening that I have to replan, reorganize, and quickly adapt the whole system to serve the national resilience and the urgent needs of the State of Israel. We must be there for our country and its citizens. During those most difficult days, when the entire nation of Israel was in deep distress and grief, when we were still burying our dead, the mayor of New York City spoke up in support of Israel. There wasn't a dry eye in our country when we heard his warm words that came straight from his heart to Jews around the world. We thank Mayor of New York, Mr. Eric Adams, for standing for Israel. I am honored to be here with all the honorees, the B'Sheva group, Dudu Saada and Dudi Finkler, and all the rest. And as they say in Israel, Mechubadai Kulam. My partners in the Sherut Leumi, Arit Ansbacher-Lanzman, Chairwoman of Batami, and Yaron Lutz, Director General of Aguda L'Itnadvut. And our most special guests, I hope they got here from the parade, Batami Sherut Leumi volunteers and Diaspora. This year, as in every year, you are here hand to hand, heart to heart, with our brothers and sisters in the Jewish communities, working hard to strengthen the bond shared values between Israel and diaspora. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of standing at the helm of this amazing network of volunteers who have taken a year or two in this central time of their lives to serve their beloved country in the framework of National Civic Service. More than 19,000 young women and men from Metula to Eilat, from Jerusalem to Shfar'am and Bet El, from all parts of Israeli society, Jews and Druze, ultra-Orthodox and Bedouins, Muslim and Christians, young adults from the entire Israeli spectrum, young adults who are united and proud to be in the forefront of civilian strength and resilience. In all times, especially in war, there are two major factors that together build our country's strength and resilience. The first factor is our military power, our ability to fight back and win, to protect ourselves against our enemies. Our heroic soldiers on the front are doing amazing work, even as we speak, protecting the State of Israel. Our soldiers do their utmost to fight our vicious enemy while avoiding civilian casualties. We all pray for their success, their health, and their victory, as well as the recovery of all our injured. We pray together with all of Israel for the fast return of our hostages who are being held by Hamas. May they all return safely to their homes and to their families. Our hearts are in captivity together with them, every day, every hour. So the first factor is the IDF and security. The second factor is our civilian resilience. The strength of our home front, the backbone of the Israeli people. The Sherut Leumi network stands proud on home front and gives its all for the good of the State of Israel and citizens. As I mentioned before, in a number of quick operational decisions, we adjusted the whole framework to the new situation in the war. For example, a major project we created together was helping displaced communities during their long stays in the hotels that took them in. 550 Sherut Leumi volunteers were placed in these hotels, whose major purpose was to give a stable and dependable hand and heart to children who had left their homes in the south and in northern Israel. I will not forget the faces of those children whom when I visited in Eilat during the first few weeks of the war. It was heartwarming to see them jump with joy when they saw that Sherut Leumi volunteers came back again, day after day, to be there with them in happy, but also in times of difficulty, stress, and emotional turmoil. 19,000 volunteers who contribute 38 million volunteers hours every year. I'll say that again. 38 million hours of young hands and big hearts who give their all for their country. What amazing strength and power Sherut Leumi contributes to the national well-being of Israel. David Ben-Gurion, the man who declared the state of Israel, wrote a book that sits on my desk in my office in Jerusalem. It serves me as a compass and lighthouse, especially at these days. In 1947, he wrote, "The youth's mission, as well as every good person in this country, is to increase the light, to do a little more than what the country requires of him. An action that has real meaning is a positive action, not only preventing the evil, but doing good yourself in all your creativity capacity. This is our mission and our values in national service." Now this year, Sherut Leumi in the diaspora was a tremendous challenge. 150 Sherut Leumi volunteers serve in diaspora here in North America and South America and Europe through Bat Ami and Aguda L'Itnadvut. When war broke out, there was no Israeli that didn't want to pick himself up and return home to Israel to be with their family, with their brothers and sisters in arms. Our diaspora young volunteers stood proudly in their designated places. They did not give up on their mission, which is enhancing the flame of Jewish and Israeli unity, the continuity of Hebrew education, strengthening the bonds with Israel, and promoting Aliyah. All that, and only 19 years old. En kamochem. 3 of the young volunteers who are serving here in North America lost a dear and beloved member of their family during the horrific war in Gaza. Avia Ganut, Zichrona Livracha, sister of Aniam, Yonatan Luber, brother of Michal, Evyatar Cohen, father of Adas Cohen. They all returned to Israel for the burial of their dear ones, sat Shiva, embraced their families, and came right back to resume their service with a deep understanding that diaspora Jewry needs them here now more than ever, with the concerning increase of anti-Semitism and the basic Jewish empathy for the situation in Israel, real arvut hadadit. I am amazed and proud of their tremendous commitment, and I am happy to announce that Hadas Cohen from Bat Ami, serving in the Hebrew Academy in Miami, will receive a Commendment of Excellence from President Herzog in a ceremony that will take place in the President's residence in the beginning of July. Dear and honorable friends, I will close my remarks with a story that is for me very significant, especially in these days. After parading for Israel here today, I reminded myself last month I had the honor to lead a delegation of 50 Sherut Leumi young women and men on an amazing journey during which we participated in the March of the Livings in Poland. so significant this year. 80 years ago, my grandfather, Avraham Zifman, was in the death march with only rags to his back. Surely he thought that he was among the last Jews in the world. He almost lost hope. 80 years later, we all marched in with a wonderful group of men and women draped in Israeli flags, marching with love and unity, Israeli pride and Jewish strength and courage, thankful for the miracle that is called the State of Israel. We recognize that we live in the vibrant land of Israel, defending ourselves. Our delegation of 50 Sherut Leumi volunteers reflect the mosaic of Israeli society and represent the entire spectrum, Jews and non-Jews alike, all committed to never again. The Sherut Leumi volunteers who marched together with me in Poland, along with all our Sherut Leumi volunteers, both in Israel and in Diaspora, fill me, and I hope fill all of us, with optimism for our people's future. Please God, we will continue to flourish in our beloved country, while ever deepening our roots to our land and history. At these complicated times, working with 19,000 young people in Israel, I am optimistic that as a nation and as a people, we shall overcome. Am Yisrael Chai. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reuven. You know, the main focus of our conference is the victory of the Jewish spirit, the spirit of Israel. And we're here this year to pay tribute to our warriors, including those fighting the battle of truth online. Inbal and Buskila will now lead a special panel honoring the activities of those that are sometimes defined as influencers in their mission to fight hate, lies, and anti-Semitism, and to influence. So, Inbal, you'll now join us on the stage together with activists Emily Austin, sports broadcaster, Victoria Zerkayev, the president of Chazak's organization, and Ami Koza, comedian and musician, and Tanya Zuckerberg, founder of F Factor. All of you are awesome influencers doing the work.
Good afternoon, everyone. And this is a great honor to have all of you here. You are the new fighters of this war from on your social media, which is very, very important today to make everyone understand the truth. And the media is very much against us. And that's why your voices are so important this evening. I want to start with you, Emily, as a presenter and, a journalist, very well known and an influencer on your social media. You have used your page to advocate for Israel, and I'm sure that was very challenging during these days and everything that these people are going through. Even me, on my page, I've suffered a lot of hate. I've been blocked many, many times. And I'm sure this affected you. Tell me a bit about it.
My moral compass tells me the following. By the way, I lost my voice. I don't sound like this. I was cheering too much in the parade. If somebody who supports terrorism and rape and murder hates me, I must be doing something right. So that's where I evaluate my morals. Now, on the contrary, it wasn't challenging for me to use my platform. What was challenging was the response that I never expected. So we all remember October 7th. I was born in 01, so this was, my 9/11, you can say. And I remember the morning of, my parents were in Turkey, my brother was Shomer Shabbat. I felt like I was alone. And I'm like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing on the 7th. Just for the next day, for me to see the resistance, globalize the Intifada, October 7th was the best day of my life, and I was like, are there really two sides to this? how could this be? Because that was really the first time in my life where I've heard, of course, people don't like Israel, there's anti-Semitism, and I've experienced it on a smaller scale. But that really opened my eyes as to the predicament that we're in as Israelis, in addition to Jews, and it reinforced more than ever why I use my platform, which I've been using pre-October 7th. I'll just share quickly the first anti-Israel rhetoric I remember was Yom HaAtzmaut 4 years ago during the height of like BLM, and I posted a cupcake with an Israel flag, and like NBA players and legends who I used to look up to were DMing me, I can't believe you're one of them. Whoa, when did it become us versus them? You know, why can't we just be allies and support right as right and combat wrong as wrong? And that's when I realized we had a problem. So for me, it was a no-brainer. I just have to stand up for the truth, even if everyone hates me for it. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Tanya Zuckerberg, it is sorry. It's a great honor to have you here. And as a CEO of F Factor, I've been following you for many years now, way before 7th of October. What made you use your page to advocate so much for Israel?
It was not a tactical decision. I think Emily speaks to the fact that when you identify as a proud Jewish person and a Zionist, there was no overthinking the decision to use my platform to show my support. What happened on October 7th was probably the most horrific thing I've seen in my lifetime as a Jewish person. And probably like everyone in this room, I sat in shock, in dismay, and as if October 7th was not bad enough. The world's response to October 7th is what really shook me to my core. And when I started to see what was trending on social media, how our history was hijacked, the lies that were being perpetrated not just on social media, but in the media, in the New York Times, on news stations that were rather mainstream, suggesting things like genocide, colonialism. I knew I had to use my platform at the very least to debunk some of the lies that we're putting out, to do my best to put out historical facts, to at least try and turn the tide just a little bit.
Thank you so much. Victoria Zarkiev, not only that you are a very good friend, dear friend of mine, but you are also the owner of Hoshen Media Group, which is representing a lot of very famous artists all around the world and in America. How did the 7th of October affect your work?
Okay, thank you for the question, Mifal, love you. So after October 7th, everything shifted. It's like we woke up and we started doing so much more charity work, pro-Israel. All our entertainers were like soldiers and their own influencers as well, and they became soldiers and spokespeople for Israel. And it was honestly so touching to see that it was not about financial thing now, but more of this is our job to defend our country. And I'm proud to say that our company is co-producing a series on October 7th called Handles, which was signed with Fox and Yes Network in Israel, so we're very excited about that. So any way we can bring in awareness, using whether it's our performers or using our production capabilities, we're there for Israel.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ami Kozak, I want to ask you something. As a really well-known comedian, musician, how do you balance the funny content you have been sharing for many years, way before 7th of October, with the devastating reality that we are dealing with? How do you combine the two?
I think the encampments make it pretty easy to make jokes about.
just watching their behavior. But I will say, echoing everybody's point, that, you know, after October 7th, I think we all found ourselves in a world where everything was upside down. And, you know, for me, I always used my social media platforms for entertainment and for comedy, for music. But those kind of things, entertainment and the arts, they exist in a world and function and thrive in a world where everybody respects each other's basic human rights and decency. And when that is violated, the days of comedy, the days of entertainment, the days of the arts are just as numbered as anything else. So in order for that to continue, I felt that this wasn't a decision to become political and take on politics and introduce that into my social media content. Rather, this was good versus evil. This was civilization versus barbarism. And until that is corrected at a basic level, the days of just entertaining people lightly are numbered. And I felt that in order to do that, I took a minute, because social media is inherently performative, so there's that grieving process. I just first wrote a statement, and then I just started speaking clearly and with some common sense on this issue. And I think it was helpful to cut through all of the noise that even people on the pro-Israel side have become succumbed to. Words like conflict, neutral language, morally ambiguous conversation that we've even become used to. And I was so sick of ceding that territory, especially after October 7th, when it couldn't be more clear who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. And to see the world's reaction to that yet again become confused, it seemed that comedy can wait for just a moment. And in the way that comedy tells the truth, I felt that I had to not only make people laugh and make people dance, but also make them think. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ami.
Yeah, that came out good. Yeah.
Emily, I want to ask you something. How did the 7th of October affect your personal life?
Oof. I actually, this room is a room that I would share it in, but just to tell all of you, outside of a predominantly Jewish scene, I wouldn't share this. Especially like if there were any high schoolers here or college students here, I would not be sharing this. It took the worst turn ever. So being 23, I'm like still kind of reaching where I want to be career-wise, but I was funnily enough blessed that during COVID, my career skyrocketed in sports broadcasting, which is exactly where I wanted to be. And since then, my freshman year of college, which is when I got my first job in broadcast, I was very happy with exactly where I was October 6th. Like, I was on the way to my dream career, pretty close to it, and then October 7th happened, and I don't want to say I neglected my career because I simply prioritized what was more dire than at that very moment, which, like Ami just said, you know, comedy could wait. For me, okay, the NBA could wait. And I blinked and I missed the whole season of sports because I was Israel, Israel, Israel. And that was the right thing to do. But now when I started to realize, like, okay, I have a job and people were actually lenient in letting me cut some slack, when I returned, I lost my brand deal. So Puma was my biggest brand deal and they boycotted Israel. How dare I ever advertise a company that boycotted Israel? So I lost my exclusive brand deal. Sponsors that were looking into my basketball show were not interested anymore. And drink companies, basically everything that was in the works, Bloomingdale's, pre the 7th, suddenly looked at me and they were like, our morals don't align. You don't have morals if you think what I'm doing is evil. So personally, I lost a lot after the 7th, but they say, you know, when one door closes, another door opens. And now I got into, you know, boxing, broadcasting, and I still do NBA just without my sponsors. And the reason I don't share that is because I would never try to discourage anyone, especially Gen Z and younger, to not advocate. I want everyone to use their voice, as we all have, and we've all sacrificed things up here. You know, it's not just me. We've all taken, at least the brave ones, have taken steps to reinsure that we're defending Israel property, that we're combating these false narratives online. Because if you don't, and we're gonna look back at this moment in 15, 20 years, like God willing, one day I'll have children, And they'll be like, Ima, what were you doing on the 7th? Or like, even my little cousins one day. And what am I gonna say? I pretended like it wasn't relevant to me? No, I fought. I fought online and I debated people and who leaked my address on the internet and all of that fun stuff. So it was hard, but I would do it again.
She totally deserves it. She does. Tanya, I have another question for you. As a CEO and a Jewish activist, what are one of the most unexpected moments can you share with us?
I think what's been surprising is the silence of so many female CEOs that I consider to be colleagues and friends, and these are Jewish women who have companies, but more importantly, social media platforms significantly greater than mine. And I was really shocked to find that they were not speaking out. I work with a therapist, and one of the things that I'm trying to work on is a liability of mine, which is I can be a little judgmental. And my therapist has taught me, rather than to be judgmental, be inquisitive. Question, why is someone behaving a certain way, rather than judging it? So I took this opportunity to, rather than judge these women for not speaking out, in a way where I'm disappointed, I'm frustrated, to sit back and say, well, why? And the more I thought about it, I realized that they're fearful. They're fearful of losing customers, they're fearful of losing sales, partnerships. And that's sad to me, because the opposite of fear is faith. These women have an absence of faith, because we know that the work that we're doing, speaking up for Israel, is God's work. We are God's children. And I've been fortunate to have had some career success, but everything I have that's positive, whether it's my children or a successful career, yes, of course, it's hard work, but it's really just God's blessings. And anything, therefore, that God can touch, that to me is a space I want to be in. And when I see these women who haven't spoken, I just want to say to them, any short-term losses that I may be experiencing or that you think you'll experience, what God can do, God can bless you 10 times over. So don't focus on the short-term losses. Think about the work we're doing, how every voice matters right now. Now is not the time to live in fear. We have to live in faith.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Thank you. Victoria, I have a question. I know there's a few very interesting projects you're working on. Would you share some of them with us?
Well, I already shared Handel's project that we are working on. We're almost finished shooting it in Israel, so if anyone is in Israel, you can visit our set. You know, I also turned my advocacy focusing on from Jewish communities here in America more to Israel, and it's very interesting because I meet a lot with a lot of politicians advocating for the Jewish community, but now our focus is Israel. Everything we live, breathe is Israel. Because I think after October 7, we realized this is our home, and there is nothing like our home. And with all the anti-Semitism that's happening, and we see it more than ever, it's like now we need to wake up and do whatever we can. Otherwise, we got nothing. And I have to say thank you to the anti-Semites, because they made me even more of a proud Jew. And honestly, we will never stop fighting for Israel. So the more they hate us, the more we fight.
Thank you. One last question, Ami. As a New Yorker, right? You have children. Mm-hmm. How do you see the future? What do you see for the future of the Jewish people in New York?
Asking me that one. Oh, boy. Trump 2024. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be great, folks. It's going to be so great. I couldn't resist. Somebody in the back wanted a request for the comedian to do a little Trump on stage. So I figured I'd lighten the panel. The kids are going to be fantastic. You know, my grandchildren are Jewish too. So seriously though, I mean, we talk about it. It's very weird, I will say, and it's really disheartening to now not have to wonder, as a grandchild of Holocaust survivors, both my mother's parents, my father's parents, all four parents, you grow up with this question. Living in America, living in a free, tolerant America in sort of the heyday of the 80s and 90s and 2000s, how did it happen? In an educated, first world society, how did it happen? It didn't happen in a backwards country. It happened when Jews were assimilated and integrated in the upper echelons. How did it happen? And on October 8th, the scariest thing for me, the sort of, I would say, generational trauma that was emerged suddenly was, I know how it happened. That was terrifying, to say, now I have the answer to a question I wish I never did, but I know now. And then there's sort of, you can be of two minds about it. The model of stay and fight and tell the truth, but then you also know that we've seen this movie before. And you also ask, why didn't those people just leave? And at what point is that? And you don't want to be hysterical. And I always grew up with the instinct, even with grandparents of Holocaust survivors, my temperament was, no, guys, relax. We're in America, please. And when you see mobs of protesters across the West celebrating Hamas and celebrating the slaughter of Jews, and all you have to do is change the word Jew to Zionist, and there's all that anti-Semitism just pouring out of people. Zionist dirty water, all the language, it's all there. We've seen the movie before. And so it is uncertain. In the meantime, day to day, you just commit to continue to telling the truth and to provide voice, not for the people who celebrated October 7th. I don't feel like I'm going to change their mind. And there are people who are already on my side, but there is, I think, a silent majority that does not have the words to articulate what they know to be true. And I don't fault them for that. I think if you're removed from this issue and you're watching the encampments and the hoodlumism and realize, you know, I don't know what side I'm on, but I'm not on that side, the side that kicks down Grand Central Station and sets flags on fire. I'm on the side that has an Israeli flag and an American flag. Or if you're even pro-Israel, but at the end of the day, you've been co-opted by the language. Yeah, it is a conflict. Yeah, there are two sides to everything. And I would say no. In a lot of scenarios, to be one-sided is to be right. When a murderer murders somebody, the murderer is wrong, the victim is right, and that is one-sided. So to be one-sided is to be right, and I commit to that.
Thank you so much. And on that note, I'm honored to award you guys with a very special prize. This is a chauffeur. This is a great honor because you guys have been doing such great work for the country of Israel and for the Jews around the world. Let's get up. I want to give everyone here an award. Oh my God. Wow. Wow, this is sick.
Okay, everybody, thanks, and get back to influencing. Thank you very much. The likes are coming. Okay. Another like and subscribe, of course. Another arena that can be defined, unfortunately, as a battlefield is the US campuses. You know, we followed the riots and the violence, and we're concerned about what may be coming next year, in a few months, when academic year will begin. Today we are honoring Shai Davidai, Assistant Professor of Management at the Columbia Business School. We all saw the videos. We'll talk about what was behind those videos that we saw on the web and the reports. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Shai Davidai.
Where would you want me?
You're there. Thank you so much. Shalom, thank you for coming.
I'm so honored to be here, and I want to apologize. I didn't even put a blazer on. I just came straight from the parade.
Don't
So,
apologize,
yes,
because that's exactly what it's all about.
Okay.
You know, we were out there waving our flags, and now we're here delving into the topics. You know, the videos of you confronting the anti-Semites, we'll define them in a moment, at the entrance to the university, as you were speaking and talking to the crowd on the grass there in the campus, they were shared by many, and people were moved by it because they felt that someone is fighting back. When you came and, you know, spoke out, acted, protested, did you feel that it was a big mission, or was it just, you know, what came out of your neshama?
Yeah, honestly, when the first video, right, and to be fair, most people didn't see the first video, they saw the second video. That's the video that went viral. But ever since I started speaking out, I didn't see it as a fight. I was just in pain. And I was speaking out from pain, and I was talking about my own pain. And people say, no, you weren't, you know. But if I tell people, go watch that video, what I say, I'm speaking as a dad. I'm speaking as my pain as a dad. And I think what happened was that through luck, or if you believe it might be from some guidance, I tapped into a collective pain. So I was speaking about my pain, and I did not realize how many of us were experiencing the exact same pain.
Now, you know, when the riots became something that no news outlet was able to ignore, many said, we knew this was happening. Were you also one of those who said, it's just about to explode, the situation is very dangerous, or you were also surprised to the extent that it came?
Yeah, I have many things to say about that. I've learned about American media that they always knew it was happening, but after it's happening, and they never know that it's happening before. Because honestly, no one knew it was happening. Very few people who were writing books about it or writing articles about it knew that it was happening. Most of us, including myself, were caught completely off guard. And the American media, you know, this started on campus at Columbia on October 12th. They started talking about it in April. When I went on media in April, and they asked me, like, where is this coming from? How surprising is this? And I said, no, it's not surprising. You haven't been listening. I've been telling you since October. The Israeli media knew very well what's happening and was on top of it. But if you're a non-Jew somewhere in the Midwest, you would be, you wouldn't know about it because the media wasn't telling you.
By the way, you say October, so it's important to emphasize, it didn't begin when the ground forces came into Gaza. When did it begin?
At Columbia's campus, it began on October 8th.
Which means,
so
while, you think about the essence of it, what were they saying? What were they trying to present?
So October 8th is when they started writing a letter referring to October 7th as yesterday's event, calling it an historic event. On October 8th, we had a professor, Joseph Mossad, who wrote about his jubilation and how awesome it was. So it really started while the massacre was going on, and I think this is something that people don't understand. They are not against war, they are not for peace. They are for Hamas. And they started to celebrate and excuse Hamas while Hamas was still killing civilians in Israel. So, you know, everyone likes to talk about context. They want to talk about the context and everything. Well, before we talk about the context, let's talk about the facts. And that's something that they don't want to talk about because the facts are on our side. But it really did start. Like, the first protest we had at Columbia was on October 12th, before a single IDF soldier has even stepped foot, you know, in Gaza.
So, you know, in which category are we supposed to put this hate? Is it anti-Semitism, you know, the classic anti-Semitism, or crazy progressive agendas, or both?
I put this in the category of hate, because, and the hate is hate for Israel and hate for Jews as a community. And they're polite, I call them polite protesters. You'll come and they'll sit one-on-one with you, they'll be completely polite with you. You come with a minyan, with 9 other visibly Jewish people, and all of a sudden they hate you. So I have no problem with people's politics, with people's ideologies from the left, from the right, as long as they come out of love, out of trying to build a better world. But this is not what's happening. What's happening on campuses is out of hate and out of destruction. They want to destroy something. They even define themselves not as something positive, but as something negative, right? They define themselves as anti-Zionist, meaning that their only reason of existence is to object to us existing.
Now, you know, we saw the pictures and it was unpleasant. How scary was it? How much is there a feeling that the next level of violence is just a moment away?
There were points of actual imminent fear. There was one night where things got so, this was in mid-April, things got so out of hand on campus that it was a Saturday night and I stayed up all night because we were trying to figure out how to help the students evacuate their dorms. They were afraid to leave their dorms. They wanted to go home. Their parents were asking them, come home. They were worried about evacuating their dorms and being attacked. Another student of mine, not of mine, but another student at Columbia who's from Belgium, and his parents begged him to come home. And he asked me, what should he do? Because his grandmother in Belgium was pushed out of university by the Nazis, and they never let her back on. And he was afraid that if I leave now, maybe I don't have a place to come back to. It was a real fear, and there is still a fear. I don't confuse, and I tell people, don't mistake the silence for lack of violence, because they are violent. Their goal is violence. Sometimes they use non-violent means to achieve that goal.
2 short questions. Do you feel and believe that the state of Israel, the official state of Israel, has to come in and act more in these areas? Or maybe actually you'll say, no, it's better that you stay aside? Where should that go?
I think what we found after October 7th is that the Jewish people in the diaspora cannot exist without a Jewish state. And we've also found out that a Jewish state cannot exist without a diaspora. If we think about the amount of money and support that came in volunteers. So I think the state of Israel has a responsibility to embrace and hug every Jewish person in the diaspora, regardless of their religious belief, regardless of their politics, just because they are Jewish, and give, especially the young people, the resources they need to keep fighting, because they are fighting. They are fighting for our hostages, and they are fighting for our right to defend ourselves. And just like they can't exist without the state cannot exist without the diaspora. So I just hope that tight connection remains tight even after, the war ends, and hopefully, all the hostages come home alive.
Finally, what's next? I mean, we're talking about now a time that things are a little less out loud, and the volume is lower because the semester has ended. What's next? Are you seeing students that don't want to return, less Jewish students that are coming? What's next?
The next big problem, which has always been the problem on US campuses, is the professors. The media likes to focus on the students because it's sexier, because it's flashier, but it's the professors. We have professors that openly support Hamas at Columbia and Berkeley and NYU and Rutgers. And the US society, not Jewish people, society as a whole, needs to figure out what do we do about professors that support terrorism and hate the United States. And until we figure that out, we're just going to keep replaying this again and again.
Not so encouraging, but there's lots to do, and it's important to understand.
Unfortunately, the encouraging thing is, and I have to tell you, as someone who's on the ground, the Jewish students and the Jewish community are strong, they are resilient. All they need is us, the older generation, to come and tell them, whatever you need, we have your back, because they are incredible. So.
Now that's a message to end our interview. And this brings us to the Jerusalem Award of the Shofar. You know, the idea of the Shofar is sounding out the voice, and it's sounding out the voice of truth, sounding out the voice for all of us. Thank you very much, and good luck. We'll continue from here. Malcolm Online, the Vice Chairman Emeritus of the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations, has years of experience with us today here in our hall today. Finally, joining us is the Honorary Chairman of the conference, Ambassador David Friedman. Shalom. Thank you very much for joining us. With here, by the way, also is Knesset member Moshe Solomon, who is here especially as part of the delegation, and he is with us as well. Malcolm already joined, so I'll make my intro short. Thank you very much for joining. Photographer. Okay. We're good. Shalom.
Shalom.
Thank you very much for joining us. You know, many people are talking about October 7th and saying it's all about Iran. But at this time, the focus, at least the attention, is on the actual threat that we're seeing, out of our balconies in Israel. If it is in Judea and Samaria, of course, Gaza and in the north. But you're saying, focus on Iran. Understand the challenge of Iran, the threat of Iran. Don't put it aside. Deal with it now.
Well, first of all, it's good to be with you again.
Thank you for joining us.
And thank you for the simple question to start. The truth is that when you look at those missiles coming from Hezbollah or from Hamas, you're looking at Iran. And we have to realize that the core of the problem rests in Iran. It doesn't mean we don't have to decimate Hamas, we do. It doesn't mean we don't have to address and push back Hezbollah and bring Lebanon back under the control of Lebanese government, we do. But note that all of these are controlled from one central source. And one of the things we found out, and it relates to Professor Davidi's comments, is the foreign influence in the demonstrations we're seeing here. Mm-hmm. Not only did we discover money from China, the Chinese government going through various sources in Hong Kong to pay for the demonstrations here, but also money from Iran, and influence from Iran, and guidance from Iran. So everything is interrelated. When we look at the war that Israel faces, when we look at the situation we face, all of this could change. The Middle East could change. The Abraham Accords would blossom again, and we can congratulate Ambassador Friedman for his role and everybody's role. There are great opportunities. There are great opportunities now, but they're afraid, they're intimidated. And there are two sides. One is the actions of Iran, and one is the failure of the West to stand up to Iran. And the latest reports that the administration is dissuading Europeans from taking sanctions out on Iran as they move ahead on their nuclear program. is just not understandable. It sends the wrong message. Now's the time to crack down on Iran. And if I can, one more thing. Why now? Because the people of Iran are standing up against their government. 90% want their government to fall. The government gave orders that there should be a moment of silence at the beginning of every football game, soccer game. In Tehran, 6-7 places that we know of, plus around the country. 60,000 people in the stadium. And when they announced the moment of silence, they all took out horns and started blowing them and saying, "Death to the dictator." They're putting their lives on the line. Women put their lives on the line demonstrating, yet there's no New York Times article, there's no resonance from all of the women's organizations. They're not standing up for them. This is a time, not by war, but we could bring him down from the inside, which would change the whole Middle East.
Wow, so you mentioned so many different topics, and that's exactly, I'd like to delve into a few of them. First of all, you mentioned the money coming from Iran to the protests. It's not only funding the protesters and their camps and their tents, it's sometimes funding the institutions themselves. That's one of the big problems, right?
So Iran hasn't poured that much, they don't have that much to spare. Their economy is in ruins. Their currency is now 630 or 40,000 to the dollar, all of which makes them much more vulnerable to external pressure. They're in half the country's in drought. They have no foreign currency reserves. The money they have is because we didn't put the sanctions we should on their oil exports, which gives them billions of dollars in income, with which they couldn't survive otherwise. And if the West and the United States, all of us, were really doing the job we could impact what they can do. But in the meantime, they are sending not only people across our southern border, including Iranians coming into this country, creating sleeper cells, but also influencers to our campuses, along with Qatar, which works with them. It's a Muslim Brotherhood country. Even Turkey has invested money in our universities. Venezuela has put money into our universities. Qatar, we've already traced $6.5 billion. They buy universities, but they also buy our high schools here in Queens. They gave $1 million to the public schools to set up Arab culture clubs, where the maps, wall-size maps, have one thing missing: Israel. Public schools in Queens have Palestine, but not Israel. All traceable to Qatar and Qatar's influence in kindergartens, in high schools, and certainly in universities, as well as in industry. They invested hundreds of billions of dollars in this country, for which we will pay a price ultimately. It's time for us to crack down and to say no more foreign funding, hold to account every university that took $1 and make them pay for it and report it, which they're obligated under law to do, and they haven't done.
So how would that shift look? Let's say, the administration and people who are in charge would say, you know what? Let's do that shift that you're talking about, that the West should awaken. How should it look? What should the West do now, tomorrow, yesterday?
Yesterday, they should have put sanctions on the oil. They should have prevented the ability of them to export the oil through China to Russian oil under sanction that they passed through. We should do everything to isolate them and to show our allies in the region that we are a reliable ally, that when we take an aircraft carrier out of the region, they see that as a diminution of commitment, which is not so. The mission of Israel to CENTCOM, moving it to CENTCOM, was revolutionary. It's an impact. And you see how that has changed the security picture. But when they see that Israel can't rely on the United States, they say, what chance do we have on the United States standing with us? So it's imperative, number one, that we send a clear message of our commitment, our determination. Second of all, that we impose the sanctions, that we not allow them to travel. We don't let them come to the United States. You should not go to anywhere. We should get our European allies to join us in massive sanctions. The IAEA just reported last week that they have further increased their stockpile of enriched uranium. They're enriching at 84%, 90% is weapons grade. We're not talking about a big shift to get to a nuclear weapon. We're talking about minutes. So now is the time. They're developing a ballistic and hypersonic missiles. We're going to wait till one of them hits in the United States before we react. The answer is now is the time. They are vulnerable. We can get to them. We would have a lot of allies in the region who would join us if we did it, because we know that they are behind Hamas and Hezbollah. But if Hamas is not destroyed, Egypt, Jordan, UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia will all be in danger. And every Arab leader I speak to, and I've spoken to since October 7th, has said to me, tell Israel, decimate him, don't listen to what we say. It's our future depends on it, decimate them.
Now, you're mentioning here basically, you're talking also about the Abraham Accords, and there's a fear in Israel that the Abraham Accords, the result of the next stage, if it's Saudi Arabia, may be pressure and even conditioning to establish a Palestinian state. So to say that the result of the October 7th massacre will be the establishment of a Palestinian state. How do you relate to that fear, that may be the next stage of the Abraham Accords?
Well, first of all, I think they're separate issues. I started going into the Gulf 30 years ago when nobody thought it made any sense. We went to Qatar, to UAE, to other countries. We reached out to Saudi Arabia, always quietly. We built the ties, some of which helped facilitate later. And I continue those relationships, but we also have expanded to many other Muslim countries. There are great opportunities for the Abraham Accord to spread from Morocco to Japan. Countries all along, India, others want to be part and linked into it, but you have all the Central Asian states, even people in Malaysia, Pakistan, Indonesia want to be part of it. It may not be based on diplomatic relations to start, but economic relations, joint projects, things that you show them the value of the relationship with Israel. They want it. They can't do it while the war is going on. So the outcome of the war will be very important in terms of stimulating these relationships, that we should build the foundations now quietly, so as soon as the war is over, we can move ahead, expand the Abraham Accords.
Without the price of a Palestinian state?
I think that these are two different tracks. Most of them, as you know, the leaders in these countries, when they speak to us, and they raise the issue, we raise the issue of the Palestinian, or it comes up in the discussion, they all look at us and they say, we can't stand it. They betray us. They've turned against us. Every time we try to help, all the billions that went into this kleptocracy, we're tired of funding the thievery and the chicanery that they engage in, and then they turn against us. Mm-hmm. Look at what they do. Look at the Houthis and look at all of the others that they have had relationships with. So take a look how many Palestinians from Gaza have been taken by the Arab states. It tells you something. Mm-hmm. Now, I believe we got to resolve some of these issues. I think that it always will be an obstacle, and it's something they can always draw out and say, well, we have to worry about the street. But in their heart of hearts, as one said to me, if I asked my people the top 50 issues, this would not be one of them.
Last but not least, you mentioned that the U.S. basically needs to change the attitude towards the enemies of Israel. But how about the attitude towards Israel? There's a feeling in Israel that something has changed. Things are not good. There's, troubles between Washington and Jerusalem, not what we felt at the beginning on October 8th, 9th, 10th.
Well, you're talking about the people, or you're talking about with the government?
I'm saying that the people are feeling that up between Washington and Jerusalem, things aren't.
Look, there are always strains and stresses between every government, even the best of them, because two allies working together are going to have varying interests and have varying priorities. And so tensions are inevitable. The question is, how do you deal with them? And you know that famous exchange I had with Obama, which became public, where I told him that the lesson of history is that there can't be daylight between the United States and Israel because the enemies of both countries will exploit it. Anytime you have a chink in the armor of U.S.-Israel solidarity, they will drive a Mack truck through it.
And are you concerned these days?
And he turned to me and he said, 8 years no daylight, 8 years no progress, meaning the Bush years. And I said to him, Mr. President, how can you say it? You had Annapolis, you had the Y connotation, you had the Omer plan, the Barak plan, Gaza disengagement, you had all of these things during that time. That he wasn't prepared
and now
for,
are
so
you
he
concerned?
didn't
Are you concerned now?
Pardon me?
Are you concerned now?
I'm very concerned because we need, first of all, because we're in an election year, a very tense election year. Israel should be a bipartisan issue. Israel needs the support of Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives. We should not become a political football. But we also have to have people who are ready to stand up and commit publicly and stand against some of the forces at play in the United States. It is not the representative sampling of the American population. 75% of the American people stand with Israel. Even amongst young people, a majority want Israel to go into Rafah. The distortions that the media and others have imposed on us and convinced people, and unfortunately even elected officials, to pursue, and the progressive, so-called progressive wing, has undue influence. It's not representative of the reality of the American people. So the answer is that we, the friends of Israel, Jews and non-Jews alike, have to stand up, speak out, use the influencers every day, flood the internet with our message. Don't be cowed. Stand proudly as Jews. We are the giants, not the grasshoppers, and we will defeat them.
Malcolm Online, thank you very much. And you too, we'd like to present to you the Jerusalem Award, a shofar. As you can hear, we heard here, you are sounding out the truth where you're hearing the truth. And you want to do it? You want to try now? Wait. Huh?
It's a left-handed one. It's the sound of victory.
For time? Thanks so much. Thank you very much, Malcolm. IDSF. Yeah, applause. Now's the time. IDSF, Israel's Defense and Security Forum, is on the forefront of presenting Israel's complex security situation to the Israeli public as well as to the global audience. It has always been complicated, and it's becoming more challenging ever since October 7th and the war. We will now present the Jerusalem Award to IDSF and hear from the founder and chairman, Brigadier General in Reserves, Amir Avivi.
Before I answer, I want to show you something very interesting. Take a look at this. You must be asking yourself, what is so special about this video? This video was produced following a conference we did 5 months before the 7th of October. We foresaw the war and tried to warn beforehand years.
אנחנו במערכה, אנחנו עכשיו במצב חירום, אנחנו במערכה. זה עניין של שיקול דעת, מתי הם יפעלו מולנו. זה לא עניין של הרתעה, הם לא מורתעים. באותו הדבר בעזה, באותו הדבר בעיראק, באותו הדבר בתימן, באותו הדבר באיראן, כן, כל זה עומד מולנו. ואני אומר לכם, בעת הזאת, אנחנו נמצאים במצב שתוך שנה, שנתיים יש שתי אפשרויות. או ששת הימים, או יום כיפור. אחינו היהודים מתמודדים עם היקף אנטישמיות ודה-לגיטימציה שלא נראו כמותם. הכנסת צה"ל לוויכוח פוליטי מסכנת אותנו קיומית.
But we also have the solutions for the years to come. This is exactly why IDSF was established as a movement.
IDSF was established for one purpose only, ensuring the security of the people of Israel and the state of Israel. How do we do this? It's very simple. Returning to the concept of national security in the spirit of Zionism. We, the members of IDSF, not only believe that Zionism is not over, it hasn't even started.
The Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to Brigadier General Amir Avivi, who reserves the Israel Defense and Security Forum in recognition of their dedication to presenting the truth about Israel's security, clarifying the challenges and complexities, and their steadfast resolve in the face of external pressures and agendas. Share with us a few words, please.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor. You know, I served 30 years in the IDF, 30 years from the 87, from the Intifada, all the way to a few years ago. And there were two things that really impacted me. One was the continuous decline in Zionistic education, in patriotism, in the deep connection we expect the Israeli society to have to the land of Israel and to the people of Israel. I've seen it throughout 30 years, and I felt something must be done. But I also was part of the decision-making, in the heart of the decision-making in Israel. And I've seen in the last 30 years terrible decision-making that has endangered the people of Israel. I saw what Oslo made to us, what happened in Oslo. I saw what happened in the disengagement, the way we enabled the buildup of terror armies around us. And I asked myself, what is going on with our defense establishment, with the officers? Why are they promoting policies that at the end endanger the people of Israel? And I knew all along that most of the officers and commanders of Israel have their heart in the right place. They are connected to Zionism, to Judaism, to the reality, to the people of Israel and the land of Israel. There was only one problem. They were not organized. So 4 years ago, I decided I'm going to do something about that. I'm going to form a new movement and think tank that will really bring together the people of Israel, leading by the officers of Israel, because the people of Israel look up to the officers. They want them to set an example. They want to listen to them. They want to make sure that they really lead them the right way. So I reached out to a few friends, a few generals. I said, guys, we need to do something. Let's form a new organization that will really educate about the most important thing of all, what is needed to secure Israel for generations to come. After a week or two, I had 7 generals. This is how we started. No bank account yet, no organization yet. But then, a few days later, Prime Minister Netanyahu, this is 2020, announces suddenly he wants to apply sovereignty in the Jordan Valley. And I said, wow, this is unbelievable. This is really important. The Jordan Valley is crucial for our national security, but what can I do? Me and 6 officers. And I take a decision. We'll do something. We'll write a letter. We'll call the Prime Minister to implement this. We thought it's important. So we created a logo in one day, sent the letter. This letter, with the help of another organization, was published in one of the major Israeli newspapers. And as it was published, the next morning, I started getting hundreds of phone calls from officers all over Israel. What is a bitchonistim? This is our name in Hebrew. What is IDSF? We want to join. In 2 weeks, 300 officers joined the organization. Now, after 4 years, 30,000 Israeli officers and commanders have joined. And they are all dealing with the main issue of all. What is needed to secure Israel for generations to come? How can it be that a country and people that have been expelled from their land 4 times, the Assyrians, the Babylonians, the Romans, the Muslims, 2,000 of years in the diaspora persecuted. We built our country, so many wars, and yet nobody is really dealing seriously with the biggest question of all. What is needed to secure the people of Israel for generations to come? So we took upon ourselves to deal with this big question, and we answer it, and we educate about it. We educate the young generation. We deploy hundreds of officers to high schools, to pre-army programs. We don't only talk to the young generation, we also bring them into our movement so we can really engage with them in the long term. We understand that we have to engage with the society. So we speak with the society through the media and social media. And today, I'm happy to say we are everywhere, in all mainstream media and leading media in Israel. We are there every night, really bring the message of strength, of Zionism, of Judaism, because we understand something very important. National security is first and foremost about national values. Without Judaism, without Zionism, no tank or no airplane can help here. It's all about spirit. And this war we're experiencing now, this difficult war, this war we haven't experienced anything like that since the Independence War. This war is going to be won decisively. It's going to be won decisively, but mainly because of our spirit, because of our soldiers who are really, really strong and want to win the day on the battlefield. So we have to strengthen these values, strengthen them, and help our soldiers really bring a decisive win in this battlefield. A few years ago, 2 years ago, we presented the government a national security assessment saying war is imminent. Things have changed. The whole global reality has changed and we are on the verge of war. And we put in this assessment a picture of a frog being boiled inside a can, saying, this is Israel. If we don't do something dramatic, Israel might be existentially threatened. So on the 7th of October, terrible, terrible day, but the frog jumped out. And now we realize what we are facing, and we are given an opportunity to make a difference, to make Israel stronger. And I promise you this, the bigger the win will be, the more decisive we'll win on all fronts, the bigger the golden age of Israel and the Jewish people will be the day after. The day after there will be peace agreements, economy will bloom, there will be massive Aliyah to Israel, there will be baby boom, but we need to do one thing. We need to stay united and focus only on one thing, on decisive victory, destroying Hamas, bringing all our hostages back, defeating Hezbollah, and bringing back security to the people of Israel. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. How do you combine being a businesswoman, a mother of 5, a philanthropist, and a social media figure? I'd like to invite Inbal Anabuskila for an interview with Chagit Levayev, CEO of the Lev Group USA, President of Or of Ner USA, and the Levv Foundation.
Chagit, good evening.
Good
What
evening.
an honor to sit with you here tonight.
The honor is mine. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I wanted to ask you a few questions. The first one is, where were you on October 7th?
On October 7th, I was actually supposed to be in Israel, and last-minute cancellations, I ended up staying in New York with the family. As we were preparing for the holiday meal, my brother was rushing from shul, and he was saying that he heard a rumor that there was a huge terror attack in Israel, and there's many casualties. And I think our Shabbat and holiday was not the same ever since. We were worried about our family, and Shabbat, Sunday night, when the holiday was over, we heard the news. And I think every single person in this room can remember exactly where they were on October 7th, because it's a time where we moved from joy and happiness, celebration, to grief and mourning, and that's something we just can never forget.
Thank you. As a philanthropist and a businesswoman, very much active in the Jewish world, how did 7th of October affect your work and your life?
As I said, no one's life can be the same after October 7th. You know, it was very easy to fall into grief and sadness and mourning with whatever happened to our brothers and sisters in Israel. But it was actually one thing that was very uplifting to me was to see how our entire nation came together. Everybody was getting together to pray and to help and support and raise money, and to see our nation united like that was just amazing. And also for us at the Levv Foundation, at the foundation that was established by my parents, Olga and Lev Levayev, we thought what we would do, and the first step for us was to support those that no one else supported at the time. And that was the displaced family from the northern and southern borders, because these families were so fearful and they just escaped with their kids. They left their homes, left their source of income, and with little kids were scattered around Israel looking for a place to sleep, looking for what to eat. And sadly, because they weren't evacuated by the government, they weren't entitled for government aid. So these were the first people that we were there to help them with grants of millions of dollars. And of course, from there, we were in touch with all the victims' families, with the hostage families, and with wounded soldiers. We were there for them with financial aid, emotional aid, and everything they have needed during this entire difficult time.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for your work. And tell me, how do you see the future for your children in America?
Yes, I think we have all seen the rise of anti-Semitism ever since October 7, and we've seen those videos in colleges, campuses, and pro-Palestinian protests. We have come to a situation where Jews are afraid to be walking around publicly and, be seen as Jews. So I think that for that, we just must keep investing in Jewish education and support our Jewish institutions, because that's what's going to keep our Jewish heritage and identity for the future, and this is the future of our nation. And this has always been our mission of the Levv Foundation, because over the years, my father established hundreds of schools around the world, the Or Avner and Or Chana institutions. Lubavitcher Rebbe sent my father on that mission because that was the most important thing, to take care of the Jewish education around the world. And especially during a time like this, we see the importance of that. And of course, also to continue strengthen the relationship between Israel and the Jews here. And, because the strong connection between the Jewish diaspora and our homeland is what's going to help Israel. I myself am a proud Jewish woman, but I'm also Israeli at heart, and I see the importance of this connection. On October 7, there were many people before that didn't necessarily relate to Israel, connect to Israel, or even connected to their Jewish heritage. But it was after October 7th that something sparked in their soul and their neshama, and they related and they felt a connection, because Israel is our home for the Jews all around the world, and we have to make sure we stick together and support Israel as much as we can, because this is the future of our nation.
Thank you so much. I am honored to give you an award, a chauffeur, for all the work you've been doing for the Jewish world in Israel and around the world, and all the contribution you guys are doing among all these years.
Thank you so much.
Come to the stage. Yeah?
Yes, you can.
Toda rabah, thank you very much. So, are we still the startup nation? And how do we develop the next generation of innovators and leaders in the field of technology? Mike Wagenheim, senior U.S. correspondent of I-24 News, will now hold a special interview with Professor Eduard Yakubov, president of HIT, Holon Institute of Technology.
Welcome to HIT, Holon Institute of Technology, a modern academic institute with dynamic study programs, working with and for industry to professionally qualify students during their degree studies while promoting and serving Israeli society. HIT was founded in the 1960s and has become one of Israel's leading innovative institutions, offering tens of bachelor's and master's degree programs with or without thesis. HIT's cutting-edge researchers and lecturers receive prestigious competitive research grants from both national and international agencies, with achievements that scale the topmost heights of international and Israeli academia. HIT's faculty members play leading roles in industry, positioning them at the forefront of technological advances, which they then bring to the academy. Projects carried out over the course of the school year with top companies and organizations provide meaningful real-time experience, allowing HIT graduates to embark on a promising career and mainstream into the real world of work, equipped with a toolbox of knowledge and experience. HIT's advances in applied research in areas like business and health, all while working to improve the society in which we live, makes it one of the 10 leading academic institutions in Israel. Accessibility to all sectors of Israeli society is the hallmark of HIT and stands out among other academic institutions. To do this, a comprehensive framework for personalized academic and financial support is provided for each student who requires it. On HIT's bustling green campus, among its buildings and cafeterias, stand 3 new dormitory buildings serving 500 students from Israel and abroad who get to experience rich campus life together with academic studies of the highest quality. HIT students are involved in the community through courses and volunteer programs encouraging social action. This is the story of HIT, an unparalleled academic institution showcasing innovation and entrepreneurship, developing and fostering connections with numerous academic institutions in Europe, Asian nations, America, and Africa, developing applied research projects which employ breakthrough technologies, dynamically and intrinsically linked to industry, and achieving social enhancement for all, making our graduates Israel's industry leaders and social influencers. A multidisciplinary academic institution of excellence, training the future generations of a thriving global society. HIT's vision foresees tomorrow. Our graduates go on to design it. HIT, the Academy of Industry.
Thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it. You know, one of the things that I really enjoy about the Cologne Institute of Technology, there's no static curriculum. It changes, it evolves in real world time. This is something you don't get at many major universities.
Thank you for inviting you to participate in this very, very important, nice conference. Thank you so much. Really, HIT is very, very nice technological institution, one of the leading, among 10 leading universities and academic institutions in Israel. For 55 years, HIT acts and prepare new generations of experts in electrical engineering, electronics, scientists, designers, experts in technology, and around this. We're proud of our activity, and our contribution is very, very important, not just for the industry or for academia, also very, very important contribution to Israeli Defense Forces and Israeli Army and security organizations.
I want to talk about some of the unique things that are going on. And medicine is a big deal in Israel to begin with, and now there's a shortage of doctors. When we think of doctors, we think of the white coats and the stethoscopes, and they write a prescription, and that's medicine. But medicine has become so much more than that. And every other sector has changed the way they deliver their product. Medicine is behind, but not at your university, it seems this is a specialized program now.
Yes, I'm very, very proud that HIT suggested 2 years ago a very pioneering and important program in medicine, so-called Digital Technologies for Medicine. This program combines two different words, the word of technology, computer science, deep learning, data science, and algorithms, and many, many other things that are the core of technology. But on the other hand, we join to this real medicine. Our combination is very, very unique. This program is pioneering not just in Israel, but around the world, because this is a new product. Some of our graduates continue and succeed as medical data analysts. But another one part, very important part, continuing 4-year programs at universities and became to be doctor of new generation. We strongly believe that this program is just the beginning of new era of medicine. We suggest quite new program, imaging, combining technology, and many other programs that are revolutionary program, and this is a real revolution. Thanking for new technology, thanking for science, thanking for designers, and this combination is very, very important for us, not just for us, for all the world.
It's so rare that a college adjusts during a war. Usually colleges just carry on when their country goes to war. At your institute, your students are designing equipment for the IDF and for first responders, designing websites to show visually what the day after Hamas in Gaza could or would look like. This is real-time education for your students.
Yes, this is real-time, not just for education. You see, we have about 6,000 students, and 2,500 of our students are involved actively in the war, actively. So, we suggest to each of our soldiers, to each of our officers, tailor-made individual scheduler, and we carry out of their success, we invest to their success, because we strongly believe that the future of Israel strongly depends not just of our army. We should supply to our army very high-level experts in electrical engineering. For example, the founders of the Department of Electronics in Israel aircraft industry, our the graduates of HIT. 6 very important persons in LB system, our graduates. The very important personnel in Rafael that is responsible for all simulations came from our institution. 2 weeks ago, I met our 3 graduates that are very important officers in the Israeli army, and they came to us to thank the HIT for our contribution to the army. This is very, very important for us to do this. But also the students of design, together with our staff members, started on 8 on October morning, started a very, very nice activity. This is a very, very important part of HIT, not just for our students, not just for our staff members, to be a part of Israeli army, of Israeli security system, to help them, to assist them, and to make them very, very important part of our life.
Fascinating things going on. I wish we had more time to speak. Thanks so much, Eduardo Yakubov from the Cholon Institute of Technology. We really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Yehuda Seton, COO of the Jewish Agency for Israel. He will take the stage to speak about our story, the Jewish people in time of crisis.
In the aftermath of Hamas attack on communities surrounding the Gaza border in Israel's southern region, we were all in shock. The magnitude of this attack was unlike anything we've ever experienced in Israel.
This is the biggest crisis of Israel society since 1948. We need to support the victims of terror. We need to support the families.
A month ago, Israel participated in the Eurovision Song Contest with the song Hurricane. But that's not the real name of the song. The real name was October Rain. However, the EBU refused to include the words October Rain. I don't know, maybe the truth made some of them feel uncomfortable. As a result of the war in Israel, Eden Golan faced protests, loud boos, and judges who remain, as I say, very objective, and gave her only 52 points. Then came the moment when we all felt a small victory in our hearts, as Eden received 323 votes from the audience. Listen carefully. 52 points from the very objective judges and 323 points from the audience. She won the second place as the audience favor, and I will return to the audience later. In my opinion, the choice of the rain symbol is fascinating because, you know, rain can symbolize sadness, tears, floods, and damage. On the other hand, it's also a source of life. It is critical to our existence on earth. The rain can be negative or positive symbol. But the fact is that we can't control the rain. The only thing we can control is the way we prepare ourselves for a rainy day. There is a lovely Israeli children's song called Children and Umbrella, written by Datia Ben-Dor. And if you know Hebrew, please join me for a second for the Hebrew song. And it goes like that. ילדה אחת ומטריה אחת יצאו בגשם לטיול נחמד, פגשו בקצה השביל ילדה בתוך מעיל שלא הייתה לה מטריה. Yeah. One girl and one umbrella went out in the rain for a nice walk. At the end of the path, they met a girl in a coat who didn't have an umbrella. Then, a girl who had been prepared with an umbrella turns to the red girl and said, בואי איתנו, יבש אצלנו, ויש אצלנו מקום. The girl said to her, Come, don't get wet. We will go together. And they continue walking and gather more children, and there is a room for everyone. Think about it for a moment. Not only did the girl prepare in advance for any crisis that may come, but she also acted with arvut adadit, with solidarity. A small song with a big message. You know, the Jewish Agency embodies the story of all of us and its work. We are the platform of the Jewish people to face great challenges. We are present in 66 countries around the world. We mobilize the Jewish people to act together in Israel and every Jewish community worldwide. When we refine our organizational values that guide our actions, arvut adadit was first among equals. Next month, I will mark 5 years in my position. One of my responsibilities include managing the Jewish Agency Emergency Table. I have had the privilege of witnessing how the Jewish people act together during COVID-19 period, how we rescue Jews from war zone and countries where silence is golden, how we do everything to ensure Jews can live safely and prosperity, and of course, how the Jewish people rally with all their might to support the state of Israel in time of need. 3 hours ago, I marched at the Israeli parade, together with American students, families of hostages, and our shlichim. Before the parade, I spoke with the American students and was amazed by their resilience. From October 7, they also became the front line. And I could not be more proud of our Israel fellows and our shlichim all over the world that stood up to make sure that their students and their communities know and feel that they are not alone. Personal and national resilience has two main indicators: the ability to imagine a better future and knowing you are not alone, that there is someone who will act with you to create that future. Eden Golan, that we just spoke about, took the stage in Europe to tell the story of all of us. And the audience vote was preceded by immense mobilization from Jewish communities worldwide, sending us a clear message: you are not alone. So if you wondered, how do Jewish people deal with moments of crisis? The answer is very simple. We don't wait for the crisis to arrive. We act every day, every hour to create a better future. It is a core value based on arvut adadit and a deep connection between all parts of the Jewish people. So guys, next time when it rains, take an umbrella and go outside. Someone out there needs us. Thank you very much.
Just one thing, I'd like to call the representatives, the leaders of HIT, the Cholon Institute of Technology, to receive a shofar for what they are doing, the revolution of technology that they are leading, a revolution that is not just about, bits and chips, but it's about Zionism. A round of applause, please. Okay, now let's meet the soon-to-be Israelis who decided to come home. Our next session, led by Nefesh B'Nefesh, is titled, Why Are We Making Aliyah and Why Now? First to take the stage will be Dr. Chava Levv.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be speaking here today about my decision to make Aliyah. Next slide. So, I have my own October 7th story. My brother and sister-in-law moved to Israel October 3rd, so my sister could pursue a master's degree at Tel Aviv University. On October 7th, my brother woke me up at 6 a.m. saying, "Is Daddy gonna be angry I texted on Shabbat?" I had no idea what had happened, and as soon as he filled me in, we started to prepare, and he packed a go bag, and after telling him over and over again to stay home and stay safe, him and my sister-in-law walked to Levv Hospital and waited in line for 4 hours to donate blood because it was the least they could do. So being a trauma surgeon, I figured, how could I not go and help? I soon volunteered with every possible organization that was sending people to Israel. And by mistake, Barzilai Medical Center in Ashkelon asked me to come. Wrong direction. Okay. On October 30th, I got on a flight to Israel for what was supposed to be a 2-week stint, volunteering in Ashkelon. I went through JOMA, the Jewish Orthodox Women's Medical Association, and EVP, the Emergency Volunteer Project, with a group of emergency medicine doctors. For 2 weeks, we all worked together, helping out, triaging, and trying to do the best we could in the war situation. But I felt that 2 weeks wasn't enough time for me. And by the end of those 2 weeks, I had applied with Nefesh B'Nefesh to make Aliyah. Thank you. I was inspired by the other doctors I met. Dr. Deborah West, who is the head of emergency medicine at Asuda Ashdod, got a group of volunteer doctors from all over the country to travel all over the country teaching acute trauma life support, to help teach first responders and communities, teaching doctors, paramedics, and medics, people that haven't had to deal with these kind of traumas, the basics of trauma life support in the field, entirely volunteer-based. I had the opportunity to work with soldiers, medics, paramedics, and doctors from many different units before they went into Gaza, training them for what they were going to be faced with, how to triage injuries properly, how to deal with things as they were going, and we kept changing it based off of injuries we were seeing and mistakes that were being made in the field. We also worked with the residents because many of them had never dealt with explosive injuries before. We worked with them on how to triage and how best to work together as a team. I had the incredible opportunity to work with people who had been on the front lines October 7th, and I was inspired by their strength, courage, and fortitude. After working in a COVID ICU for 2 months here in New York in 2020, I thought I had lost my love and passion for medicine, but it just turned out that it was where I was practicing medicine and not what I was doing that I had lost. I had the opportunity to be there as soldiers came in, being the first face they saw when they got off the helicopter, and oftentimes being the first hand they held. I got to follow up with many of my soldiers who I've kept in touch with over the last 6 months and got to follow their journey of their strength and healing. I have many thanks to my incredible boss and partners at Long Island Surgical, the practice I work with, for giving me the opportunity to travel back and forth so often. And Nefesh B'Nefesh has been a life source for me. But mostly, it was seeing the fortitude and strength of my brothers and sisters in Israel, hearing all the soldiers' stories, seeing their determination, and seeing how everyone in the country came together, whether they were civilians, physicians, soldiers. None of them were deterred. No one was scared. They were all standing up more unified than I've ever seen. And I wanted to be part of that. So before I left that first deployment, before I made a second deployment up north for 2 weeks up at Ziv and Tzfat, before I came back for a third for a month in April, I'd already started the process. I'm in the middle of getting my Israeli medical license, which if you thought American bureaucracy was bad, Israel puts us to shame. But it's truly been an incredible experience, and I've had the opportunity to meet so many amazing people on the way whose stories have inspired me and helped me decide it's time for me to come home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chava. Now Yossi Berger. We're going to take to the sofas and talk a bit. Shalom, Yossi.
Shalom, thanks for having me here.
So when are you coming home?
I'm planning to move to Israel this summer. I have a flight on August 20th.
Now when did you, yep. You could do the Hevenu Shalom Aleichem, are good. When did you make that decision?
It was a long time coming. I think officially I wrote it down in 2019. My wife and I had taken a trip to Israel. And anytime we go to Israel and we come back, we always say, why are we leaving? And then when we came back here, I forget which war it was, but something was going on, and there was a little bit of anti-Semitism here in the US. And then we finally said we should really do this. And we started to think about it, and for years we talked on and off, and some days she would say we should make Aliyah, and I would say I don't know, and other days it would be the other way around. And then finally in November 2022, we made the decision that let's come up with a plan and plan to go in the summer of 24.
We'll talk about the practicality in a moment, but I wanted to ask you, what is that something that you can't define? I hear that from so many people that they visit Israel once for a time, it should be like a week or two, and then they come back here and there's like, something's missing. Yeah, what is it, without insulting the something that's missing?
It's hard to put into words, but I think there's just a spiritual connection, and that we all, at least in the US here, a lot of people grow up with that as your dream and a goal for your life, that you should one day end up in Israel. So it's an underlying theme, and then all you need is different parts of life where something just pushes you a little bit, and just reminds you, oh yeah, that's something that you actually should try to do, and figure out a plan.
Now when October 7th occurred, when the massacre occurred, did it make you rethink?
No, I didn't. I don't think we were rethinking it at all. If anything, it emboldened us and said that all the more so we want to be there, and we don't want to be sitting on the sidelines. We want to be in the arena.
Oh. Now, on the practical level, there's the dream, the ideal, and then the tachlis. Tell us about the tachlis.
Yeah, I think you have to take some really practical steps and just start the process if it's really part of a plan. So for me, what it was is I have a cousin who works at Nefesh B'Nefesh, and they were doing an event a couple years ago, and he said, just come, you'll see, you'll learn something. And I said, sure, no problem. And I went to the event, and I came home, and my wife said, what did you learn? And I told her about all this paperwork that you need to do. And then I went to work the next day, I came home, and she said, Yossi, I did a lot of the paperwork. So then we just looked at each other and said, I guess we're going.
Wow.
So I really felt like just taking any active step towards doing it really just pushed aside all the rust or anything else that was just covering that dream, and it just enabled us to go forward.
And when it comes to employment, work?
So for me, I was able to figure out a solution where I can keep my current job and work New York hours. I work in finance. And I was very pleased that my company was flexible with it. And for me, my strategy was to figure out my entire plan and then come to them and say, I'm moving to Israel. Here's what I'm doing. Let's figure this out.
Take it or leave it. Now, just another question. There's some who like to go to Anglo-oriented areas. What can you tell us about your decision, where you want to live? You want to jump into the Israelism or an Anglo-oriented Beit Shemesh, Ra'anana,
Yeah.
and etc.
I think we felt, at least for the beginning, we should have a soft landing and be with people that we know and with people that we're comfortable with, and it's easier for us to get used to it. So we ultimately decided to go to Beit Shemesh. We looked at other areas. I think maybe the only thing that October 7th influenced is we maybe limited the scope of where geographically we were willing to look. But I think we're starting in Beit Shemesh, very happy about that, and who knows what could happen down the road.
Now, last but not least, I understand that it's contagious, this Aliyah virus.
A little bit. I'll tell you that I live in Bergenfield, New Jersey now, and the more people that I talk to about it, the more people start making plans. Even last week, I saw that someone was a little bit interested, and I told them more and more about my plans. And now, as of a couple days ago, he's saying that he's ready to go. And
Lead by Levv.
Yes, and there's growing groups on WhatsApps of people who are actually going or are making plans to go. So it's very contagious for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck. You inspire, and we'll see you in Israel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to invite Emma Limor Finn with her Aliyah story.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to start by thanking Shlomit for asking me to speak. She's been such a hopeful and positive presence through the Aliyah process. And I'm just going to take you through my journey with Israel from start to finish, so please bear with me, especially through some of the sappy parts. So growing up, I knew next to nothing about Israel. My middle name, Limor, named after my Israeli cousin, felt foreign and even somewhat embarrassing to me because it didn't sound like my other classmates' middle names. Of course, now I couldn't be more proud of it. My grandfather, a Holocaust survivor, rarely spoke about Israel. He carried the weight of his experiences silently, and it wasn't until after his death that I learned how deeply connected he felt to our family there. After a challenging freshman year in college, coupled with the passing of my grandfather, I found myself in need of a break. I decided to take a gap year to regroup and figure out my next steps. At the end of this transformative year, I decided to take a trip to Israel through the Birthright program. As I shared plans with family members, they began to recount stories of my grandfather's deep ties to Israel. I learned that he had moved his mother to Netanya to be closer with her sister and that he visited Israel whenever he could. These stories revealed a side to him that I had never known and deepened my resolve to explore that part of my heritage. My journey began at JFK, where I met my fellow Birthright participants. On the flight, I spent nearly the entire time talking to an Orthodox woman who I happened to be sitting with on the plane. As someone who was raised Jewish but not religious, I found our conversation eye-opening. We shared our transformative experiences from the past year, with both of us brushing away tears on the transatlantic flight. I learned about Jewish traditions that were foreign to me, but I wanted to learn more about, such as what to do on Shabbat or what a mikvah is. Before we parted, she invited me to her son's wedding, which I later attended while living in Jerusalem. We are still in touch to this day. Upon arriving in Israel, in true Israeli fashion, there was no time to waste. Everyone got their bearings, exchanged a bit of money, and then we were off to Jerusalem. After playing a few get-to-know-you games and meeting the ever-so-handsome IDF soldiers, we made our way to the Western Wall. I'm not sure if it was delirium from not having slept the past 24 hours, but I was struck with a feeling that I had never experienced before. I felt a connection to a land, to a people, and to something so much bigger than myself. We traveled all over the country, from staying in Bedouin tents to hiking Masada. Each experience deepened my understanding of Israel's history and the struggles of its people. Meeting the young IDF soldiers and hearing their stories were particularly impactful. We visited Mount Herzl and walked from grave to grave of the young soldiers who had died in battle. I listened to our guide read notes of siblings and friends who had written to their fallen loved ones. I brushed away tears behind my sunglasses, a bit embarrassed at how emotional I was. After the Birthright trip, I stayed with my family in the north. They took me in like one of their own, despite most of them never having met me before. This unconditional love and hospitality were unlike anything I had experienced in America. I played with the younger kids and tried to communicate with the older kids using my broken Hebrew and their English. Leaving my family in the north was difficult, but I was excited to start my internship at Hadassah Hospital in Jerusalem. I was working in breast cancer research, and my research mentor took me in not only as a mentee, but as almost family, inviting me over for Shabbat and introducing me to her own family. During my lunch breaks, I would walk the halls of the hospital and see everything from headscarves to hijabs. I couldn't believe this mix of ethnicities, nationalities, and cultures, groups of people who are painted as enemies by the American newspapers and media, were working side by side. This experience solidified my desire to return to Israel later on. During my senior year of college, I discovered a Fulbright grant to study in Israel 2 days before the application deadline and far past my own university deadline. Despite the tight timeline, I knew I had to apply. After much persistence and the sense of chutzpah that I gained from my time in Israel, I convinced my university to submit my application. Because of the pandemic, I enlisted the help of friends and family, and after all, they had nothing better to do. As graduation approached, I still hadn't heard back from Fulbright and assumed I didn't get the grant. I accepted a job offer from a biotech company in LA and started making plans to move. Then, the day I signed my offer letter, I received news that I had been awarded the Fulbright grant. During this hectic time, my Aunt Michelle, who was battling breast cancer, took a turn for the worse. I made several trips back to the East Coast to visit her and eventually attend her funeral. My Aunt Michelle had an indomitable spirit. She once took off in the backcountry of Mexico while studying there, and after losing cell service, my grandparents ended up flying all the way to Mexico to make sure she was okay. I couldn't ignore this flashing light urging me to seize this once-in-a-lifetime adventure, especially after seeing how firsthand short and precious life can be. I quit my job and moved back to the East Coast while preparing to embark on the Fulbright grant. During my grant, I studied with people all over the world. I would sit overlooking the beautiful city of Haifa and the Mount Carmel forests with 2 new lifelong friends from Germany and Italy, Judith and Lucy, while we sipped strong cappuccinos and talked about our childhoods. They forced me to slow down and enjoy the taste of fresh Italian pasta and dark German chocolate, and for this, I'm forever grateful. I became a residential advisor and hosted multicultural events for everyone who lived in the dorms. I lived with an Arab Israeli, a friend from the West Bank, and 2 Americans. We talked long into the night about our families and our ambitious careers. I fell in love with a boy from Ramat Gan and spent weekends with his family. Family was everything to them. It was during this time that I realized not only did I want a large family of my own, but I could have one. His mom raised 4 incredible kids while working full-time. She embodied the true strength of an Israeli woman, especially while one of her sons has been in active duty and then joined the reserves right after his service was technically over. When it came time for the grant to end, I started feeling this immense pressure to come back to the States and get a real job. And if I'm being honest with you, and more importantly myself, I was not ready to come back. I'd fundamentally changed how I saw the world and what I wanted. It's hard to put into the words the connection I feel in Israel. Whether it's because of the hardship or shared history, there's a sense of connection that's undeniable. So when people ask, why are you going back in the middle of this crazy war? To be honest, there's not really an answer that you can respond to in one sentence. It's more of a feeling that you will know when you touch down in Ben Gurion Airport. It is the feeling when you wait in an hour for the Shabbat bus that never comes with 2 strangers and then share a taxi cab ride home. It's the feeling of catching up with your favorite fruit seller at the shuk, but only after months of bargaining for every apple in order to earn his respect. It is the feeling of having to pause every Saturday to spend time with loved ones, whether you like it or not, because the entire country is closed. It is the feeling of looking at the Mediterranean Sea from Charles Clore Park with Jaffa's sandstone buildings studding the coast and feeling like you are in the most beautiful and most ancient land in the world. And finally, it is the feeling of standing at the Western Wall, knowing you are a part of a history of people who have experienced generations of indescribable pain and yet find a way to love, connect, laugh, celebrate, and rejoice in life. I am Mifal Hapais. Thank you.
And now I have the honor, and it's really something that I feel from the heart, to invite to the stage two unique Jewish leaders who we have been following for years on ARUTZ SHEVA. They had a dream to help others fulfill a dream. And the dream has come true. The dream is coming true. Mike Wagenham, Senior U.S. Correspondent for I-24 News, will now speak with Rabbi Yoshua Fass and Tony Gelbart, the co-founders of Nefesh B'Nefesh.
Gentlemen, welcome. First off, I rarely do personal stuff, but I want to let you guys know in the audience as well. In 2015, I decided through a set of circumstances to make Aliyah. I had never been to Israel in my life, hadn't been to shul since my bar mitzvah. I had no job lined up, I had no connections, no family, no friends there. And Nefesh B'Nefesh shepherded me through that process from start to finish. You guys do God's work. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Do amazing work. Now, it's a different world, much different world even than it was a year ago. And Nefesh B'Nefesh obviously has had to adjust to a post-October 7th reality. What has that been like with the increased requests for Aliyah? What's the new reality for Nefesh B'Nefesh?
So, historically, whenever Israel experienced a battle, a challenge, a crisis, there was always a spike of Aliyah or Aliyah interest, which I think is really beautiful. It reflects the Jewish soul wanting to viscerally connect to its homeland and be drawn when there is a challenge. So October 7th, I think commensurate to the scale and the scope of the attack, we've seen an incredible spike of interest, close to 90% of what we've experienced beforehand, which requires us to react, have enough staffing and proper technology and a synergetic relationship with the government, Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Immigration and Absorption, of course, our partners at the Jewish Agency, to make sure that it's seamless. And on top of all of that, I think just an understanding and a sensitivity that we're still living in a time of war. And as we're investing all of our time shepherding the Oleh, they might at the end decide that they can't come during this time. And it's understandable, and it's rational, and we just have to have that nuanced sensitivity or understanding of their situation.
In terms of working with the government, I mean, this government is handling many different things right now on so many different levels. What has that synergy, what has that cooperation been like with the government to try to develop plans to accommodate all these new Alim?
Everyone understands the significance of this time. Everyone understands that we have this incredible opportunity, historic opportunity, and we are working as full-fledged partners every day in meetings, in Zooms, in just to a daily count, to seeing where the files are, and trying to also forward think and plan what happens if there's a surge, and looking at all the challenges and obstacles and how do we obviate those.
Nefesh B'Nefesh has put a lot of time and capital into expanding the population on the periphery in the north and south, which is obviously troublesome right now. Is that a continued focus right now, or has that kind of been put on the back burner, Tony?
No, the focus is all of Israel, for sure. We don't tell people where they should move. You know, they have their dreams, their hearts set on a certain place. If it's the north, it's the north. If it's the south, it's the south. If you can't go there yet, you'll go a little bit inside a little bit until you get there. There'll be a time where they'll go to their homes in the north. There'll be a time when they go to their homes in the south. But as Rabbi Fass was saying, there's a spike. We're looking forward for a nice wave of Aliyah. We've already built the infrastructure. So anybody out there who wants to make Aliyah, don't worry. We can take 10,000, 20, or 50. We're ready for you.
That includes doctors, because there's a shortage right now in Israel, and Nefesh B'Nefesh is trying to tackle that problem. It's a program that's a few months old right now. Tell us about it and how it's been going so far.
Well, look, we've had a program called the MedX, and from the U.S., it started 8 years ago. We're helping not just physicians, but medical professionals as well, but primarily physicians move to Israel all throughout the country. The government saw what we were doing. The Ministry of Health, we're working hand in hand with them and a lot of other partners there. And now we have an initiative, and we're very blessed and honored that the government said to us, look, go out and help people all over the world to make Aliyah. So we just came up from France. We'll be in Argentina, and we're helping all doctors come to Israel. There's an impending shortage. Our goal is to make sure that we get 2,000 physicians in Israel in the next 5 years.
But you have to understand how significant that concept, that the product of the medics was. It's a one-stop shop that physicians can come and in the same day get their licensing approved, their specialty approved. Hospitals and clinics will interview them and offer them positions. There's no country in the world that would license a physician before they become a citizen. And it's absolutely remarkable to see, again, the synergetic relationship of all the different ministries, understanding that there's a crisis and putting their brains together and their talents together to see how they can solve it.
I mean, you have the uniqueness of the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Immigration, the Jewish Agency. I mean, everybody working together hand in hand because this is a crisis and we have a solution and we will solve it.
A cornerstone of Nefesh B'Nefesh is the Lone Soldier Program, and it's immensely difficult to go at any time to Israel by yourself and serve in the army, doubly or triply so now. What has it been like interacting, working with the lone soldiers that are on duty now?
Honestly, it's been extremely challenging. Since October 7th, we have 5,000 lone soldiers under our umbrella project. We tragically lost over 14, 15. Many were injured, and it's been a hard chapter in the organization's history of dealing with the families and our olim under our care. One of the most beautiful experiences that we had, just to see the light and hope during this process, is with our partners at the FIDF and JNF. We started this concept called Operation Hug, and we flew for free over 1,200 parents from over 30 countries just to give a hug to their son or daughter who was in combat. And I can't begin to tell you how incredibly inspiring, how incredibly encouraging it was, how beautiful those reunions were to see father or mother, daughter or son reunite at the airport. And out of those 1,200 parents that came, only 2 were unable to see their soldiers because they weren't allowed to get out of Gaza during that week. And at the end of the week, we sat with the parents and we said, I feel horrible that you came all this way. And like, no, it was incredible. I was on the same time zone as my son. And it was just remarkable.
Hopefully everybody making Aliyah right now feels they're not running from something, they're running to something. Thank you so much, Rabbi Tony. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has assisted over 80,000 Olim in making Israel their home. Along with personalized Aliyah facilitation, Nefesh B'Nefesh offers a robust array of post-Aliyah services, all to ensure successful integration into Israeli society. For over 2 decades, Nefesh B'Nefesh has and will continue its mission to facilitate, advocate, educate, and celebrate the miracle of the Jewish state and Aliyah. And we are excited by the promising future of connecting tens of thousands more to our homeland.
Okay, and now the Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to Rabbi Yoshua Fass and Tony Gelbart, the co-founders of Nefesh B'Nefesh, in profound recognition of Nefesh B'Nefesh's ceaseless dedication to bringing Jews home, facilitating their integration into Israeli society, their tireless advocacy on behalf of the IDF lone soldiers, and unwavering commitment to strengthening the bonds of the Jewish people with the land of Israel. The shofar is sounding out the voice. In your case, it's the voice of, come on home, come to Israel, we're waiting for you. And this is for you, for Nefesh B'Nefesh, from us, from the Jerusalem Conference. Another round of applause, please. Actually, many Aliyah flights had a shofar. That's for sure. That's a soundbite we all remember. Okay, and now, the Jerusalem Award in honor of the Authority for National Civic Service. Levv Pinsky, join us, please.
התעוררתי כמו כולם לאזעקה הראשונה ב6:30 בבוקר. נכנסנו לממ"ד, והיה בום חזק כזה.
אתה שומע צרורות, אתה לא מבין אם זה כביש לידך או בכביש שמאחורי הגדר.
התעוררנו לאזעקות, כשהבנו שמשהו גדול קורה, כבר התקשרו אלינו מהתחנה בנתיבות, אמרו לנו תגיעו עכשיו, צריכים אתכם, אנחנו במלחמה.
אתה רואה בחמ"ל, קופץ לך בטלפון, כאילו 100, 200, 300 הרוגים, זה לא נראה לך הגיוני. אבא ואח של חברה טובה שלי שגרים לידינו נהרגו באותה שבת. שני חבר'ה מהסניף שלנו שאני מכירה נהרגו, נלחמו ונהרגו.
The Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to the Authority for National Civic... Oops, they're still...
הגעתי לכאן בסביבות 2 בצהריים. ברגע שנכנסתי למיון הכל היה ממש בלגן, הרבה פצועים, קטיות, ירי, רסיסים, כאוס אחד גדול.
ופשוט עלינו על המדים והלכנו לעבוד במיון ולעזור להם כל מה שהיה צריך. היו מראות קשים, לא היה קל, אבל אנחנו פה כדי לעזור, לתת את היד הקטנה הזאת כמה שיותר תמיכה. וזה היה ברור לי מאוד באותו יום שאנחנו צריכים לבוא, וזה בדיוק המקום שלנו. לבוא ולעזור, ומתי שצריך, זה כאילו כי צריך את כולם.
יש לנו פה עשרות פצועים, והטיפול בהם הוא מאוד מאוד מסובך, וצריך לתכלל בדיקות של המון רופאים במחלקות אחרות, ואני חושב שבאמת עם בת שירות, הדברים האלה הרבה יותר יעילים ומהירים ונוחים לכולם.
חזרו, כאילו אין אחת שלא חזרה, אבל כולן חזרו, כולן מבינות את החשיבות הזאת של העשייה בעיר דווקא השנה. תוך שבוע הקמנו פה גנים ומערכת חינוך פורמלית ובלתי פורמלית, ממש תוך זמן קצר.
מה שחשוב כרגע עם התלמידים זה בעיקר קצת לעודד אותם, ובעיקר לנסות להחזיר אותם לשגרה כמה שיותר, בין אם זה בלימודים, בין אם זה בתקשורת שלנו איתם, לחבק את הדיירים, לעטוף אותם, להראות להם שהכל בסדר.
יש פה שליחות מטורפת, ההתמודדות פה היא יומיומית והיא קשה, היא מאתגרת, ומשפחות וילדים ומבוגרים וקהילה. אנחנו צריכים לתת מענה לכולם, ואנחנו בנות שירות של הקיבוץ, אנחנו חלק מהקהילה.
ברור שצריך לתרום למדינה, ובשביל זה בעצם קיים שירות לאומי.
Anywhere, anytime. The Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to the Authority for National Civic Service in recognition of facilitating the volunteer service of youth in multiple fields of vital importance in the State of Israel and around the world, even in times of war, and for fostering a spirit of dedication and resilience among the nation's youth. So, as we said a few times, we're here, of course, in wake of October 7th. And we're here today with one of the local leaders that is dealing with the results of the tragedy and is fighting for the full security of his residents. Ladies and gentlemen, Alon Davidi, Mayor of Sderot. Shalom, Shalom Alon.
Alan.
So you visited the United States. It's not your first time since October 7th. What is the first thing that you want people to understand about what's going on in terms of your residents nowadays? Time has passed. The residents of Sderot are allowed to come back home. What is it important that we understand what's going on?
Hi for everyone. The important thing, I think, that we must understand that without to destroy Hamas and winning this battle against Hamas, nothing will change. This is not just for the residents of Sderot, because I think that the residents of Sderot are the hero of the South, because something like 90% from the citizens that live in the town come back to the town, and we suffer. We suffer because all the bombing that the army do to Gaza, and especially that the Hamas continue to send the rocket to the town. The last month we have more than 70 rockets. And it's very, very difficult, especially for the children. But if you will come to the city of Sderot, you will talk with people, they will say that we can continue to suffer just if the government of the States of Israel continue with the goal, first, to destroy Hamas, second, to bring back the hostages that in Gaza, and I think that the important thing is to change the situation about the south and about the north of Israel.
And you took to the streets, you took to the studios, when you saw the movement of the IDF, the changes in the war, because you were concerned and you're still concerned, and you feel that something here is not being done right?
Look, we are something like 7 months after the 7th of October. And the big challenge that we have is that the leadership of Israel, the States of Israel, it's the same leadership that we have before the 7th of October. And I was every day from 2001, when they beginning to throw the rocket, and especially after we go outside from Gaza and we take all the people that live in Gaza and Gush Katif and send them out, I always say to the leadership of Israel and the leadership of the army that every time that we go to operation in Gaza, if it take 1 week, 2 weeks, and stop. And the order was stop and make negotiation with Hamas. And I always say to them, this is not the right way to work against Hamas, because Hamas is enemy, Hamas is ideologic, Hamas don't care about the people that live in Gaza. Hamas just want to destroy Israel, and we are the people that live in the south, especially in Sderot and the village around Gaza. We became to be the border. We became to be the front.
The guards.
The guards of the states of Israel. And I think that if we want to change, we need to control Gaza for many years. We need to continue the war, and especially not stop the war. And I think that this is not just important for Israel and important for the people that live in Sderot. This is important for the world, because what's happened in Gaza, and you know, I'm with a short that say the word Sderot. No one, I think that no one was know who is Alon Davidi, and no one will know about Sderot if we are not very, very close to the border. And you know, I'm not talking about just myself.
I look about my colleague, the mayor of Kiryat Shmona, and the people there not come back more than 100 people. And I think that all the talk about to stop the war, it's terrible.
Right, because you're hearing the news now about a deal, that part of the deal, and according to reports, it's not only Biden, it's also Netanyahu himself, are talking about a deal which will include release of terrorists and the withdrawal of the IDF.
We can't sign about this deal. I think that the prime minister that decide to take this deal without to destroy Hamas and allow to the 1 million Palestinians that live in Gaza to come back to the north of Gaza, it's a crazy thing. I think that who will sign about this deal cannot be and cannot continue to be the Prime Minister of Israel.
What are your most strongest memories from October 7th? Things that sometimes maybe even wake you up at night?
The body of the people. In Sderot, in the 7th of October, the terrorists come, something like 60 terrorists, and murder more than 70 people. And it's, I remember in Motzei Shabbat, we go around the street, and we need to take the body and put them in the bag. And when you go close to the body, you see that there are people that you know. If it was a woman from the police station, if it was a friend that I know, it was very tough. And especially, I was in shock that 3,000 terrorists actually conquered my city and the village around Gaza. It's nothing that you never dreamed that it can happen.
But one thing that's very interesting about Sderot, we talked about it in our studio, is that the fact that they attacked the police headquarters and the fact that the police fought back saved the city.
It's actually saved the city because most of the terrorists go and try to conquer the police station. And when the special unit for the police, the Yamam, come to the city, and actually the first battle against the terrorists, it was not the army. It was people from Sderot, the general of the south of the police that live in Sderot, and actually the guy of the security of the municipality been in this battle, and people kill terrorists, but in the end they kill many police that service in the police station. But if they will not go to the police station and go around the city, I think that we have hundreds of people that murder.
Finally, when you come back from visits like these, you come and you tell your residents that what? They have friends, they have brothers and sisters around the world?
Look, I think first I think that United States, this is the country that love the people that live in Israel, and I think that United States support the states of Israel. But I think that when I see what the regime here now and the leadership of United States try to push the government to finish the war, I think that this is not the opinion of the people of the states of United States. When I talk with people, people support Israel, people understand that we cannot stop the war, we need to continue to go against Hamas, because people understand that if Israel will lose with this battle, what will happen that Sderot became to be a ghost town, all the village surround Gaza, no one will come back to them. And I think that this is not a war of Israel. This is a war of good against bad. This is a war Russia, China, and Iran against Israel and United States and the Europe country.
Alon Davidi, Mayor of Sderot, regards to your residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
And now it's my honor to invite to the stage the Consul General of Israel, New York, Ophir Akunis. Akunis has recently begun his term and he is already making significant strides in addressing critical challenges. His dedication to combating anti-Israel propaganda and his unwavering commitment to the fight against terror are truly commendable. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ophir Akunis.
תודה רבה, יוני. My friends, Uzi Baruch, Dudu Saada, Ketzele is here, no Apple, where is he? Okay. Israel Gantz, Ambassador, David Friedman, Shalom Ambassador. You know that, Shalom Ken, Nachon, you're right. I met Ambassador Friedman. It was, I think, even before you came to Jerusalem. Do you remember our meeting in Washington? I remember. And דני מירן, אבא של עומרי, שחטוף בעזה. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, shalom לכולם. We are a few hours after the parade for the State of Israel. We showed great importance in supporting the State of Israel. We march today, listen carefully. We march today here in New York as proud Jews, as proud Zionists, and proud Israelis. Israeli flags were flying along Fifth Avenue proudly and powerfully. We showed everyone, we showed everyone that Am Israel Chai, and we live always. I just heard the mayor a few days ago. A few days ago he said, "They are not the majority. We are the majority." And he was right. Israel is too often presented as an aggressor when the reality could not be further from the truth. Israel does everything possible to safeguard civilian lives in both Israel and in Gaza. But here on this stage, we have the opportunity to present the facts. And Alon Davidi is still here? Alon? Okay. One fact to example. When was the first rocket from Gaza to the city of Sderot? When was it? No, 2005. No, it was March 2001. So it's 24 years almost that they are firing rockets on Sderot citizens and other places, of course. This is one example. The second example is, if we are talking about fact, we can hear from time to time governments around the world preaching the state of Israel about of course, you're right, she's right, we will bring them home, she's right, we will bring them home, you're right, we'll bring them home, you're right, well, you're right, we'll bring them home. And we are saying from here another thing. We are saying to the Hamas, let my people go. That's what we are saying here to the Hamas. Let them go, and we will bring them home. Believe me, we will bring them home. Now, Now, Yedidai, it's okay. It's okay. This is our responsibility and our duty to bring them home. Yes, you're right. And we'll do it. Now, the second thing that we can hear from time to time from the international community about the Gaza war, and we are talking about the facts. What is the fundamental fact about October 7th? My friends, we didn't start the fire. That was a ceasefire on October 7th. And this is the fact. This is the fundamental fact. Now, as you know, we are living in a challenging time, but it is actually periods of crisis that remind Jewish people everywhere that we are more similar than different. By the way, all of us, listen carefully, coalition and opposition as well. We are one force. We are one nation. My friends, several countries recently declared their intention to recognize Palestinian state. This is a direct reward for the terrorism of Hamas. For good people who truly want peace, this is a pipe dream. Remember, 80% of Palestinians in Judea and Samaria continue to support the terrible massacres of October 7th. And I'm asking from here, from New York, when did you heard last time Abu Mazen condemned the October 7th massacre? When was it? Never. That's right, he never did it. Any Palestinian state with Hamas still power would be a terrorist state, openly declaring its intent to repeat the October 7th attacks again and again and again. By the way, this is a quote. Again and again and again. It's a quote from here, from the city of New York. You just heard him. And in the last few days, I heard a ridiculous slogan. All eyes on Rafah. And we should answer them. All eyes on you, terrorists. This reward for terrorism will not bring peace and will also never stop us from defeating Hamas. And I want to tell something very important to the American people, with your permission. To the American people, directly from here. Your September 11th is our October 7th. I want to show you something. I want that the American people will remember what happened here in the World Trade Center on September 11th. That's what happened. You attacked, my American fellows, by Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda is Hamas. And we attacked by them on October 7th. Well, we cannot allow this to repeat it. No one would. And I'm saying from here that only together we can defeat this evil. Because these days, in our era, it's we or the axis of evil. Now the Western world must decide if they want the axis of evil in their backyard or they want to be part of the democratic world. Now we pray as one for the release of all our hostages and for the peace of the state of Israel. And I'm sure that all of us, as one force, as one nation, defeat Hamas and bring the hostages home. Thank you so much. תודה רבה לכם. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Today we are standing with the families of the hostages. We're praying with the families of the hostages. We are crying out to the world with the families of the hostages. I have the honor to invite to the stage Dani Miran, father of Omri, who was abducted by Hamas from Kibbutz Nachal Oz. We'll speak in Hebrew, and I will summarize and translate during our conversation. Okay, with you here is your daughter, Shalom. Thank you very much for joining us. And although it's going to be Hebrew with English, please stay quiet, and I'll be here for you, English speakers. דני, ממש תודה שאתם עוצרים את הפעילות ומגיעים להיות איתנו. וקודם כל רציתי לשאול אותך, היית במצעד, וראיתי אותך עם הפוליטיקאים והבכירים כאן מניו יורק שמרימים את השלטים, וזה באמת מרגש. ואני מתאר לעצמי שאפילו יותר מרגש לראות את כל אנשי הקהילות שמתקרבים ומגיעים ועם הדגלים. איך אתה מסכם את החוויה הזו של המצעד?
לא פועל?
עובד.
לפני המצעד ולפני כל הדברים, אני רוצה לברך את כל הקהל הזה ואת כל הקהל שהיה איתנו במצעד. זה לא מובן מאליו שאנשים עוזבים בית, עוזבים עבודה ובאים להזדהות איתנו ועם כל עם ישראל. אז תודה רבה לכם מראש.
Danny, first of all, wants to thank those who came out to march with the families, and also for those who came here to the conference. It's not taken for granted. Thank you very much.
מעבר לכך, אני לא יודע לכמה זמן באתם, אבל אמרו לי לדבר רק 3 שעות, לא יותר.
Talking for 3 hours, be ready.
אז אני מבקש לנעול את הדלתות, שלא יבחו פה.
He's here for 3 hours, shut the doors, with a smile. קצת על התחושות, אבל באמת, שאתה מקבל את החיבוק הזה של הדגלים.
אני אגיד לך, זה מרגש מאוד, ומה שנותן לנו כוחות בעצם להמשיך, זה אתם. זה עם ישראל בארץ ובגולה. עם ישראל הוא, אני לא הייתי מאמין שהוא יהיה כזה, ואני יכול להביא לכם כמה דוגמאות בעניין הזה. ישבתי לפני כחודשיים וחצי עם קבוצת אמריקאים משיקגו. זה היה 26-28 איש. ואמרתי שאני דני מירן, מיסוד המעלה, מושבה בת 140 שנה. אבא של עומרי, יש לי 4 ילדים, 3 בנים ובת, זאת הבת המתוקה שלי. ואישה אחת מהקבוצה, שאני לא מכיר אותה, התחילה לבכות. סיימתי את הדברים שלי, להפסיק פה.
אני כותב.
סיימתי את הדברים ואמרתי, אם יש שאלות, היא מצביעה, אני אומר לה, כן, אין לי שאלה. אז מה הבעיה? אני מתרגשת. ממה את מתרגשת? ספרי לאנשים. ההתרגשות, בואי נתרגש ביחד. ואז היא אומרת, איך זה שדווקא אתה, דני מירן, באת אלינו, מתוך כל המשפחות, 125, 130 משפחות, ואתה מספר לנו על עומרי. אני אומר, עומרי זה הבן שלי, אני מדבר על עומרי. ואז היא אומרת לי, עומרי, אצלנו בבית כבר 4 חודשים. התמונה שלו בפינת האוכל על כיסא, אני כל יום מדליקה נר, וכל יום שישי אני מפרישה חלה. והיא הראתה לי את התמונות, ירדו לי דמעות מהעיניים. זה עם ישראל האמיתי.
So then he's saying that it's very moving, the support that he's feeling and receiving, and that's what gives him the strength to go on. That he understands a lot about the Jewish people throughout the past few months. He told a story about speaking in Chicago, a group of around 20, 30 people. He told about his story, and then one of the women there just started crying and told him, you know, Omri's in my house. Omri, his son, is in my house every day. Every Friday, his picture is in front of my eyes. I light the candles for Shabbat and I daven and I pray for Omri. And this teaches him and us that we're really one family.
תודה רבה. ועוד סיפור קצר על עם ישראל, והפעם בתל אביב. הייתי ביום השלישי בכיכר, והייתי לבד, ואני גר ביסוד המעלה, מרחק 3 שעות נסיעה עד יסוד המעלה. ניגש אליי בחור ואומר לי, תגיד, אתה מיסוד המעלה, איפה אתה ישן? אמרתי לו, ברעננה, אצל הבת של זוגתי. אתה יותר לא נוסע, יש לך פה בית. עמד בצד והלך. בשעה 6:30 בערב, הוא מגיע עם עוד איש אחד, וישבתי עם המשפחה שלי, אחותי והילדים שלה, ואומר, באתי לקח אותך 10 דקות להראות לך את הבית. אמרתי לו, אני יושב עם המשפחה, סליחה, לוקח אותו. אני נוסע איתו הביתה. עולים לקומה 10 במרכז תל אביב, הוא פותח את הדלת, מה זה בית? כל הקומה זה הבית שלו, ויש לו עוד מדרגות, לא עוד יחידת דיור למעלה. נותן לי את המפתח, אני עוד לא יודע איך קוראים לו, הוא לא יודע איך קוראים לי, נותן לי את המפתח ואומר לי, הבית שלך, אני הולך לישון אצל הבת זוג שלי ברמת השרון, כדי לא להפריע לך.
Wow. Another story that teaches us about the nation of Israel. Then he was in Tel Aviv as part of the activities, and someone asked him, where are you sleeping? He said, in Ra'anana. Not so far, but this person said, no, you have an apartment from now on here in Tel Aviv. He gave him his own apartment, a 2-floor apartment, and he said, I'll go stay somewhere else not to bother you. That's Am Yisrael. רציתי לשאול אתכם כמשפחה.
לא, אני אשלים את הסיפור.
בסדר גמור, עוד סיפור.
האיש הזה החזיר אותי, ואמרתי לו, היה לי בגדים, אמר לי, לא, אתה מגיע אליי. הוא חוזר ב9:30 בערב, ואומר לי, ידעתי שלא תבוא לדירה, באתי לקחת אותך. לוקח אותי לדירה, ואני אומר, אין לי בגדים, אין לי כלי רחצה. הוא אומר לי, הכל בסדר. אנחנו נכנסים למקלחת, והיה שם מברשת שיניים, משחת שיניים, כוסס ציפורניים ודאודורנט. ואני אומר לו, שכחת פה משהו. אומר לי, מה? ואז לא היה לי זקן. שכחת להביא לי מסרק.
טוב, אני מתחיל לתרגם את כל זה, אבל he really prepared the house for him from A to Z, and all the accessories were there, and there was a joke. אני אכנס כבר לשאלה באמת על התקופה שעברה, ועל התמודדות כמשפחה. אתם מוצאים את עצמכם פעילים ומפגינים ובעצרות, אבל גם אז נכנסים הביתה ומה מרגישים, איך... זה דאגה, זה עצב.
אנחנו לא בבית. מזה 8 חודשים אני בתל אביב, 3 חודשים הייתי אצל האיש הזה איתמר, ולא רציתי להמשיך להתעלק עליו, ואני במלון. 8 חודשים אני בתל אביב, ב8 החודשים הייתי 4 פעמים בבית. כעבור 1.5 חודש שהייתי בתל אביב והתנתקתי מכל החיים שלי האחרים, הבת שלי מטלפנת אליי ואומרת לי, אבא, שכחת שיש לך עוד 3 ילדים? ואז קבענו לאכול ארוחת ערב בשבת ביחד.
I'll start. I asked about how life is in wake of this tragedy, in the wake of the activity, the efforts. So one of the things that Danny's saying is he's not at home. He doesn't live at home anymore. And he was in Tel Aviv for months after months after months, 4 times maybe visiting home, until his daughter called him and said, Abba, you forgot that you have 3 other children. And that's very hard. ואז אתם בשלב הזה גם מדברים עם העולם, וזועקים לעולם. אפשר לעשות שינוי דרך הזעקה הזאת לעולם?
להגיד לך את האמת, העולם מזועזע. רוב העולם מזועזע. הרבה שונאים אותנו, וזה לא פלא. כי אנחנו מעטים מאוד. אם ניקח את ארצות הברית, יש לנו שגריר אחד, יש להם פה 10 שגרירים לארצות ערב. אי אפשר לעשות פרסומת בתחרות כזאת, זה לא יכול לעמוד בתחרות. לכן השנאה שלה אלינו היא הרבה יותר גדולה. יתרה מכך, העולם אוהב אותנו חלשים. העולם לא אוהב אותנו חזקים. ולדוגמה, אני לא יודע כמה אנשים זוכרים פה את התקופה שלפני 6 ימים. לפני 6 ימים, כל ארצות ערב עמדו לכלותנו. מצרים, סוריה, מרוקו שלחה חטיבה לסוריה, עיראק שלחה חטיבה לסוריה, ונדמה לי לוב שלחה חטיבה לסוריה. ויחסי הכוחות היו בלתי אפשריים, והתחושה בישראל הייתה, אנחנו הולכים, מחסלים אותנו. ואז כל העולם, מכל העולם, באו מתנדבים. כי היינו חלשים, באו לעזור לנו. אבל מה לעשות? ואלוהים היה עמנו במלחמה הזאת, ויכולנו להם. ואז העולם התחיל לשנוא אותנו. אנחנו כובשים, אנחנו משתלטים על העולם. אותו דבר ב7 לחודש. כשהתחיל ה7 לחודש, כל העולם תמך בנו. אבל רק מכים בהם, פתאום אנחנו לא בסדר.
So I asked Danny about the activity that he's doing worldwide, him and other families. And he says that it's really, really a very, very difficult challenge because we are small. We are one ambassador, for example, versus many ambassadors. And the Arab states are out there to spread their lies, to spread their hate. And our numbers, we're not as strong. And what he says also is that the world likes us when we're weak. The world comes out and helps us when we're weak. And they're deterred when we're strong. Like in 1967, when Arab states were out to kill us and destroy us, there was a real fear in Israel, and the states of the world came out and stood with Israel. And then that he says, God helped us, and miraculously we won the 1967 war, the 6-day war, and then the world flipped. And the same thing again happened, he says, on October 7th. The world was with us until we showed our power. And now it's challenging because the world is not with us. מה חשוב לך, לסיום, להגיד לקהל הזה שחלקו חוזר לישראל, חלקו כאן בארצות הברית, רוצים להשמיע את הכל, רוצים לחבק, רוצים לעזור?
העם בישראל לפני ה6 לחודש היה מפולג מאוד. מהמלחמה הזאת, אחרי המלחמה הזאת, כבר ביום השביעי לאוקטובר, העם הזה התאחד. העם הזה מלוכד, העם הזה אוהב, העם הזה תורם. העם הזה מחבק אותנו בצורה לא רגילה, ונותן כוחות אדירים לכל המשפחות. מי ייתן ומעז יצא מתוק, ונשאר ברמה הזאת של איחוד, גם אחרי שהחטופים יחזרו.
Amen. So I asked, as we finished this interview, I asked Danny what his message is to us here in the hall and to whoever's watching us online. And he talked about October 6th, the days before October 7th, the rift in Israeli society. It was felt also here, by the way, in last year's conference. The rift. Now he says the nation is different, is unified. And as families, they feel the embrace of all the families. And his prayer with us is, may these days, these difficult days of bitterness, from these days may we see the sweetness of Am Yisrael, the togetherness. ואנחנו מתפללים איתכם, ואנחנו איתכם, ואנחנו מחבקים אתכם ואוהבים אתכם. We love you, embrace, and we are praying with you. ושיהיו בשורות טובות. May there be good news for all of us, and all the hostages should come home. Amen.
תודה רבה. יש לי עוד כמה דברים להגיד לכם. היות ויושב פה קהל שרובו גם דתי, אני חייב לספר לכם סיפור מששת הימים שהוא לא סופר. ובששת הימים, אני לא רואה את הקהל, זה מעצבן אותי. בששת הימים אני לחמתי בירושלים. ובעצם לא היינו צריכים להילחם בירושלים, כי המלך לא רצה להתערב במלחמה, רק אחרי שנאצר התקשר אליו ואמר לו שהם כבר נמצאים באשקלון, וכדאי לו להילחם, הוא פתח באש על ירושלים. ירושלים הייתה מופגזת, והעלו את כל הגדוד שלנו לירושלים. בירושלים נכנסנו למקלטים בבית הכרם, הקצינים הלכו לקבל את הפקודות, שכל מ"פ ידע לאיזה גזרה הוא הולך. אחד המ"פים, זמוש, מקיבוץ יבנה, בחור דתי, ביקש ממוטה גור, שאם אנחנו כובשים את העיר העתיקה, הוא מבקש לתלות את הדגל על הכותל. כשהוא חזר, הוא סיפר את זה במקלט, ואחד האנשים, בן 70, 75, שואל, בדגל יש לך? אומר לו, לא, אני אשיג. אומר לו, יש לי דגל בשבילך, תביא אותו. אומר לו, לא, תעלו איתי הביתה, אני אתן לך את הדגל. אנחנו עולים לקומה השנייה, ירושלים הייתה מופגזת כולה, סירנות, והפנסים של המכוניות היו צבעים, וההפעלה לגמרי. הוא מדליק נר, פותח בקבוק יין, מוזג 8 כוסיות לכל החבר'ה, מברך שהחיינו וקיימנו והגענו לזמן הזה, מברך ברכת הגפן, אנחנו עושים לחיים, וזמוש אומר לו, מה עם הדגל? הוא אומר לו, חכה. ואז גברת כהן, אשתו, הולכת לארון, מביאה את הדגל, ואדון כהן אומר לזמוש, הדגל הזה נמצא בבית מאז 48. בשנת 48 יצאנו איתו מהעיר העתיקה, והגיע הזמן שהוא יגיע לעיר העתיקה. וזה סיפור הדגל שנתלה על הכותל.
Wow, so Danny wanted to end with a story from his heritage of fighting in the wars. He was part of the Six-Day War. He was fighting in Jerusalem. Jerusalem was bombed. There was significant bombardment of the area. And one of the commanders, a religious person, asked that they waved the Israeli flag if they reached the Western Wall, if and when they reached the Western Wall. Another guy had a flag. He told them there's a flag. From here to there, they had a Shechianu and a Lechaim. They sat down. It's interesting that they acknowledged what was going on as it was happening. And then someone said, so what's the story with the flag? Turns out that flag was in a closet, was being held on to since 1948 when it was taken out of the old city of Jerusalem, waiting for liberation, redemption, waiting for us to come home back to Jerusalem. So no.
תודה רבה.
תודה רבה. Thank you very much. תודה רבה.
Tikva is not only a word. Hope has always been our driving force, the power that pushes us forward. To plant, to build, to do the impossible, to turn the yellow into green, the desert into blue, and a small community into an advanced high-tech nation. Hope is an unquenchable fire, and if someone tries to extinguish it, it only burns brighter and stronger. Come and turn hope into action, into Aliyah. Our new Aliyah programs in housing and academia will accompany you through your transition, making it easier, more comfortable, and more rewarding. Israel is waiting for you. Today's Olim, Israel's future tomorrow.
So we discussed Aliyah, immigration. Now let's hear from the official Israeli ministry that is in charge of one of the core missions of Zionism, Avichai Kahana, Director General of the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption, will now speak about the latest revolutions and the way this whole, this is things that we read about in the prophets, and it's happening as part of a government ministry. That's kind of amazing. He will speak with I-24 news correspondent Mike Wagenheim. Bevakasha.
Avichai, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
There are right now a lot of tough budgetary choices for the government with the war ongoing, a lot of belt tightening. Your ministry, though, recently unveiled a 170 million shekel plan to increase Aliyah and absorption. You see it not as an expenditure, you see it as an investment in the future of Israel. Tell us about this plan.
Exactly. Israelis after October 7th are praying for a winning picture. And I can say to you that Aliyah will be, and even now is, the winning picture of Israel. Do you know how many Olim made Aliyah to Israel since October 7th?
I know you're going to tell me.
19,000 Olim since October 7th. That's a miracle. So it's not easy, but we tried and succeeded in convincing the Treasury, and of course the Minister of Aliyah and Integration, Ophir Sofer, had a lot of work in it to convince that making Aliyah to Israel now is something that the state of Israel needs more than ever. With our partners, we are saying that Olim today, building Israel's tomorrow, and we are very proud of it.
So a lot of new benefits you're giving in terms of rental assistance, in terms of tuition, education, things like that. Where do you feel it's going to make the most difference?
So first of all, we have a new project with students, with academia. We have degrees, special degrees that you start the first year with your own language from home, with English speakers and French speakers and Russian speakers. And the second year you're studying with Israeli, and after you have your Hebrew better. So this is the first thing, but we have new programs of Aliyah with housing. First of all, we've just approved a new act that new Olim will be able to have a better rate of mas rechisha for your buying your first house in Israel. And it will be a lot cheaper for new Olim. And Olim that will go to the south, to the north, and to Judea and Samaria will have 2,000 shekels every month for 2 years. It will help them build their life in Israel. Because we understand in the ministry that Aliyah is just the beginning. Today, more and more of our effort are for integration. Because we understand that if we'll have a better integration, we'll bring more Olim to Israel. So we're working very hard about the integration part.
That's a key because it's not just the ministry of immigration, Aliyah, it's the ministry of absorption as well. It's not just about bringing Olim, it's about keeping them there. I think that gets overlooked many times.
Exactly. You know, I told my deputy of encouraging Aliyah that till October 7th, most of my effort was on integration. Because I really believe that if our integration will be better, then we will succeed in bringing more Olim. We have a big reform. Last year in this convention I talked about that we are planning and now we are after it, a big reform in studying Hebrew. We don't wait for the Olim to come to Israel. Every Ole that open Aliyah file gets a link for studying Hebrew before he makes Aliyah. And now in Israel we have more ulpanim than ever for 20,000 Olim that can learn Hebrew each year. Now more than 50,000 Olim can learn Hebrew with a lot more ulpanim that we opened this year.
That's great. When I made Aliyah, we had a bunch of 30-year-olds sitting in a room in Merkaz Klita learning the Aleph Bet. You're already so far behind to be able to get that in advance and hit the ground running once you get to Israel. I mean, that makes a lot of difference.
Exactly. And we now understand that we are trying to bring the Olim more and more information before the make Aliyah. We have a special division in the ministry that's called Livui Olim. We are meeting the Olim, our employees, the ministry's employees, after they are opening the Aliyah file. We started in France, South Africa, and England. And we are now building them a program of integration in Israel. They will not land and then discover, you know, it's very Israeli of us to say to them, come to Israel and then you'll find out what you'll get. They are going to be in Ben Gurion Airport and they will know how their life will look like in the next 2 years.
It's a different type of Ola and Ola that you're dealing with now, post-October 7th, than beforehand. The bulk of the Olim pre-October 7th in the last few years have been from Ukraine, from Eastern Europe. Now we're seeing more and more from Western Europe, from South Africa, from North America. It's a different background. It's probably a much different expectation as well. How has your ministry been making that transition?
So when Minister Sofer started his position, he told me that my job is to build new programs for Olim from Western cartons because we were after the big wave of Aliyah from Russia and Ukraine, and we saw the numbers of Olim from Western countries that decreased. So October 7th and the new situations that we see now, mostly in France, but even in England and in North America, and of course now in South Africa, that we are really concerned about the situation over there. We are ready with new programs from Aliyah from Western countries. And I have to say to you, as we've started, we have like the new project of Aliyat Rofim, physicians, with the Ministry of Health and with Nefesh B'Nefesh. It's something that will build Israel for decades, because the new Olim that come from Western countries and from all over the world are helping Israel with all of the challenges that we have. And we are looking at ourselves as the HR of the State of Israel. We are doing it for years, but now we are working on bringing researchers. You know, I met last week at Boston at MIT with dozens of researchers that are willing to go back to Israel now, because after October 7th, they feel more connected to Israel than ever.
I wanted to talk to you about that because I have seen with my own eyes there's been delay for some families whose maybe tenure in business was up here in America. They were preparing to go back. October 7th hits. Now they're maybe slamming on the brakes in terms of going back. How do you reach out to them and say, hey, with everything going on, there's still opportunity here. This is your home. This is where you should be.
So first of all, by breaking the bureaucracy. We believe that most of the people want to make Aliyah, but the bureaucracy gives them the way to say, maybe I'll wait. So by guiding them and by being with them hand by hand, we believe that we'll succeed on doing this now. And second, we see a wave of solidarity. You know, most of people ask me if the increase in Aliyah opening files is because anti-Semitism. And I have to say that we see more and more young families that are saying to us that they want to make Aliyah now because of solidarity. We had a special poll that we ran last week with more than 800 families that opened Aliyah files in the last 5 years in North America. And 80% of them answered that after October 7th, they are willing and want to make Aliyah more than ever.
Amazing. Avichai Kahana from the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption, thanks so much for the time and the insight.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you very much.
Just a second, Avichai, Director General of the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption. You know, we're granting the shofar throughout the day, and sound the great shofar for our freedom. Freedom and kibbutz galuyot, the Jews coming home, taking care of the Jews coming home. That is exactly what Aliyah, immigration, and absorption is all about. It can't be just the immigration, it's the absorption. It's hugging and embracing those who come. It's fulfilling the prophecies. And for that, the Jerusalem Prize to Avichai Kahana, Director General of the Ministry of Immigration and Absorption. Thank you very much. Everyone, you can stand up because this is a combination between a ministry, a prophecy, and a mitzvah. We can have a standing ovation, please. Okay. Now we're jumping here from mood to mood. We've lost so many brave and courageous soldiers during this war. A group of bereaved families decided that in addition to expressing their grief, their sorrow, they can amplify the call for victory and the cry out against giving in to external pressures. They want to make sure, as they explain, that their sons did not fall in vain. I want to call upon Itzik Bonsel and David Gedalia, two bereaved families of Forum Hagvura, the Bravery Forum, to join us now, please. Itzik, David, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
First of all, please, in a few words, David, will start with you about the incident in which your son was killed. Bravery, courage, what can you tell us?
On October 7th, our oldest son
who serves in one of the Zionist. At 8 a.m., he left Jerusalem, and he joined a couple of friends, and he went into battle. At 9:30, our youngest son, Yosef, who was in Duvdevan, he and a friend decided that they should go into battle. They drove down to Kfar Aza. When they got to Kfar Aza the first time, they helped evacuate wounded and casualties. They went back in a second time. They didn't have any clear guidance. There was no commander. They went in and they went searching to save civilians. They evacuated a seriously wounded person. They saved another civilian. And they turned around immediately. They went in a third time. The third time they went into the Shchunat HaTzirim, the youth area. They drove between the houses, shooting from both sides, killing terrorists as they went. They came around the other way. Their Jeep got hit by an RPG. There were 4 boys in the Jeep. 2 jumped to the right and 2 jumped to the left. Yosef and his friend jumped to the left. Immediately, grenades were thrown at them. Yosef shouted, "Grenade," for a second time. And again, they jumped. This time, Yosef went a little farther out. The 2 boys that went to the right, above their head, there was a civilian in a room shouting that there are terrorists in his house. In the entire Shchunat HaTzirim, he's the only survivor. Yosef continued jumping after the second grenade, and that was the last we heard of him. Guy and his friends, the other friends, they continued the battle. Hours went by. They put a drone up. The terrorists had been dragging Yosef's body towards Aza. They were trying to kidnap it. Golani came, they killed the terrorists, they retrieved the body. It took 2 days for them to notify us.
Wow. Itzik, what could you tell us?
עמית בבוקר שמחת תורה יצא מהבית ביחד עם אחיו נדב, שניהם מפקדי צוותים בסיירת הצנחנים. הם לחמו כמה ימים בקיבוצים. ביום הרביעי, אחרי 4 ימים בלחימה, עמית התקשר אליי ואמר לי, אבא, תגיד להם שהם יכולים לסגור את יד ושם, מה שראינו פה אפילו לא מתקרב כהוא זה למה שרואים ביד ושם.
Wow, Amit was fighting with his comrades and his friends in the kibbutzim, and he called his father 4 days after fighting in October in the kibbutzim, and seeing what he saw and said, Abba, they could shut down Yad Vashem because what we're seeing here is worse. That's what they felt those days.
במשך 62 ימים, שני הבנים שלנו, נדב ועמית, לחמו בהרבה מקומות בעזה. כשבאו הצבא להודיע לי, שאלתי אותם, שאלה ראשונה, מי נהרג, נדב או עמית? ואז שמענו על הבשורה הרעה שעמית נהרג.
Wow, so after 62 days, there are 2 sons fighting in Gaza. They were informed that they came to inform them that one of them fell. They asked which one, and they heard that it was Amit. David, could you tell us a bit about the decision to get up after the days of mourning and in the midst of the sorrow, and to fight for what? For the victory, to not stop the war earlier. Tell us about that.
So when we were sitting Shiva, when you're in your personal moment of pain, it's really endless and it's incapacitating. What got us out of the house was the Ruach Ha'am. When you see the spirit the boys had, I told the story of my son, but there are hundreds of boys like that, hundreds. It's just... And when we go out of our house and we join the Forum HaGvura and we sit there in the tent with everyone, we're home. We're just with everyone together. And the energy that we get from the nation is what enables us to get out of bed in the morning. And when we communicate that to other people, we see the energy. So we had a hard time leaving the house until they said, oh, share your story. So we came to America now. We've been speaking in different communities. And you see how the story is so powerful. And every now and then they ask us, what did we do as parents to raise such heroes? And the answer is, we didn't do anything. It's what did Am Yisrael do? These boys are amazing.
Itzik, I want you to tell us about a letter that was left by Amit, a michtav, that really also inspires you to do what you're doing today.
Yeah, Amit left a letter ב-1 לדצמבר, the 1st of December. He wrote, ערב שבת, התחושה שאנחנו נמצאים במהלך היסטורי ועלינו לסיימו בניצחון מוחץ, אני גאה להיות חייל יהודי בצבא ההגנה לישראל, שבת שלום.
He wrote before Shabbat that there's a feeling that we're part of something historical, that we have to reach the total victory and we must win. Shabbat Shalom.
כן, הפתק הזה שעמית כתב מונח על השולחן של בנימין נתניהו כל הזמן, הוא דיבר עליו בכל הזדמנות, והוא משמש כצוואה וכחובה לממשלת ישראל לסיים את המלחמה הזאת בניצחון מוחץ.
This letter that he just quoted from his son of blessed memory is placed on the table in the room, the office of the Prime Minister Netanyahu, and it is seen by the families and they hope by the government as their directions, their objective to win, to reach total victory.
אנחנו הקמנו את פורום הגבורה, היום בירושלים, ליד בית המשפט העליון, מול המשרד של ראש הממשלה. הקמנו אוהל גדול ועצום, אוהל שאליו מגיעים המוני ישראלים בשביל להתחזק, בשביל לשמוע את סיפורי הגבורה, ואנחנו נשב שם עד שראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו וצבא ההגנה לישראל יביאו ניצחון מוחץ. בלי הניצחון המוחץ אנחנו לא נחזור אלינו הביתה.
We founded the Gvura Forum and we created, that's what Itzik is telling us, the encampment outside of the government offices in Jerusalem to say to the government and the Prime Minister, until we reach total victory, we are not going home. David.
ההורים השכולים פעם ראשונה מאז הקמת המדינה,
for the first time the bereaved parents,
הם יהיו חלק בלתי נפרד מקבלת ההחלטות במדינה.
part of the decision making. We see Netanyahu inviting them.
בשעה שצעדנו ברחובות מנהטן, צעדו עשרות הורים ברחובות ירושלים וצעקו את הצעקה שאנחנו דורשים ניצחון מוחץ ולא שום דבר אחר.
As we were marching in Manhattan, there were bereaved families marching in Jerusalem demanding a total victory, demanding the obliteration, the destruction of the Hamas.
אני רוצה לסיים במשהו שמתחבר למשפחות החטופים שישבו פה מקודם.
I want to end with something that actually connects to the families of the hostages that were sitting here before.
לפני שעמית נכנס לעזה, הוא חילק לכל החיילים שלו, כל אחד קיבל תמונה של חטוף אחר, וכל אחד הוא חייב אותם לשים בווסט תמונה של חטוף לאורך כל הדרך.
Before Amit went into Gaza with his soldiers, he told all his soldiers to have a picture of one of the hostages in their vest, their combat vest, to not only specifically to know who this is and to search for him, but mainly to understand what the mission is and to connect to the mission of the hostages, of relieving the hostages.
אנחנו נמצאים פה בארצות הברית, כי חשובה לנו מאוד התמיכה של יהודי ארצות הברית בפורום הגבורה. אנחנו רוצים לשמוע שיהודי ארצות הברית מבינים את הסיטואציה, מבינים שאם עכשיו אנחנו לא ננצח את החמאס, ניצחון מוחץ, זה יגיע לארצות הברית, זה לא ייעצר בשום מקום.
Okay, and mainly the idea is being here in the United States is to have the Jewish diaspora in the United States, the Jewish communities, support the idea of Forum Gvura, the idea that if there won't be total victory on the Hamas, Hamas will reach the United States as well. David, how do you connect to this message and also about the reactions that you're hearing?
So we spent some time in the Jewish communities, and there are a couple of things we're seeing. One is the Jews that we've met feel the anti-Semitism. They feel a certain fear, maybe a strong word. And what the message that this story that we're watching unfold is of biblical proportions is not as apparent here as it is where we are coming from. We're living it. The fight is not a little fight over little things. It's a fight over good versus evil. It sounds so trite here. How can I say those words? It's good over evil, but it really is. They're really, really evil, and we're really, really good. And I know that to be true because I know my boys, and I know our boys.
Wow.
אני רוצה רק... כן. לסיים רק בסיפור קטן על עמית, קצר. עמית והחיילים שלו היו בסג'איה בערב שבת.
Amit and his soldiers, Erev Shabbat, were in Gaza and Sajaiya.
עמית אסף את החיילים ואמר להם, אני לא יכול לארגן לכם יין וחלות לשבת,
He told his soldiers, I can't get the chalot and wine
אבל
for
אסור לנו
Shabbat.
לשכוח שאנחנו נמצאים בשבת, ויש לי בקשה אחת שאני אומר לכם אותה כפקודה.
We can't forget that it's Shabbat, so here's my request from you that is an order.
כשאתם רואים אחד את השני או מחליפים במשמרת, אני מחייב אתכם להגיד שבת שלום אחד לשני.
Wow, when during this Shabbat of duty, when you're switching each other and the guards and the different roles of duty, you say to each other Shabbat Shalom, and that's an order.
כן. תודה רבה, תודה רבה.
איציק, דוד, תודה רבה. Thank you very much. I now invite to the stage Yaakov Chaguel, chairman of the World Zionist Organization, for a discussion in Hebrew with David Dudu Saada, chairman of the Jerusalem Conference and the Besheva Group. I will be here to summarize in English right after.
יופי. שלום יעקב.
שלום וברכה. איזו אווירה, איזה קהל, כל הכבוד.
כן, כנס יפה?
מרשים מאוד.
כמעט נפלת פה במדרגה, אבל היום בצעדה כמעט יקו בך.
אתה יודע, הם לא ישברו אותנו. לצערנו, גם בעמנו יש גיס חמישי, והפרו-פלסטינאים האלה שניסו באמת, אנחנו המשכנו בראש מורם, והיה פה מצעד מדהים של עשרות אלפי אנשים, וכיף לראות את עם ישראל כך, במיטבו.
אבל בכל זאת, הכל בסדר אחרי כל מה שהיה בצעדה?
ברוך השם.
אנשים התקשרו אליך, רצו להגיד עליך פרקי תהילים.
לא נורא, הכל בסדר, אתה רואה, אני פה בריא ושלם.
אז תן משפט אחד, מה קרה היום בצהריים?
אנחנו הגענו עם משלחת מדהימה של ראשי ערים. כן, כן, זה הזמן. ראשי הערים, השלטון המקומי בישראל, זה חוד החנית בכל העשייה הציבורית, והלכנו ברחוב, והייתה שם הפגנה של פרו-פלסטינאים יהודים. עצוב עצוב לראות שכאלה.
פרו-פלסטינאים יהודים, הכוונה לסאטמרים?
כן, כן, כן. ואנחנו פה המשכנו לצעוד בראש מורם והכל בסדר, ברוך השם.
I'll stop and say, Yaakov Chaguel says that we marched with pride today with our heads up high. The pro-Palestinian anti-Israeli activists didn't deter us. He's telling us about a delegation of mayors that they met protest, Jewish protest, pro-Palestinian, probably Satmar protest, and it did not deter them at all, and they came to march with no doubts at all.
נמצאים פה תושבי ארצות הברית וחלקם הורים לחיילים שהגיעו כחיילים בודדים להילחם בישראל, חלקם גם נפלו, ואנחנו מכירים אפילו משפחה שעשתה עלייה אחרי שהבן נפל. יש לך קשר איתם קצת?
בהחלט, לצערנו נפלו במערכה הזאת 31 חיילים בודדים שהמשפחות שלהם לא גרים בישראל. אבדות קשות. אנחנו בשבוע שעבר ערכנו כאן מפגש של כמה עשרות של חיילים בודדים שעזבו הכל, הם מילואימניקים, עזבו הכל, עלו על מטוס, התגייסו, התחיילו ונלחמו בעזה חודשים רבים וחזרו כאן לעסקים שלהם. אני לא מכיר עם שכזה. פשוט מחמם את הלב לראות כל כך הרבה אנשים שמבינים שהם מגיעים למלחמה בעזה, עוזבים כאן את העסקים בוול סטריט ומגיעים להילחם למען עם ישראל ומדינת ישראל.
Yaakov Chaguel tells us about, first of all, 31 lone soldiers that fell in the war, and the importance is that we understand and comprehend what they're going through, what these families are going through. He also told us that he met soldiers and reserves that flew out to Israel as they heard what happened on October 7th, and then they came back to their businesses, Wall Street, businesses throughout the North America. And he says that is Am Yisrael, that are the people of Israel, who when they see that their brothers and sisters in Israel are in distress, they don't think twice, they get on a plane, and they come to join the army.
יעקב, אתה היום יושב ראש ההסתדרות הציונית העולמית, אבל לפני כן גם שימשת כראש המחלקה לישראל ופעילות נגד האנטישמיות. האנטישמיות עולה או יורדת?
אנטישמיות עולה מאוד. אנחנו מדברים מאז ה-7 באוקטובר על עלייה של 600% באירועים האנטישמיים ביחס לתקופה הזאת בשנה שעברה.
עוד פעם, כמה אחוזים?
600%.
עלייה.
עלייה. אנחנו צריכים להבין, דודו, אנחנו מדברים על כך שב-7 באוקטובר פרצה מלחמה לא רק נגד מדינת ישראל, פרצה מלחמה נגד העם היהודי, ולא פשוט גם כאן ברחובות היום.
As the chairman of the WZO, the World Zionist Organization, one of the roles is, of course, fighting anti-Semitism. Yaakov Chaguel is talking about a rise in 600%. 600% rise, increase in the amount of incidents, anti-Semitic incidents, and he emphasizes on October 7th, the war wasn't started only against the people of Israel, but also against Jewish people worldwide. That is what the war is about today.
בשבוע שעבר היית שותף להעברת חוק בממשלת ישראל, שהייתה לך זכות להוביל אותו. ספר לנו על כך.
כן, הייתה החלטה היסטורית של ממשלת ישראל. צריך להבין, כל מי שנפגע בפעילות אנטישמית מחוץ לישראל והוא אזרח ישראלי, הוא מוכר כנפגע פעולות איבה. מישהו יהודי ולא אזרח ישראלי לא היה מוכר כנפגע פעולות איבה. גולת הכותרת הייתה בשנה שעברה, בל"ג בעומר, פיגוע בבית הכנסת בג'רבה בתוניס, נרצחים שני בני דודים. אחד, שניהם כמובן יהודיים, אחד בעל אזרחות ישראלית ואחד לא בעל אזרחות ישראלית. זה שבעל אזרחות ישראלית הוכר על ידי מדינת ישראל כנפגע פעולות איבה, וזה שלא בעל אזרחות ישראלית לא הוכר. ההחלטה הזאת של ממשלת ישראל גורמת לכך שכל מי שנרצח בפעולה ממניעים אנטישמיים מחוץ לישראל והוא יהודי, יוכר על ידי ממשלת ישראל כנפגע פעולות איבה. זו החלטה היסטורית של ממשלת ישראל שמחזקת את כך שמדינת ישראל היא הבית של כל היהודים.
Now, Yaakov Chaguel talked about an important legislation that was passed last week, which officially recognizes Jews who are victims of anti-Semitism around the world as official victims, as counted and all what it comes with, victims of terror recognized by the State of Israel. That's an historic decision, he says, and that shows that Israel is the true home for Jews worldwide.
יעקב, משהו קצת אישי? הבן שלך איפה משרת?
הבן שלי שירת בעזה. במילואים מעל 100 ימים.
איך הרגשה?
My son, says Yaakov Chaguel, was serving in Gaza in reserves for more than 100 days.
יש לנו עם של גיבורים. יש לנו עם של גיבורים. חיילי המילואים, האימהות של חיילי המילואים, האבות של חיילי המילואים, אנשים של חיילי המילואים, האזרחים, היהודים האדירים שגרים כאן, שאספו כסף ואספו מוצרים. איזו ערבות הדדית, איזה עם מדהים אנחנו. יש לנו בהחלט במה להיות גאים.
מילה אחת על גיסך?
וואלה, אני אתרגם את זה.
אני אחבר לך את זה, יוני. מילה אחת על גיסך?
גיסי אסף נרצח במסיבת הנובה, נרצח שהוא פרמדיק, נרצח על ידי החמאס יימח שמם וזכרם, אבל הם לא ישברו אותנו. אנחנו כאן ואנחנו נשאר בישראל לעולם ועד.
We have a nation of lions, of heroes, Yaakov Chaguel says. And it's not only the soldiers and the reservists, it's also the parents, the wives, the citizens who help, the donors. We are all one nation of brave people. He talked about his brother-in-law who was murdered in the Nova Festival as a medic who was trying to save other people. And that is the story of the people of Israel.
יעקב חגואל, יושב ראש ההסתדרות הציונית העולמית, תודה רבה לך.
Levv, who represents the Histadrut Leumit, the Israeli General Federation of Labor. She will speak about the triumph of the spirit in the Israeli labor market following the events of October 7th.
Hello everyone. You all know what happened on October 7, but no one knows what happened on October 8. My name is Betty Metzer-Levy, and I'm a lawyer and a legal advisor of the Histadrut Leumit. I'm here today to tell you the story of October 8th at the National Trade Union and what we had to cope with on that Black Shabbat in order to keep it together. We represent hundreds of workers in hundreds workplaces and about 200,000 employees. October 8th was a nightmare. We were all at home, afraid and shocked. We didn't know what was going on. We were in front of the TV 24/7 watching the news. On October 8th, we experienced a complete shutdown. That means no schools, no kindergarten, no shop, no state services. Our chairman, Mr. Yoav Simchi, who is with us today, called me that day and said to me, thing that I will never forget. He told me, we will not let them win. The next thing he said, we must make sure that workplaces continue working. If we don't support and inspire our leaders in the workplaces, we won't keep it together. This is our duty. I think that this mindset has defined our thought and actions. From that moment on, management had to make immediate decisions, putting words into actions. The first thing we did was to establish 24/7 hotline that immediately contacted the workplaces we represent to get as much information as possible regarding the workers, such as who was killed, kidnapped, on reserve duty, who had been evacuated from their home. At the same time, we established a leadership platform supporting and inspiring our leaders in the workplaces for them to take the lead. Then we put together task forces that were led by team leaders and women force leaders, which was dominant. We started a wall operation that aimed to donate and assist our workers. We had a call center's logistic operation nationwide. We learned that we need to be in direct touch with our workers to meet them in order to learn more about what was going on and assist them as much as possible. We understood that us being there was significant to them. In terms of manpower status, we mapped out workplaces that needed help. It was a highly complex mission. We had to stay professional, be proactive, and to tailor-made solution, being flexible and creative. We had to place workers in factories and offices to replace employees that couldn't come to work. We also needed to bring employees back to work. Many of them were afraid to leave their homes. Chairmen and chairwomen started calling each and every employee and gave them the courage to come to work. We then adjusted the workday, shortening working hours or allowing them to work from home. We guided and supported families of workers who were on reserve duty. We also made sure that our workers got paid. We learned about the sector that were mostly affected by the war: construction, electricity, tourism, truck and bus driver, restaurants, and more. Our action and strategy impacted the market, and as a result, unemployment rate dropped. I am happy to share with you that in February this year, the job market has recovered, offering new jobs. That means that we are on the right track, and that gave us hope, a really good hope. And now, I would like to share with you and tell you about the trade union chairman of a factory in the southern part of Israel. This chairman has inspired us with making one critical decision, turning darkness into light. This chairman has turned each and every worker to a volunteer in order to help the southern citizen. And the slogan he came up with on October 8th was, "How can I help you?" How can we help workers and employees in need in the darkest of time? I think this mindset of creating a shared project inspired us all, helping soldiers, refugees, employees' families, and more. This chairman has transformed the atmosphere in the factory and the quality of life of many workers. We are so proud of him. He's a true leader. And now, in a short movie, I would like to share with you the spirit of our Women Task Forces leaders on October 8 and on.
לי היה ברור שאנחנו בקרייסס נוראי במדינה.
אני כיושבת ראש ועד מצאתי את עצמי במצב שמעולם לא דמיינתי שדבר כזה יכול לקרות.
בפעם הראשונה אני צריכה להתמודד עם ילדים של בעלים של שנהרגים.
יש לנו גם עובד שנרצח במסיבה, יש לנו עובד שיש לו קרובת משפחה שהיא חטופה.
ברגעים האלה זאת באמת שעת מבחן.
עם כל החוסר אונים שאני חשתי מהמצב, הייתי צריכה לחזק את כל אלה שמסביבי. נבחרתי כדי להיות שם בשבילם.
ולנו היה ברור שמרגע זה אנחנו צריכים להירתם.
בשניות פתחנו חמ"ל.
הודעות בקבוצת וואטסאפ, טלפונים מאחד לשני, ומיד התארגנו.
מצאתי את עצמי ביום השלישי של המלחמה, מרימה טלפון, עובד, ומנסה להסביר לו למה זה חשוב לחזור לעבודה. היה פה איזושהי אחריות לבוא ולהגיד, למרות הכל, אנחנו פה כדי להמשיך ולייצר ולשמור על העסק הזה דופק.
בתוך התקופה של האי-ודאות, של הכאוס המטורף הזה, צריך לנהל גם את זכויות העובדים, צריך לתת מענה.
המון דרך ההסתדרות הלאומית שבאמת נתנה מענה מסביב לשעון 24/7, לכל שאלה, לכל וואטסאפ, בוקר, לילה, שישי, שבת.
תודה רבה לוועד העובדים של אלקטרה מוצרי צריכה. מירי אוהבים אותה!
ריגש אותי לראות את כל היושבות ראש ועד שהובילו את כל המהלכים האלו, מגיעות לשטח, מגיעות לחזית, לביאות, ככה קראו לנו באותם רגעים, ואמרו לנו כמה טוב שאתם פה.
גיליתי בעצמי חוזקות כאישה שלא משנה עוד ועוד ועוד, את יכולה לדחוף את עצמך הכי גבוה שאפשר.
אני ידעתי שאני צריכה להנהיג פה עובדים בתוך מציאות מאוד מאוד מורכבת.
אתה רואה את הכוח הנשי, את העוצמה של עצם היותה אישה, את היכולת ארגון.
אני קיבלתי חיבוק אישי, וכשאני קיבלתי את החיבוק יכולתי לתת לכולם. אישה יכולה להזיז הרים אם היא רוצה, באהבה שלה, בנתינה שלה, באמונה שהיא תצליח. נשים לא מוותרות.
I think that action speak louder than words. Leonard Cohen once said, "There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in." Israel cracked on October 7. We are responsible for the well-being of hundreds of thousands of workers. We learned so much on October 8 by taking responsibility and leading our workers with flexible, creative mindset, common sense, and sensitivity. We made it clear we wouldn't let them win this game too. They didn't. No one can beat the Israeli and the Jewish spirit. Am Israel Chai. Thank you.
Our next panel will relate to two important missions of the Jewish state and the way to balance between them. Mike Wagenham will discuss strengthening communities and encouraging Aliyah with Eric Michelson, Director of Aliyah at the Ministry of Aliyah and Integration, Zev Grushinsky, Executive VP, Nefesh B'Nefesh, and Ron Brumer, Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism.
One short, but we'll get going here. So, gentlemen, first off, thanks for taking the time to join us here. There are two competing voices post-October 7th. There's a voice that says to American Jews that the barbarians are at all of the gates of Israel And as bad as it is in America right now dealing with anti-Semitism, we cannot cede the battleground here. We cannot flee. There's another set of voices that say, come home. You're not going to walk down the streets of Netanya or Modin and hear calls for your death. You'll be welcomed by neighbors who love you. Which voice should American Jews be listening to right now? I want to go one by one and ask that question.
So, obviously, as an Israeli, as a Jew, I personally believe that every Jew belongs in Eretz Israel and should be living there. But eventually, it's an individual decision. And as long as Jews choose to live abroad in the diaspora, it is our obligation, first of all, as a government and as an Israelis and Jews in Israel and abroad, to make sure that there is prosperous, secure Jewish life everywhere, that we are combating anti-Semitism, that we are fighting it, and make sure that every Jew, wherever he wants, will be able to have a rich, full Jewish life for him and for his family.
So I want to connect to the word choice. You know, Nefesh B'Nefesh was established by Rabbi Fess and Tony Gelbart, who we spoke with just before, and promoted the idea of Aliyah of choice. Our mission is to give every Jew the ability to choose. And I think that if you come and give the tools that the Director General spoke about, and I'm sure Eric will elaborate on, the tools that Israel offers in order to integrate, I think that the community here is big enough to have those who choose to stay, but those who choose to come, and our mission is to give them those tools.
Mike, you know, I came from Boston over the weekend. We went to MIT, we went to Harvard. We spoke to Israeli faculty there. We spoke to students who are, some more proudly, some less so, graduating. We just walked, you know, in the Israeli parade behind the banner of the Israel government, and then flags behind of both the United States and the flag of Israel together. You know, went to grab a quick bite before coming here, and we went to a kosher restaurant, and we heard Spanish and Portuguese and French. And I think that right now, and we could talk about numbers, we could talk about statistics, we could talk about sentiments, but the fact on the ground is, if you come and see and you feel and talk to the people, we're very strong in Israel. We're very strong here. The Jewish communities feel strong here. And what the government of Israel is trying to say, and if you heard my CEO previously, Avichai Kahana, speak about a picture of victory, is, you know, the motto of Nefesh B'Nefesh is not, you're not running away from something, you're running to something. Right now, that picture of victory is coming out of a sense of solidarity, okay? The community here is incredibly powerful. We were just in France a month ago. Maybe not as powerful, but still strong. And the Jews feel confident. But those who are coming because they feel a very strong sense of solidarity. And it's 19,000 people strong since the beginning of the war. And that's just the cusp, the beginning, because it takes time to plan Aliyah. Now what we're trying to say in the government is right now we're going to invest a tremendous amount of effort to capitalize on this window of opportunity, if you will, of people who feel that sense of solidarity. But that's what it's about as far as the government is concerned.
I wanted to expand on that because there is two different things going on simultaneously in terms of Aliyah right now. There are people that are filing their Aliyah application because they're scared of what's happening in America. But at the same time, because of October 7th, so many Jews have reconnected with Judaism in a very surprising way and reconnected with maybe a childhood affinity for Israel. What is your sense of that? I know you can't put an exact percentage on it, but what is your sense about where that divide is right now? How many are coming to Israel out of fear? How many are running away and how many are running to?
So I checked that statistics this morning because since October 7th, we saw 6,000 North Americans apply for Aliyah. 6,000. Of those, only 4.5% mentioned that anti-Semitism is a reason for their Aliyah. 4.5%. The majority, the vast majority of the applications we get are saying that the reason is Zionism, want to serve in the IDF because of the war, and these are facts. We see more and more people that feel that solidarity Eric spoke about and want to come because their real connection to the state of Israel.
So in effect, the enemy's plan has backfired. They wanted to eliminate Zionism. They're actually strengthening it in some ways.
And not only that, what Ron does is to connect them to their Judaism.
Yeah, exactly. So I just want to add to that. Eventually, you mentioned the word Zionism, so the reasonable person abroad would not have tolerance for anti-Semitism, the reasonable person. But he will have a lot of tolerance for anti-Zionism. Our job is to make sure that every person abroad realizes that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. There is no daylight between them. And this is exactly what we're trying to make sure that people will understand and to close this huge gap between the tolerance to anti-Zionism and the intolerance to anti-Semitism.
I wanted to ask you something because we try to learn from our own mistakes, but I think sometimes we overlook the enemy's successes. You had mentioned something to me about your ministry learning from the successes right now of the Hamas supporters and the way they're utilizing social media, the way they're utilizing certain tactics, and trying to turn the tables on them. I found it interesting. I wanted to go into a bit more detail with you on that.
So because we're here just the two of us and no one is listening,
right,
and I cannot be quoted, obviously, I will just say that we have a lot to learn from our rivals. They are well coordinated. You have hundreds and thousands of NGOs worldwide working on same hashtags, same campaigns, same messaging, and it works eventually. We are in a cognitive warfare which we are losing. And the only way to do better in this cognitive warfare is actually two things. First is work together, be able to coordinate better our own efforts. And the second thing is to use our Jewish brains. We are smarter than them, and we should utilize our brains in order to win not only in the physical warfare, but also in this cognitive warfare.
I wanted to ask you, because an Olim, an Oleh, who's coming to Israel, feels that recent connection, maybe a postdoc, it's fresh in them, it's new for them. Does that make them a stronger candidate to be a successful Oleh or Olah?
So another experience from an hour ago. We just went to a ceremony of one of our flagship programs called Garin Tzabar. These are young 18, 19, 21-year-olds, strong, old, and either they're post-grad or they just completed high school. And we wanted to hear their stories instead of listening to us talk. The whole group, we went one by one. And, what are you guys thinking? We had a young lady, she just graduated from Berkeley. I think everyone knows what's going on in Berkeley. And what they said is that they never felt a stronger will to come. Some of the people said pre-October 7, they weren't even contemplating it. There's this new concept called the October 8th Jew. So I think that right now, the October 8th Jew, more and more in exponential numbers, I've mentioned the numbers, I can tell you it's not just here. France, it's 400% increase. We have exponential increase in the UK, in Canada, Western countries predominantly, but not only. And a lot of these people want to come now. By the way, in the government we call Dafka Achshav, deliberately now, specifically now. There's a government program called the Umbrella Program now to facilitate this. Is called Afal Pichen, which I guess you could say is despite of, or especially now, hundreds of millions invested by the government to facilitate for these people in this window of opportunity. So to answer your question with a very long answer, is that 100%. There's a stronger sense, it's a stronger Oleh, and I think it's going to be prolific, and there will be ripple effect to this way past the war, way past Bezat Hashem, when we bring back all the Chatufim, because to make Aliyah takes time, and this is a phenomena that we're already identifying now.
I just want to add to what Eric said that, again, I've met over the weekend dozens of people who come over and say, you know, I'm coming this summer, I'm going to come next year, I'm going to come in 2 or 3 or even 7 years. They have a plan. They are starting to plan, they're starting to research. Our job, Nefesh B'Nefesh, the Ministry of Aliyah Integration, together with the Jewish Agency, is to make sure that they're fully prepared, to make sure that they know where they're coming, they will have a job ready, they'll know where they're going to live, and they will strengthen Israel more and more.
We have about 30 to 45 seconds left per answer, but I feel it's an important question I want to close out on. We talked about the two different voices, but you're not competing with each other. There's just a good faith effort on both parts, and it's all to strengthen the Jewish world in the long run. How can the quote-unquote Aliyah folks help strengthen the diaspora, and how can folks focusing on the diaspora help to strengthen those making Aliyah? I'll start with you, gentlemen.
Strong Israel, strong global Jewry. By the way, I don't even call it diaspora, I call it global Jewry. If you walk down, again, the Israel parade, they're waving the flag of Israel. These are people waving the flag of Israel. We have hundreds of thousands, if not more, of Israelis here. Some of them are also coming back, Toshavim Chozrim, returning citizens. But point being is that it's feeding each other. Now, what we want to do, our job, is to make sure that those who are considering coming back or we want to consider coming, we will give them everything within our means to give them. And right now, unprecedentedly, there are more rights and benefits, and we're a service to accompany them, and a special package for students, and a special package with Nefesh B'Nefesh for physicians. But the point being is it's there for you if you want it, and the stronger we are over there, the stronger we're going to be over here, and vice versa.
Ron?
And again, these people are coming to Israel. They're contributing to the country, but they're not forgetting where they came from. And I think that uniqueness of being in both worlds, that strengthens both communities.
The Ministry of Diaspora's work is to strengthen Jewish identity and connection to Israel. Now, a Jew abroad with a strong Jewish identity and a strong connection to Israel is a great thing for everyone, whether he decides to make Aliyah or not. But I think that eventually, as much as we connect Jews abroad to the state of Israel, I assume it also affects on the Aliyah. So eventually we're absolutely not competing, we are completing each other.
One Israel. Ron, Zev, Eric, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Naomi Linder-Khan is the director of the International Division of Regavim. Inbal Anbuskila will join the stage now to speak with Naomi about the ongoing battle against illegal building, which is basically another form of war against Israel, against the sovereignty of Israel. Inbal, Naomi, join us.
Good evening, Naomi.
Good
It is
evening.
a pleasure to have you here tonight. This is a great honor for us in the Jerusalem Conference, New York.
Thank you.
Tell me a little bit about Regavim. What do you do?
Regavim was founded 18 years ago by 3 young idealists who came from very different directions to the same conclusion, that the question of land use policy is the most basic expression of national sovereignty and of the Zionist vision. Who uses your most basic resource, the land itself? What are they using it for? And what are the implications for the future of the state of Israel? So we begin with the ground. We divide the country into regions and see what's actually happening on the ground throughout the land of Israel. We take that information back, take a big picture snapshot of it to understand the reality on the ground and to try to propose policy or legislation through a variety of means to bring the Zionist vision back into Israeli policy.
Amazing. And tell me, what is the big picture analysis of the possibility of peace with the Palestinian Authority?
So this is an area that we've applied our traditional regavim methods, and that is really to let the facts speak. It's something unusual, an area that we were not involved in before October 7th, but we simply did what we do down on the ground, collecting facts and letting those facts show us the big picture. And the big picture is a very frightening one. I think we have some slides that we can show you, maybe? Yes. So we came to the conclusion, which is not a very surprising one, I don't think, to anyone in this room, that the paradigms that controlled Israel's policy up until the 7th of October have come crashing down, and it is time for a new paradigm. But we're not moving. It's not moving. Okay, if we can advance the slides. What we did was simply do what anyone could do if they wanted to, and that is collect the facts, let those facts speak. We began to analyze what the Palestinian Authority actually says, what they do, and how they express their attitudes towards the State of Israel, towards the possibility for peace, to see if we have a peace partner on the other side of this question. The background is, in a nutshell, the Palestinian Authority and the Palestinian police force were created under the Oslo Accords. Essentially, Israel subcontracted its security, allowing the Palestinian Authority to take control of various territories. We've seen how that's played out, but at the same time, it had some very basic responsibilities to which they have never lived up, not to this day. Only three main things, really. One was changing the Palestinian National Charter to remove all reference to the annihilation of the State of Israel. The second was to stop incitement in curricula and in the public sphere. And the third was to cooperate with Israel to combat terrorism. And that has never happened. So we can go to the next one. Yes. Even though between the first and second Oslo Accords, dozens of Israelis were murdered by terrorists, the Palestinian Authority never lived up to the three main requirements of the first Oslo Agreement. The second Oslo Agreement went ahead and repeated the exact same paradigm again. Next slide. The Palestinian Authority has never prevented the rise of terrorism. It has always encouraged terrorism. And what we have collected in recent months is irrefutable statements by the Palestinian Authority leadership itself that they don't intend to stop doing so. They not only support terrorism, glorify terrorism, pay terrorists, pay for people to murder Jews on a sliding scale, as we all know, the Taylor Force Act and Pay for Slay program, but it gets even worse than that. What we began to see was not only these patterns of support for terrorism, but actual involvement, and this is, again, not new. This started all the way back in 1996, the first serious wave of Palestinian Authority terrorism against Israeli soldiers and civilians, and it has continued ever since. And what we did was collect, only for the past several months, but the history here is a very, very bad one. As you can see, started already in 1996 and has continued to this very day. And I cannot advance the slide.
Can we please change the slide?
Okay. So we collected in this report, which is available on our website, data statements, martyr proclamations by the Palestinian Authority leadership itself. There are some 50 paid, trained, and armed Palestinian security force officers. I would stress that they are paid, trained, and armed by the government of the United States, among others, who have been directly involved in acts of terrorism that have taken the lives of Israeli civilians and soldiers. And this continues every day. At least 50% of the known registered officers of Palestinian Authority security forces are actually active members of internationally sanctioned terrorist groups. The conclusions are, that didn't work out very well. The conclusions are shocking. We cannot fool ourselves any longer into thinking that we have a partner for peace. We cannot possibly entertain the idea that the Palestinian Authority is a legitimate option for the day after the war, and giving any more territory or power or arms to an organization that is sworn to your destruction is suicidal. In the words that are attributed to Albert Einstein, repeating the same action over and over and expecting different results is the definition of insanity. We must wake ourselves up from this insanity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much having you here.
No, me Avrei Gavim. Thank you very much.
On October 7th, we met Hamas's terrorists face to face. A deadly wake-up call. Now, let's meet the Palestinian Authority's terrorists. The Palestinian Authority security forces were established by the Oslo Accords and are supported and trained by the US and European countries. For years, people have been saying that the Palestinian Authority fights terrorism, that it's a partner for peace.
הרשות הפלסטינית בעת הזאת פועלת על מנת לרסן טרור. אם נגיע למצב שהם יפעלו נגדנו, אין מה לעשות, ואנחנו לא במצב הזה.
But what do the Palestinian Authority's security forces have to say about that?
كحركة فتح وأيضا كأجهزة أمن منذ 30 عام. الأمن الفلسطيني قدم أكثر من 2000 شهيد.
Let's not fool ourselves. The PA incites terrorism, the PA funds terrorism, and the PA commits terrorism. We all know that the PA pays terrorists who murder Jews. But it doesn't end there. Not even close. The PA security forces, our partners, are involved in every aspect of terrorism and are very proud of it. A new report by the Regavim movement exposes the real numbers. The official Fatah Martyrs proclamations boast about dozens of PA officers who were killed while committing acts of terrorism in the last 3 years. Add to that dozens of Palestinian Authority terrorists in uniform who were arrested for planning and executing other attacks. We emphasize, these are people who work in the Palestinian security forces. At the same time, they carried out terror attacks. And these are only those who were caught. The figures do not include perpetrators of terror attacks who have not been arrested, and the thousands of supporters of terrorism among PA employees. This shouldn't surprise anyone. Many of the PA security officers are released terrorists, including those with Jewish blood on their hands. These terrorist officers are honored in military funerals and are heroes and role models in the Palestinian education system. Public buildings and streets are named after them, and their families receive official support and prestige. So, you tell us, does the Palestinian Authority really fight terror? Have we really woken up?
Thank you very much to Regavim. It's important awakening. In a few moments, we will begin the special tribute for Senator Joe Lieberman. But before that, a discussion about the significance of national service volunteers in the diaspora. I'd like to invite to the stage Arit Ansbacher Landsman Batami Board Chairwoman and Ayala Michelson and Hillel Schwartz. And as you can hear, their friends are all here.
Well, בנות, תודה רבה. Shalom, everyone. Because of an old car accident, my hands are trembling, so I'll use a microphone stand, by your permission. My name is Arit Ansbacher-Lanzman, and I am the chairwoman of Bat Ami. Bat Ami is an Israeli non-profit organization that has, for the past 20 years, sent thousands of young Israeli National Service volunteers to Jewish schools and communities in United States, Mexico, Canada, Uruguay, Austria, Switzerland, Singapore, and Australia. These young women, through lessons in Hebrew, Zionism, Jewish identity, and many, many Israeli songs, weave threads of connections and arvut hadadit, mutual responsibility, between Israeli Jewry and the global Jewish community. We are proud to accompany them, train them, and support them, especially during moments of homesickness, whether it's because their friend is getting married 13 hours away, or as we have had to several times this year, in the tragic loss of a parent or sibling when war breaks out in Israel while they are here. And I have the honor of chatting a bit with two of these amazing young women, Bnot Shirut, Shalom, Hallel, and Ayala.
Shalom.
First, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Good. So please share with us a significant moment or experience over the past year that has highlighted the importance of your mission here. A moment where when you thought to yourself or told your parents, this is why it was worth taking on this challenge. Ayala?
Okay, so a little bit a while after we came, we did an activity for second grade, and before the activity I asked them, what do you know about Israel? They told me there is a war. I says, okay, what else do you know? They told me people die. I told them, okay, what else do you know? They told me there is hostages. I says, okay, who can tell me something positive about Israel? They told me, our president helped you. And then I understand that they can't say something good about Israel. It was really difficult for me. But I feel that during this year, together with the amazing staff and with my participant, Rotal, I think that there is a big change in the school. This week, one of the students came to me and she told me, Ayala knows, when I graduate high school, I want to come to be Bat Shirut in Israel. And we have another student that she told me that she wants to go to Naale. It's a program to learn in Israel. And also with the little kids, like the kindergarten. I played with them one day, and I saw them setting up the chairs, and they're doing like. And I asked them, what are you doing? And they says, come with us, we'll fly to Israel. It was so cute, and I felt that I understand what am I doing here.
Great story, thank you. Hallel.
Okay, so during the year, Rotem, my partner, and I did a bat mitzvah program, Great Jewish Women Throughout the Ages. In this program, we learned about our mothers, Sarah, Rivka, Rachel, and Leah. One of the girls that took part in our program goes to a public school, so she didn't know about our mothers so much and their stories. And every class during the program was so special for me to give her all the story, to give her what the mothers did for us. And she really came every class and asked us questions and just wanted to know and to hear more and more. This girl made me realize how important this year of Shlichut And I'm so happy that I had that chance to connect her with our story, with our mothers. I just want to add, in the beginning, the rabbi thought that the program will not be so successful, but the program became so successful that we are getting, until now, amazing comments from the girls that took part, from their parents, from other people in the community that just heard about the program.
Great. The war in Israel affected and shook us all. How has it impacted your personal service? Where were you during the war? What challenges did you face, and how did you cope with them? Ayala?
The beginning of the war was really traumatic for me. I was away from my family. My brother deserved in the army in Gaza. And it was really hard to be away from everyone. My first intuition was to go back. But this I understood that this is exactly time that my job here is really important. A little bit a while after the war started, one of the students that used to learn in our PRY, in our school, he got killed in Gaza, Elisha Lowenster, and one of the programs that we did in honor of him, it was to learn about Israel. He so loved Israel, and he made Aliyah. So we want the kids in the positive way to learn about Israel, to love Israel. They learn about each place in Israel, the Golan, the Galil, the Hermon, and they really enjoyed, and they remember him in the right positive way. Also, another program that we did with them that was really important for me during the war, we make mishloach manot packages for family who had been evacuated from them homes. And I really saw the kids, how everyone brought his favorite snack and candy and bring it, and they told me, this is my favorite snack, I bring it because I want them to be happy. The kids make a draw and letters, and they really want to be part of what is going on. They really want to be connected to Israel. And for me, as the Bat Shirut, it was amazing to see and feel that.
Thank you. Hallel.
When the war first started, was so much stress. I checked my phone every second. I wanted to know what's going on in Israel, what's going on with my family and friends. My brother and brother-in-law took part in research. But slowly, I found the way to still be here in the Shlichut and in the same time to be connected with what's going on at home. The moment that the war faced me close was when Yitzhak Hoffman, Hashem Yikom Damo, Rotem's uncle, was killed in Gaza. It was the first time in the war that it felt close. Rotem went back home for 3 weeks. In these 3 weeks that I stayed here alone at the school and the community, it was a challenging time to make up all our activities and run them alone. All the routine I had changed. We just planned a trip for the break that came up, and we canceled it all. I moved from where I stayed with Rotem for the 3 weeks to the amazing family of Shlichim in our community. It was a very strange time. But I went through through these 3 weeks with filling my time with positive work at the school and the community, with amazing people from the community and the families of Shlichim from the school. And instead of the trip that me and Rotem planned, I had the privilege to visit my Savta that lives here. For the first time, I went to visit her, and she didn't come to visit me in Israel. I feel that my year of Shlichut became so much meaningful because of the war. Usually, the National Service girls represent the Hebrew and the Zionism. the world changer shlichut to represent Israel.
I want to thank you for sharing your experience with us here, and especially for your courage in moving away from home for a year for this shlichut during a very challenging and complicated year. And you stayed, and you all stayed. At Bat Ami, we believe it's our obligation to maintain and nurture the ties that makes us in Israel and the Jews around the world one community, one body. We feel your hearts beats with ours, and we feel that we are truly one people. And we need you to hold hope with us and for us. And on behalf of the Bat Ami organization, I want to thank Reuven Pinsky from the National Service Authority and Dudu and the Sheva group for the honor of being here. And thank you all. Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you very much indeed, Am Yisrael Chai. As we were planning the conference not long ago, we decided that we must invite former Senator Joe Lieberman. Soon after that decision to invite Joe, we were informed of his passing. But we decided that his legacy must be enhanced and taught and continued through our conference. And now I'm honored to invite to the stage Hadassah Lieberman, Joe's wife, and their son Matt. Thank you so much, really. We really appreciate that you came out to be with us. Am Yisrael Chai. Lashevet. Thank you so much for joining us, and we really appreciate that you made the effort. It's so important for us. To some extent, the conference is all about the spirit and the legacy and the teachings that we're going to talk about now. So first of all, I wanted to ask you, Hadassah, throughout the Shiva, throughout the morning, throughout the stories that you hear, is there anything that you learned about your beloved husband, Joe?
It's funny you ask that because I've felt, and the kids have felt likewise, that we knew Joe very well. After all, he was the father, he was the husband. But we were amazed at how many people he had influenced and who loved him. There was such a feeling of mourning. And, you know, I had to come tonight with our son, Matt, because we know how Joey loved Israel and how much you meant to him and how all of the people who preceded us were so proud of us all together. And Matt, Joey's son, oldest son, we're so lucky we have each other now. And my children and grandchildren mean more to me today, having lost my darling, my friend, my buddy.
As a son, did the ideals, you know, the land of Israel and all the different ideals that he went by and that he promoted, did you feel it as a child? Did it come into the DNA of the home, of the Lieberman home?
I think it certainly did come into the DNA of our home. One of the great things about growing up in our family was that you never felt disconnected from what was happening in the world, whether the world was your neighborhood in our hometown, or whether it was your state or the United States or Eretz Yisrael, that you were never helpless, that you had the opportunity to be engaged, and that, you know, our dad was engaged in the most constructive and most persistently constructive way all the time, and that absolutely was a role model for all of us.
How did he do it? I mean, the world of politics, especially in the United States, sometimes in Israel, we think that we have the right, left, and the rift and all. In the United States, everything is so, you know, so radical to this direction, and he was able to stay always someone loved by all sides, a mensch. How do you do that in politics? Sounds like science fiction.
We were so lucky to have Joe, because he taught us that people have to compromise in order to work together and to have results, unlike so many voices today. And we've continued in that effort as much as we can. That's why he just died recently. And for me to be here was a big deal, because I think about him, and it's harder with more time going by. Everything was so public, and now it's the private, alone moments. But we knew that we had to be here for Joe.
Well, want to add to that? We also heard about what your father, how he taught about the Shabbat. And he didn't even teach it only to Jews. He taught it, and he spoke about it, and he wrote about it, about the Shabbat. What do you remember about that as his son? What did he teach you?
Just so many from amongst my earliest memories are walking to shul with him on Shabbos as a little kid, a walk that when I was a little kid seemed like a pretty long walk. Turned out it was actually not such a long walk. And sitting with him at shul, and then so many Friday nights around the Shabbat dinner table, you know, with the Kiddush and Shalom Aleichem and Eshes Chayil and everything, just the feeling. I think for everyone it has these events have a real feeling of warmth, but my dad brought such a part of him was poured into it that it was extremely rich for all of us to experience. And you know, we came home from the funeral, and it was Shabbat, and we were all together, thank God, and it was heavy. The first Shabbat that he wasn't there to put his blessing on us, and you know, we miss him. I think about him. I know I'll think about him every Shabbat the rest of my life.
Wow, and as a politician, you know, we all have FOMO, fear of missing out on Shabbat, what happened in the news, but for a politician, it sounds like there's a price even for that. Did he pay a price? Was he,
He arranged his life in such a way on Shabbat, and when he had to have a vote in the Senate, he was there, and he walked to have his vote and stayed. First night he stayed there. Al Gore helped him, told him, "Oh, I know this. I can turn the lights on. I can do whatever
I'm your
I
Shabbos
need
goy."
to do." Yeah,
Al Gore was a Shabbos goy. That's a headline.
Exactly. And so he would constantly feel that there were ways to do things.
And how did his colleagues react? Some would say, maybe they would say, "No, what is this? Shtuyot," as we say. No, they respected it?
One of the nights that we were at the Senate, I had to put a tablecloth on his Senate desk and put all the food down, and some of the senators were upset if they hadn't been invited, because they all wanted to come in and eat some food for Shabbat and have some Kiddush wine. So we really were able to involve more people, and the staff, who was not all Jewish, obviously, were saying good Shabbos, Shabbat Shalom.
Amazing. Now, I understand that you mentioned how much he loved the state of Israel. I understand that the last thing he was writing, he was writing together with Alan Dershowitz was about how the party that he came from, the Democrat Party, should do some rethinking of the way they're relating to Israel. What can you tell us about that?
Well, today I was going through files, as one has to do after the death of a loved one, and I found the edited version of the copy of something he was dealing with Dershowitz on. So it was a book. He just constantly involved himself in what he felt were important writings. And he felt Dershowitz was an important writer.
Wow.
So he was there.
Now, what's important that for us, finally, first I'll ask you, Matt, that we all learn from your father and we continue also in his way, even though sometimes it may be difficult in this generation. What's important for you that we learn and continue in his way?
So I think he demonstrated the unbelievable power in this crazy world of ours of just being a mensch, and being a mensch under fire often. I mean, he had an incredibly strong, menschlichkeit, and it's so interesting. So many times people would praise him for simple things like, oh, he was always so kind, and the stuff that we all learned when we were 3, 4, 5 years old. But it seems like in this rough world and in a rough and tumble profession, people forget how they're supposed to act. And I think for me, and this was true as a dad to us as well, he was just such a good man. And he was a good man in a brutal profession under the harshest of circumstances. He stayed straight ahead, yashar.
Wow. Hadassah, how would you like to sum up this interview and tribute?
I often used to say during campaigns that Joe is what you see, you have. He's not a dual personality. And that was striking because people had not met politicians who were just straight and honest. And also, he did what he thought was important to do, whether it was popular. And so frequently what happened is I remember getting phone calls and saying, how could your husband have done that? How could he have said that? And he did exactly what he believed in, no matter who he alienated at the moment.
Yeah, he was a very good guy, but he was a tough son of a gun as well.
Okay, great.
Good
So
way to
Hadassah, Matt, thank you so much for joining us. I call upon Ambassador David Friedman and the leaders of the B'Sheva group to also present you with our shofar, the Jerusalem Prize. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it very much. And we're here for anything that we can help to spread the legacy. Thank you very much.
Before I start speaking with you, and while Hadassah and Matt are still on the stage, I just want to share with you something. In my life I've had a handful of mentors, my parents, my grandparents, a few teachers, a couple of lawyers that I thought were pretty good. In my late 50s, I'm thrust into politics, no experience. I was looking for a mentor, somebody that I could really look up to, and there was only one person. There was only one person I could find who I thought could really help me finding my way in this difficult world of politics, and that was Joe Lieberman. And we became great friends. I miss him terribly. And I want you to know that I would speak with Joe often. We didn't agree on every issue, but the one thing that Joe taught me, above all else, was when it came to representing the United States of America as an observant Jew, make sure everything you do is a Kiddush Hashem. Everything we do must be a Kiddush Hashem. And second of all, even though we're observant Jews and people are going to accuse us of whatever may come to mind, we never, ever, ever apologize or make excuses for our determination to strengthen the relationship of the United States and Israel. Never apologize. What? Okay. One more picture. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay. Now, with us here on stage is the honorary chairman of this conference, David Friedman, former U.S. ambassador to Israel. Now, you know, Ambassador Friedman may have completed his role as ambassador, but that was just officially. He's continuing as an ambassador around the clock for the sake of Israel and the U.S., and today he's also presenting his new project, One Jewish State. Shalom.
Shalom. How are you?
It's good. So, you know what? Let's start with that project, One Jewish State. What do you mean by saying that? It's, of course, against the two-state solution.
Well, of course it's against the two-state solution, but it's also what it's for. It's not just against. After October 7th, when the first time I heard Joe Biden say, we need a two-state solution, I thought, that's it. We have to respond immediately. This is insane. This is so tone-deaf. And especially when, you know, look, I was never in favor of a two-state solution, but, you know, we had a dry run, right? I mean, we had a dry run in Gaza, not a single Jew living there, not a single IDF soldier on the ground there, billions of dollars being given to, whether it's from the United States, from UNRWA, from the EU, billions of dollars with a western-facing Mediterranean seafront, and they took all the money and they just either pocketed it or they built terror tunnels or weapons. So if you were kind of teetering on a two-state solution before October 7th, anyone who's looking at this today has to understand there cannot be ever, under any circumstances, a two-state solution, and we have to fight it.
But one of the claims are that the Netanyahu government, at least, is not presenting an alternative, and that's where you come in.
So this is, again, I think it's important for us in America to help Israel, and to help, beginning with the political echelons in the United States, to help Israel grow more comfortable with the idea of Israeli sovereignty over Yehuda v'Shomron. I think it's important. And by the way, just to be clear, I'm not talking about sovereignty over Area C. I'm talking about Israeli sovereignty over the entirety of Yehuda v'Shomron. Okay? Now, but here's the important point that I want you to understand. You can support this. You can support this if you're on the right, because you're happy about sovereignty. You can support this on the left if you think that Palestinians should have a better life. You can support this if you're secular, because you just see it as the only way that Israel will ever have security. Or you can support this if you're religious and you think this is the land given by God to the Jewish people, as I do. But I'm saying the idea for Israel to have sovereignty over Yehuda v'Shomron is a win-win. And we have to stop portraying it. It's being portrayed by most people, a lot of people in America, a lot of people in Israel, as a land grab. You know, that Israel's going to take the parts that it likes. You know, we're going to take Area C, and then we'll leave Area B, A and B they'll fend for themselves. And what that does, it just creates another Gaza, right, in a different location. What we need to do is to expand upon the Abraham Accords, to go to our friends in the Gulf, and hopefully our new friends in the Gulf, and say to them, look, I know you keep talking about a Palestinian state as if it's something, you know that's not going to work. We know that's not going to work.
Right, because there is a fear that at this point Saudi Arabia maybe even condition the continuation, the progress of the Abraham Accords with the Palestinian state, no?
I got to tell you, I don't think they want it. I think they understand what that means. It means another Gaza. It means another 20, 30 years of war and violence and misery, a lot of which could be exported back to Saudi Arabia. I don't think that's what they want. I think it's what America wants. I think it's what the Biden administration wants. And I think what they're doing is they're hiding behind Saudi Arabia's carrot of normalization as a way to get the Saudis to insist upon it. They don't want to insist upon it. They want the Saudis to. I'm not saying that it's not something that the Saudis are interested in talking about. It's got a good spin to their street. At the end of the day, everybody in the Middle East knows that a Palestinian state is a terror state. It's a rebirth of Hamas. It's a rebirth of the worst forces that confront not just Israel, but the moderate Sunni nations as well.
So how do you see the day after the war in Gaza?
Well, look, the day after the war in Gaza, I was just talking about this with a reporter earlier. There's not going to be a day after the war. It's not going to be like you're going to flick a switch and all of a sudden the war is over. Israel's destroyed about 20 out of 24 battalions, but destroying a battalion only means that you've killed more or have arrested more than half. You've destroyed the command and control. There's still hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of terrorists, floating around the Gaza Strip, and there's 4 battalions in the south. So, there may come a point when the military strategy changes, but we're talking about a radicalized population that, and they're getting no help from anybody. When Syria had a civil war, 1 million Syrian refugees were dispersed around Europe. They were all given a place to stay. Egypt will not take a single Gazan refugee. Jordan will not take a single Gazan refugee. Nobody wants them. So this idea about a day after, I said, give Israel some help. I mean, what does that mean a day after? Israel is the only country that has an interest and an incentive and a capability of keeping Gaza from being radicalized again. I mean, no one else can. Who else is going to do it? It's obviously not going to be Hamas. It's obviously not going to be the PA. It's not going to be the UN. The UN was supposed to demilitarize Hezbollah in 2006. UNIFIL is still there today, and they still have 100,000, missiles there. The second strongest army in the Middle East. So these, whether it's the UN or the EU or any of these Arab countries, it doesn't work.
Now, how do you see the other issues of pressures coming from the United States about Rafah, about ending the war, about this deal that we're talking about now? Some say it's just politics, but this deal, for example, according to reports, also Netanyahu is already agreeing to this deal. How do you see those reports about the deal?
I think the pressure Biden is putting on Netanyahu right now is extraordinary. I think that what he did on Friday, when he announced an Israeli proposal at a time when it was Shabbat in Israel and Netanyahu wasn't even supposed to respond to it, he ended up responding. But, forcing Israel to respond after it was already Shabbat, a proposal that Israel never made, or certainly leaving out the critical piece of it, which is that Hamas will be destroyed, right? I mean, he left out that relatively important, aspect of the deal. I think the pressure is tremendous, and I think that Netanyahu is being confronted also by America and others with this false choice, that you can either win the war or free the hostages, but not both. And I've never understood that conflict, especially when you're dealing with Hamas. I mean, look, you know, I cry for the hostages. I also cry for the soldiers who've lost their lives. I mean, everybody is suffering in this country. And as far as I can tell, the way to get the hostages back is to put the maximum amount of pressure on Hamas. I don't think these are conflicting goals.
Now, people try to say it's only because of the elections that Biden is doing this, Biden is saying that. Maybe that's not true. Maybe this is just the policy that is totally opposite of the policy of the current government in Israel.
Look, if you understand the architecture of the White House, you would know that you have the Oval Office over here, and down the hall is the National Security Council. Right? That is the president's personal advisor, you know, on security. They have a huge amount of influence. The number two guy in the National Security Council advising on the Middle East is a guy by the name of Maher Bitar. He is one of the founders of Students for Justice in Palestine. All right? That's the guy who is down the hall from the Oval Office. So if you want to look, you know, we go back and forth. You know, we want to believe the best about people. I don't think it's fair to criticize Joe Biden personally because I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm not sure that he knows what he's doing. I'm really not. I think that he's under the influence of Tony Blinken. He's under the influence of Jake Sullivan, under the influence of Maher Bitar, under the influence of Hadi Amar, who runs the Palestinian office that we never had in the embassy. And they believe in the two-state solution as the mother's milk of American diplomacy, and they believe that Netanyahu is against everything they want. And they're gonna push him out. They are. That's all they want to do is push him out, beginning with Chuck Schumer and continuing with this entire administration.
So finally, regarding the elections, you believe that Trump is better for Israel, despite that there are fears in Israel, according to which some are saying that maybe he was good then, but with Trump you never know. It could be that now he'll feel that he owes Arab states or even the Palestinian Authority something, that it wasn't coming from his ideals, rather that's what he felt was right then. People are afraid that with Trump you never know what's next.
Well, look, we had that exact conversation in September of 2016. Exact conversation. And I was there and I said, look, first of all, I mean, I want to say something that first I think he'll be much better, not even close. But I also believe strongly in the words of King David. You know, Al tivtachu b'nedivim. I mean, we don't trust in princes. Okay, Israel has to trust itself and protect itself, and that's the most important thing. I believe in a Trump administration we're going to see the following policy. He's going to say that Israel is going through enormous trauma right now. They've got to deal with their problems in the south. They got to deal with the problems in the north. They got to deal with Judea and Samaria. They got to deal with internal political issues that have never been, you know, more acute. They got to deal with the issue of Haredim in the army. They got a lot of issues, right? And Trump's position is going to be, there's no way I know better than Israel about what's best for Israel. Okay, that's it. So this is our most important ally in the region, and maybe a most important ally in the world. I'm going to support Israel diplomatically. I'm going to support them economically. I'm going to support them militarily, not with my soldiers, but with my ammunition, whatever they need. And I'm going to help them make the decisions for themselves. I'm not going to send people into the war cabinet. I'm not going to show up every 2 weeks, sit in the war cabinet, you know, Blinken and Sullivan, neither one of which has ever fought in a war.
Well, in the beginning, it seemed like a great gesture. You're saying that was basically...
No. The gesture was when Biden came early. I thought that was a good gesture. After that, when these guys show up every couple of weeks and they start, you know, getting into the war cabinet, this is the most, you know, sophisticated, complicated ground warfare in the history of the world. You know, Hamas has the greatest home court advantage of ground warfare in the world. Okay, how they got there? there's a lot of fault that could be raised for that. But that's what they were. And the only thing they're trying to do is to convince Israel to kill fewer Gaza civilians at the expense of more Israeli lives. That's all they're doing. And I'm sorry that they kept coming, and I think if they would have left Israel alone, the war would have been over 4 months ago. And we'd be talking about something else, unfortunately, but that's not what we are.
And that's what should be next as Trump comes in?
What?
And that's what you're hoping, you're promising that will happen when Trump comes in?
Oh, I don't make promises
No
to Donald Trump. I mean, that I don't do. We know each other a long time. We've worked together very closely on the Israel file for 4+ years. I've spoken to him recently. I know his views, and I believe the most important thing about him here, he does not have a nuanced view about who are the good guys here and who are the bad guys here. Not at all. Okay? He knows who are the people who are fighting, to save their country, and those who are enemies of Israel and equally enemies of America.
Ambassador David Friedman, Honorary Chairman of the Jerusalem Conference, thank you very much. I call upon the leaders of the conference and the B'Sheva group and ARUTZ SHEVA to offer you with the shofar, the Jerusalem Prize. The Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to Ambassador David Friedman in profound recognition of Ambassador David Friedman's outstanding contributions to strengthening the bond between the United States and Israel. Thank you, everyone. And now, please be seated. How to become a pro-Israel advocate in 5 minutes. Sounds interesting. Let's hear it from Mark Langfan, Chairman of Americas for Safe Israel. If you want to read what Mark Langfan writes, you can find it on ARUTZ SHEVA, Israel National News. Mark.
Hello, everybody. If everybody could grab one of these handouts, that would be great. We put them on the table, and in college I learned that I couldn't take notes and listen at the same time. So really everything is in here. And if anybody wants the PowerPoint that I'm about to go through, that would be great. I could email it to them, just ask. Now up front, I want to make a little disclosure. I'm not a general. And so everybody here should really be asking, Mark's going to talk about Israel being the linchpin of America's Middle East security. How in God's name am I going to talk about that? Well, I happen to be a New York real estate attorney. And I, over 35 years, have created a system where everybody here can actually become a pro-Israel advocate and, in fact, coalesce a lot of the things that were talked about today here. For instance, we're in a cognitive war, and there are good guys and bad guys. And so what I'm going to go through with you here is really how everyone here can become a soldier for Israel, even though you have never been in the Israeli army or you've never directed any troops. So with no further ado, I would like to go to the first. Okay. Everybody so far here has been sort of skirting around the issue, and the issue is really from the river to the sea. Okay? Now, what does the river to the sea mean? It means we're not debating the two-state solution anymore. We are debating the zero-state solution, which means no Israel. So that is what we need to clearly understand, and that means Holocaust 2.2. Now, there's a corollary to that. And the corollary is we have to stop debating Israel's or enunciating Israel's right to exist. We have to turn that around, and we have to say and fight for Israel's necessity to exist. Now, how am I, as a New York Jewish lawyer, real estate lawyer, going to enable every single person here to actually make that argument to his next door neighbor, whether the person's Greek, whether the person's an Arab, whether the person is whomever it is, okay? And so I'm going to riff off the river to the sea. The river to the sea, to me, means the ensuing caliphate will be free to wipe out Greece, Europe, and NATO. Now, again, I'm not a general, so how am I going to show you that? First of all, I'm just going to tell you part of the cartoon is radical Islam and the dam. Okay? So the full part of the cartoon is radical Islam, Israel, and Europe. Now, you've got to keep asking yourself, how is this American, New York real estate lawyer going to enable me to show and prove this to my next door neighbor? Well, everybody turn to your, you look at this little pamphlet here, and I have a simple map. Simple map. And if you look at the upper left corner, you'll see Greece. Greece, believe it or not, has only 11 million Christians, and this country is sworn to defend Greece under its NATO accords. Now, you see that blue line? That's the whole trick. Because the rest of that postcard, believe it or not, when you add it up, is 487 million Muslims as of about 5 years ago. Okay? I'm being told to hurry up, so I'll get to the crunch. So the question is, what is the only non-Muslim country with an army between the 11 million Christians in Greece and the 487 million Muslims in countries that are in various states of being failed states, terrorist states, whatever states? And the answer is Israel. That's it. That's the only thing between 487 million Muslims and 11 million Christians. And you should ask yourself why the Greece government, whether it's a liberal government, a left-wing government, right-wing government, they haven't come out in support of any kind of Palestinian thing. And I can tell you why. It's because of this. Now, I'm being told I've got to cut. So If anyone has any questions, give me a call. And a lot of this stuff is really self-explanatory in the rest of the materials. And God bless you all. And Am Yisrael Chai.
יום עסקים, כניסה טובה לכולם, את המדינה הזאת אי אפשר להפסיק. תודה רבה.
Just like thousands of Israelis, also El Al, Israel's national airline, was recruited on October 7th. Now Inbal Anbuskila will speak with Simon Newton-Smith, SVP of the Americas of El Al, about the past few months and the vision to the future.
Good evening, Simon Newton-Smith. What an honor to have you here tonight, representing El Al Airlines, which is so dear for the Israeli and Jewish country and I want to ask you a few questions. This has been very challenging times in the world, and especially for the Jewish and the Israel state. And I wanted to know, what are the contributions that El Al and the changes that they made since the beginning of the war?
Thanks, Inbal. Good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Before I answer your question, if you don't mind, I just want to start with a big thank you. I think a huge part of what El Al has been doing over the last 8 months is directly to support everyone in this room and the broader community, working really hard to keep air service open, particularly between the US and Israel. But in terms of what we've been doing, first of all, we've been flying. As many of you know, if you've traveled here on El Al, the flights are incredibly busy. But there are flights. Many of the other airlines that were operating up to October 7th stopped directly afterwards. Yeah. So there has been a full focus on making sure that we retained air connectivity. And just like many organizations in Israel, we have about 10% of our workforce which is also serving. So we've got 90% of the workforce back covering the rest of the team with amazing dedication.
Yeah, amazing. I know that a lot of the war efforts have been from, El Al flying in aid for the military and flying in the soldiers. Tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think quite notably, in the very early days after October 7th, El Al, as you know, does not fly on Shabbat.
Yeah.
But actually got special permission to operate flights to do just that. Help our military get home to defend the country, get vital cargo over. And again, for an airline that is very strict on its Shabbat flying, that was a big break from tradition and normality. But outside of that, we've got a team of people. I'm relatively new to El Al, and I've been in Israel twice since October 7th, and it's really for me, astounding if you can be in a meeting to do with marketing when you've got half the room, people in uniform, literally as soon as that meeting is over, they're going to the northern border or to Gaza. So I think it's the fact that, you know, the commitment from these folks is just unbelievable.
Amazing. And I know a lot of these pilots were drafted into the army, and you were the only company flying in and out of Israel. How did you deal with that challenge?
Again, it's down to the people. We've got pilots, whether they're flying fighter jets or commercial jets, have to have minimum rest. But the fact is they haven't been taking holidays. They literally come back from doing their military service and then back into commercial. Again, incredible, incredible people. You know, we've also, as you might imagine, we have the luxury of being able to move aeroplanes around. So for markets where the demand has been softer, we've basically taken those aircraft and we've operated them to markets with high demand. And the US, of course, is the highest demand market that we fly. So we've been flying since October 7th, up to 6 flights a day into New York alone. So despite the fact that we've got fewer pilots, we're doing more flying, and we've been flying to more places in the US than prior to October 7th.
That's amazing. That's amazing. So you're basically 24/7 around the clock.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I wanted to know, tell me, you have this very glorious background of leading different airlines around the world. Tell me, what do you find special coming into El Al and it being such a great, special company for the Jewish world?
Great question. I know we chatted about this another time. I'm not Jewish, and I'll be perfectly transparent and say I was a little apprehensive coming into El Al. As somebody who'd been around airlines for a long time, I did not know a lot about El Al. And I didn't know a lot about the Jewish people. But I could not be more proud to be on Team El Al and Team Israel, particularly now. I have never gone into an environment where I've been made so welcome. And what has really struck me about the Jewish people is a sense of community that I have never seen anywhere else. A lot of people talk about community, but good times and bad, I see a sense of community amongst the Jewish people that I've never experienced anywhere else in the world. Credit to you.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
So thank you, and even today, just a warm welcome from new people. Again, I could not be more proud to be serving you.
We are so honored to have you. I want to ask you one last question. Since COVID and now the 7th of October, we've been dealing with a lot of challenges, especially for airlines. Tell me, what's the day after? What are the plans for the future?
You know, operating in the part of the world that El Al does, there is a sense of preparation, excuse me, a sense of preparation, a sense of preparation around security that you know better than I do. It's integral to who we are. So we're better placed than any other airline to have operated since October 7th, and that's demonstrated by the fact that we're still flying.
Definitely.
But we continue to invest in the product, we continue to invest in the service. We launched new service to Fort Lauderdale earlier this year, 2 days after the Iranian attack. Nothing has wavered from the plan. And what drew me to El Al is really the exciting path that it's on. And in fact, just a few weeks ago, El Al was accredited with Apex 5-star rating for the 3rd year in a row. So our customers are recognizing the investment that has been made, and that will continue. An exciting future ahead, and thank you, thank you, thank you for your support.
I just have to say thank you for connecting Israel to the rest of the world and keeping us able to fly. And thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure for us to have you here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
מצאנו כאן משגרים
מכוונים לכיוון מדינת ישראל, סגרים ארוכי טווח. אנחנו עומדים לפוצץ אותם עכשיו לזכרם של אופיר ליבשטיין, חבר טוב, וגם משה לייטר, חבר טוב. אני מקדיש את הפיצוץ הזה לזכרם. עם ישראל חי!
Squad 4 of the IDF wants to thank American Friends of Judea and Samaria.
Thank you, AFJS.
AFJS, אין עליכם. תודה רבה לכם על התרומה.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much, AFJS, for your generous.
AFJS and all our friends in America.
Thank you, AFJS.
Thank you, AFJS.
Thank you, AFJS.
Thank you, AFJS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am Yisrael Chai.
AFJS stands for American Friends of Judea and Samaria. Now, there are many friends of Judea and Samaria in America, but the founders of AFJS decided that it's time to create a unified force to support and mainly tell the story. We will now present the Jerusalem Award to AFJS, American Friends of Judea and Samaria. I call upon Yigal Limoni, Rafi Lazarovich, the co-founders, the heads of AFJS, to receive the Jerusalem Award. The Jerusalem Award is hereby presented to the founders of American Friends of Judea and Samaria, AFJS, in recognition of sharing the truth about Judea and Samaria with the world, illuminating the personal, national, and historical connections that the Jewish people have to this heartland of Israel, and explaining the importance of its security while fostering greater understanding and support globally.
Good evening, my good friend. I would like to begin my remarks by thanking Hashem for protecting us during the war, and also for the phenomenal success of AFJS over the past year. Thanks you also B'Sheva and ARUTZ SHEVA for presenting AFJS with that important Jerusalem prize. A special thank you from the bottom of my heart to my dear friend Rafi Lazarovich, the co-founder of AFJS. Rafi dreamed to help Yehuda and Shomron. Rafi, you're amazing, and your dreams come true. Baruch Hashem. And also for the fellow board member and strategic partners that here with us today, Rabbi Ali Center and his brother, Rabbi Danny Center from the KFK, Gabriel, Kosher Guru, Zevi, King, Jagindi, Avi, Jacob Elbo, Shaya, Joy, Gil, Marcus, and all our friends. I cannot say all the names. Thank you very much. And also for Israel Gantz, the chairman of Yesha, the governor of Binyamin, that supports Yehuda and Shomron, develop Yehuda and Shomron, and support AFJS. And finally, I want to say thank you to all of the AFJS members and the donors who are the heart of our movement, and they played a key role in our success this year. On October 7, we woke up to horrible reality. It's difficult to understand that the Hamas terrorists reached the city of Ofakim, about 15 miles from the border. That morning, Shabbat of Simchat Torah, I was woke up by a call from the security chief of my community of Avnei Chefetz in the Shomron, who told me what was happening in the south. That very afternoon, I was called up for the IDF reserve duty along with hundreds of thousands of soldiers. For 4 months, I fought together with my friend in the Gaza Strip, in the north, in the center, and in Khan Yunis in the south. Together with me now in New York Litav Ash and Stav Ochayon, a medic that saved life of soldier under fire in Gaza. They have, hello, stand. People have to see you. Thank you, Stav. Thank you, Litav. Many years ago, I lived in Gush Katif, the Israeli bloc of Jewish community in Gaza, not far from Khan Yunis. In 2005, under international pressure and bad decision by Israeli government, the resident of Gush Katif and 4 community in the north of the Shomron was kicked out. The state of Israel pulled out from Gaza and left the area under the Palestinian Authority. Some people in Israel remained a bit hopeful. Perhaps there was a small chance that Gaza would become a successful region of tourism and industry. However, the new reality set is faster than we thought. Within a year, Hamas murdered the Palestinian Authority leaders in Gaza and took power. Gaza became a terrorist state, an Iranian proxy. October 7, 2023 is painful lessons as a result of the Gaza pullout. Hamas' goal is to take over the entire state of Israel. They say it from the river to the sea, but we should not allow them that. We will fight against them, and we will defeat Hamas. Not only for Israel, but for the freedom of the entire Western world against this evil. Israel must not give in to outside pressure to stop this war. Israel must not give in to outside pressure to build another terror state in Judea and Samaria. Any price for terror in Gaza will become a model for terrorist organization in Judea and Samaria and across the world. Judea and Samaria is the land of the Bible, is our historical homeland, ושבו בנים לגבולם, but also key for security and well-being of the entire country of Israel. The distance between Israeli towns of Kfar Saba and Palestinian Authority-controlled city of Kalkilia is very similar to the distance between Kfar Aza to the Hamas-controlled Gaza city. If we don't want Kfar Saba to become Kfar Aza and Ra'anana to become Be'eri, we must support, develop the community, the Jewish community in Judea and Samaria. We must support the IDF present and make the IDF present in Judea and Samaria stronger for the security of all the state of Israel. AFJS, making Judea and Samaria stronger. We make it by delegation, we make it by educate people, we make it by lecture, with social media, and with strategic plan for keep the land in the hand of the Jewish nation. Your membership in our organization, you can get inside our website and become a membership, is help us to increase the connection of the people of Israel to the land of the Bible and our heritage. Your activities in AFJS help all of Israel. I want to say clearly, the experiment of giving away land is failed. Is totally failed. It's time to help. It's time to support the heart of the state of Israel. It's time to support the Jewish people in Judea and Samaria. It's time to double the Jewish community in Judea and Samaria. Please join us now to AFJS, American Friends of Judea and Samaria. Thank you very much. Am Yisrael Chai.
שורשנו יעמיק וסלע כמו ארזים בהר עוד נדע ימים טובים מאלה עוד נמתיק מימיו של ים המלח כשדה ירוק אחר השלף כאשת בלב מדבר
יחד כל הדרך יחד לא אחרת יד ביד נושיט לטוב שעוד יבוא בוא יבוא
יחד כל הדרך יחד לא אחרת יחד היא שלי שיפתח את לבבו
נאמין בעוז הרוח, רק אם נאמין ולא ננוח מן המיצרים אל ים פתוח כמים.
Our final special panel will take us back to October 7th and what we've been dealing with ever since. The special panel is led by the Binyamin Regional Council. Binyamin's brave first responders, Tales from the Battlefield, moderated by Joe Lieberman, political advisor to Governor Israel Gantz and CEO of Jaffe Strategies. She will speak with Israel Gantz, Governor of the Binyamin region and Chairman of the Yesha Council.
My name is Israel Gantz. I have the privilege to be the Governor of the Binyamin region and Chairman of the Yesha Council. I make sure to start my day with learning Torah. That's how I stay connected to our roots. For months, we worked day after night with the army. These are the lands our forefathers walked on, and this is where we walk and live, renewing the Jewish community, the heart of the state of Israel.
Eliana Pasentin, head of the international desk of the Binyamin Regional Council.
My name is Eliana. I'm originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. I came on Aliyah with my parents when I was 10 years old, and I like to say that we made another Aliyah up to the mountains of Binyamin. For the last 28 years, we have been telling the story of the State of Israel. I'm the International Desk Director for the Regional Council. 2.5 years ago, I began my reserve duty, which is pretty unusual. October 7th, my entire family joined the Army. I went up to my Army base, 2 of my sons were called up north, my son-in-law down in Gaza, and then later on my husband joined. It was a joint family effort. Every morning I woke up proud to wear my IDF uniform.
And Major in Reserves, Aaron Katzoff, founder and director of the Binyamin Fund.
My name is Aaron Katzoff. I'm the director and founder of the Binyamin Fund. We do projects throughout the whole Benjamin region. The whole idea is to create a better and brighter future for our children here in the Benjamin region in the heart of Israel. On October 7th, I was called up, just like all of Israel, to my Matkal unit where I serve as a major in reserves. We fought for 121 days straight. Together, the support that we felt, we know that light will always defeat darkness.
Good evening. Thank you all for your patience. I would like to dedicate my words to Romy, a young girl. She's in Hamas captivity, and to all the others, we pray for their safety. Governor Gantz, you are governor of the Binyamin region. It is the largest regional council in the state of Israel, and it's the region, sadly, with the highest percentage of fallen soldiers and civilians since October 7th. So you've been busy with many things. Forgive us for asking the question that might be on your minds. How did you find the time to come here and spend time with us in New York City?
So first of all, I want to tell you that it's very difficult for me to stay here. Since the war began, I myself, I had to inform with the army at least 40 families, the last loved one. We have to stand around the clock and work around the clock to defend our community. a very difficult time. But I couldn't say no to arrive here because the great people here, they stood with us so long time. Thank you very, very much. You are the reason that we came here doing the role, and you are our hope. United, together, we will win this war.
Eliana, friend of mine, mother of 8, a grandmother. You're the head of Binyamin's international desk, and we know that's a big job. Your kids, like so many of ours, are busy fighting. They're putting their lives on the front lines for Israel. So, with all that on your plate, and we're getting personal here, sorry, how do you wake up and face each day?
So first of all, it's a special honor to be here. And as Israel said, we really contemplated this trip, but we felt that this war is going on for so long, we wanted to come and to thank our friends and to be here together united. On a personal level, on October 7th, early in the morning, I got a phone call. I'm not used to getting phone calls on Shabbat, and I immediately went to my army base, to my reserves duty, and I spent 180 days in Miluim. That's how I coped. I felt that I can not sleep because I'm scared for my sons in Gaza and for my son-in-law and for my husband who's guarding out not far from where we live, but I know that we're surrounded by an enemy. Or I cannot sleep because I'm doing something that in my belief is for the benefit of my people and the benefit of Israel. So that's what I chose to do.
Thank you. And keeping with that personal note, AY, Aaron, we saw your movie. You're a husband, a father, an active soldier here with us. October 7th caught many of us by surprise. And I don't know how much Aaron can share with us, but I know you were in the thick of things from day one, from the first hours on that Shabbat morning. So what can you tell us about what you did in those first few hours and the first days?
I was called up, like many other people, very early in the morning, October 7th. I remember I took off my holiday clothing and I put on my uniform, my vest, my helmet, took my gun. I remember saying goodbye to my wife and kids and drove directly to the command center. Right away in the morning, we already started seeing all the live streams, what was going on down south. Later on, I went down south and I was face to face with the terrorists that did these atrocities. I was one of the people in charge of investigating and basically trying to understand what happened. While I was down there, the general was giving a briefing, and he mentioned the name of the town where I'm from. And he said that my town was just attacked by 70 terrorists. So here I'm on the front lines, and then I hear that my wife and children are actually on the front lines. Thank God they were able to fight back and stay safe. And I told my kids, b'chol dor v'dor, in every generation, somebody will come up and try to destroy us. And this time, it fell in our shift. And in our shift, we weren't ready for it, but we have to deal with it the best and strongest that we can. And with the support from the whole world and everybody else, we're only going to come out stronger until every last hostage is brought back and we destroy the enemy completely. Not just for us, but for the whole world.
It's the resilience of our people, of the people here, of all of you in the audience and what we've gone through. So we're doing this together, so thank you. Governor Gantz, I have a question for you, but first, I think we're going to have you all look at a movie prepared. It's short, about the Binyamin region and what we're going through at just one day in the life recently.
It was really, really scary. I didn't know what was happening.
אנחנו משיבים באש, אנחנו לא מזהים מקור ירי. חברים יורים עלינו בצומת הפרסה, כל הזמן נחשפים אש. אנחנו לא מזהים מקור ירי.
I was home alone with my 4 kids. I sat in the mamad together with my kids with my gun on my lap.
One of my roles in our defense department is drone operator. Early in the morning, we got a report on a terrorist shooting a civilian vehicle.
Immediately, we all got into our vehicles, all of the Kitot Kununut, all the first response teams. We understand that he's shooting at us. We don't know where exactly he's located. The first thing that we need to do, get a drone in the air.
Taking off. We heard constant gunshots. Right away, I went to the mamad. I told my kids to hide under the beds if anyone comes through that door.
אני לא מצליח לזהות מקור ירי, זה מעל הציר לכיוון ביר יציאה. לא מצליח לזהות מאיפה.
The car that I'm in basically stops right here, at which point I realize that I need to get out of the car and I move over to here. In that location, that's where the terrorist is. And right over there, that's a bullet hole. That's a bullet hole. That's one. We're trying to, be able to pick our heads up and actually be able to see what's going on. But every time, boom, he's firing at us.
We're all here on the ground hiding behind this bulletproof army jeep. They were shooting at us momentarily. There is an ongoing battle. We are near the town of Levv in western Binyamin, one of the most beautiful places in the Binyamin region. I've never in my wildest dreams did I think I'd be here in the middle of a battle. So I'm driving and the army stops me. They said, there's a battle going on. You can't continue. I said, yeah, but I have to go. I'm the international spokesperson for Israel Gantz. They said, so there's a battle. I said, but I have to get there. And I start calling all my colleagues and connections in international media, Reuters, CNN, everybody I know saying, you guys were being attacked. They weren't even interested in footage. They didn't care. The combat helicopter is shooting missiles, and I'm looking at this like something from a movie. Israel Gantz is running back and forth, briefing the army commanders, and all I had, my gun, was my phone.
There are snipers. Right now, all the yeshuvim here are closed.
It was really hard for my kids because it was the day that they were supposed to dress up for Purim and celebrate, and we were doing the exact opposite. It felt like Purim was ruined. And even on Purim Day, I didn't feel like celebrating because a soldier had been killed, our town had been attacked.
One of our soldiers, some Duvdevan, Eli David Garfinkel, was shot and killed, in addition to a few other soldiers who were wounded severely. A bullet ricocheted and actually hit me in the back of the vest, but without this bulletproof vest, I don't know that we'd be having this conversation today. That drone saved many, many more lives.
Just this incident right here is one example of everyday things that happen here. Hundreds of men and women that besides their day-to-day jobs, they practice, they train, and in the time of need, they take up arms, they put on their helmet, and they run out to stop the threat and protect our communities, protect our homes. That's the Kitot Kununut, that's the security teams. That's what we do here every day to keep our people safe.
Our school buses, they're the targets of terrorists.
The original attack was focused on a school bus. What does that say about our enemy?
We are strong, but we're in a very difficult situation. I promise you, we will continue fighting.
This is the biggest war we've had since the War of Independence. I'm not a combat soldier. We all are soldiers together. We couldn't have done this without you.
Am Yisrael.
Chai.
No one will fight us, and we'll never give up. It's our land, and we will be here forever.
now we have to fight.
Okay, wow.
Ruthie, before you ask me your question, I must tell you, I didn't plan that before, but when I saw the movie, I can share with you now. When I show Aliyah, I called her to come. And then we ourselves had been attacked. We found ourselves under fire. And I thought to myself, what did I do? I called her. She's a mother of 8. It's my mission. Why should she be there? Thank God she's here with us. But I have to apologize here that I called her to be under fire. So I use this opportunity, Aliyah, to apologize.
No, I get a phone call at 5:30 a.m. and Yisrael says, we're being attacked. I said, where are you? He said, come. I said, we're being attacked, come? He said, yeah, there's probably going to be a lot of international media. I'm going to need your help. He said, they're shooting right now from the combat helicopter. And I said, and you want me to come? And he hangs up. So as I'm walking out the door at 5:45 a.m. on the day that all my kids are getting dressed up for Purim, I left them their Purim costumes. I said, my son just got back from Gaza. Maybe I should take his helmet and his bulletproof vest because I don't know what is planned for me. And I'm driving and driving thinking, is this the right thing to do? And I'm positive that CNN's going to be waiting there and BBC, and we're going to be standing far from the battle. And never in my wildest dreams did I think that they'd be shooting at us. I'd be laying under this Jeep and really using the bulletproof vest and helmet that was donated by wonderful Jews from the United States of America.
And I was sitting at home and I got a little video clip on the news and I see you taking cover and just dodging bullets, literally. So I called. Said, hi, can you go home now? What are you doing there? No, Yisrael and I were here, and we but there's a battle. I know there's a battle. So, yes, I tipped my head, and I just can't imagine. Governor, we are in the middle of a war, and you have to run an entire municipality. You have to think about their sewage and water and education. And can you share what your job looks like these days?
So first of all, you always have to be available. You can't go anywhere with even restroom without your phone. And I can remember 5:21, I got a call that bus of children transportation is under attack. I thought, what about the children? How many of them in the bus? And then 5:21, maybe is on their way, maybe without children. So I had to call all our first response teams, and then the Army, Major General of Central Command. And then you think about the Yishuvim. Maybe we are under much expanded attack. We have to block the Yishuvim and the families. And who is the driver? We have to inform his wife, he's under attack. And what about media? We have, so, thousands of thinking at the same seconds, but we have a good team. And I can say here today, with the center of Manhattan, without the help of the equipment that we got from good people like you that's sitting here, we couldn't prevent event like that. I remember myself when we stood with the commander. One of them say, I will try, I have a bulletproof car, I will try to get in. And it took 2 minutes to get him back. He was injured with 2 bullets. I had to take him by my hand and treat him. A whole story. We lost high price of a soldier from Duvdevan and 5 people injured. But we have a very deep and strong root. And we have, and we will with this war. And we have, we have a very good team, united together. We will do it.
Yasher koach. AY, our own, the drone that featured so widely in that movie. It was part of the battle. We wish you could see it in action here, flying over you, but we weren't allowed to do that in the safety of this room. But what can you show us about drones and fighting terrorism in Binyamin and everywhere?
So it's pretty amazing. I remember it was about 8 years ago, well, more now, 2015. Some good friends from Canada decided to buy us our first drone. It was a lot bigger than this. And at the time, it was like a very new thing. And I remember, in the middle of the night, some terrorists tried to come into one of our communities, and they ended up running away. We flew the drone up in the sky. We followed the terrorists back to their village, all the way to their home. And we hovered over the home. Now imagine that terrorist's face when all of a sudden he got a knock at the door and the military came and picked him up and he had no idea how we even got to his house. The technology we have today, the thermal drones that we get support from all over the world, if it's vests, if it's helmets, if it's first aid kits, and it really is a game changer and it really saves lives. And at the end of the day, that's what we're all about. Keeping our communities safer and stronger and saving lives.
Well, thanks. I would say let's give a hand for all the heroes here and sitting in this room today in the past few months facing just such terrible times and really stepping up. So, Yasher Koch. Governor Gantz, for my last question, I want to know how it is. You've been recently elected from among your peers to be chairman of the Yesha Council. And now you are the voice of all the Jewish residents living in the heart of our homeland. You are, it's a responsibility. So now, there's a proposed deal on the table that some of the hostages might be released. And it doesn't bring a final end to the Hamas terrorism infrastructure. What's your take on this?
For me, it's so simple. We are the boots on the ground, and I can say here very simple and very, very clear. If it will be a Palestine state at the middle of Israel or in Gaza, it will be a high risk for all the state of Israel. We are not allowed to give up. We will never give up. We have to hit Hamas, and it doesn't matter, and I want to say it doesn't matter name, Muslim brother, Fatah, Hamas, they're all the same. We must defeat them. We must bring our hostages home back as soon by operating power and hitting all our enemies. What we heard, if someone in the world think, and I don't know all the details, so I don't want to speak about specific deal. But if someone in the world think that we have to stop the war and give up, we have only one word to say: don't.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you to the Binyamin region, all the wonderful people in Yesha, all the wonderful people in Israel and in America standing strong in these tough times. We really, really tip our hats and say Yasher Koach and Am Yisrael Chai.
Okay, everyone, now we have another hour of panel. Just kidding. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the 3rd Annual Jerusalem Conference in New York City. Join us, please, of course, at the Jerusalem Conference in Jerusalem and at our next Jerusalem Conference here in New York. We will end, of course, with standing up and singing the anthem of Israel, Hatikva. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Sheva Group. Dudu and Dudi and Uzi and Yoni. We dreamed about this conference 3 years ago, and you make it reality. Thank you very much. Waiting to see you next year together.
Wow.
אתם קרבים היום למלחמה, על אויביכם, אל ירח לבבכם, אל תיראו ואל תחפזו ואל תארצו מפניהם, כי אדוני אלוהיכם ההולך עמכם להילחם לכם עם אויביכם, להושיע אתכם! עם ישראל לא מפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך. עם ישראל לא מפחד, השם אלוקינו השם אחד. עם ישראל לא מפחד, השם אלוקיך הולך איתך. עם ישראל לא מפחד, השם אלוקינו השם אחד.
עוד אבינו חי, עוד אבינו חי, עוד אבינו, עוד אבינו, עוד אבינו חי.
עוד יוסף חי, עוד יוסף חי. עם ישראל, עם ישראל, עם ישראל חי. לדוד ברוך אדוני